The discovery had only been made a couple hours ago, and the police were still working the scene. The reporter once again cautioned the public to avoid the west side of the campus, as cordons had been set up and no one was being allowed in. Stone picked his way through roads snarled with the usual traffic. Cars, hordes of bicyclists, and pedestrians crossing without regard for corners or crosswalks. He seethed at his slow progress, wondering if he should just ditch the car and set off overland. But that wouldn't work any better. Parking at Stanford during the day was terrible, and his best bet was to get to one of the faculty lots where he'd have a better chance of finding a space. Tapping impatiently on the steering wheel, he darted into openings, earning him angry honks from other drivers. He shot glares at the oblivious students meandering in the road as if they hadn't a care in the world, and wished he could use a nice wide-spectrum concussion spell as a cowcatcher to shove them all off toward the sidewalk. Hadn't they heard the news? Didn't they know what was going on? What was going on was that Archie had been busy while he'd been away. And right here on campus, on his home ground? This was a message. He was sure of it. A cold flurry of fear ran up the back of his neck as he thought about how it could have been worse. The location the reporter had named was on the other side of campus from his department office. Had Archie decided to hit close, but not too close to make his point? Was he planning to strike even closer next time? Would he go after Mortensen or Hubbard or Laura? One of his students? He couldn't believe Archie would kill on the Stanford campus unless he'd meant for Stone to take note of it. He knew trying to get to the crime scene was unwise in the extreme. If something went wrong, he could end up in a lot of inconvenient trouble just when he couldn't afford to be sidetracked for even a moment from his investigations. But that didn't matter. He had to see the scene. He had to know for sure whether Archie had just stepped up their little cat-and-mouse game to a whole new level. He'd just have to be careful. As he approached the area the reporter had identified, traffic got heavier. Apparently, a lot of people knew what was happening and wanted to get as close to the scene as they could. Bloody ghouls they were. Up ahead, Stone could just spot a police car parked across both lanes, blocking further progress. He quickly turned onto a side street and headed for a nearby faculty lot. It was full, packed to capacity. A couple of cars had even parked illegally, making their own spaces at the ends of two rows. Bugger it, I'll take the ticket, he thought, and did the same. He didn't have time to play all nice and legal right now. As he approached on foot, he noticed the cops only had the road blocked. They couldn't block the whole area, not this far out. He knew where the building containing the lecture hall was. In fact, he could see it from here, mostly hidden behind trees. More police cars were parked around it. They'd have a closer cordon around that area, but the presence of the car blocking the road was probably enough to keep most of the looky-loos from trying to get closer. Good thing, too, because a lot of people, a mixture of students, other university personnel, and reporters, from the look of it, had gathered nearby, craning their necks, trying to get a closer look at what was going on beyond. It was a good thing he'd powered up his focus ring at least. If he had to forget to charge something, better the phone than the extra energy that would help him maintain his disregarding spell at full strength. He slipped away from the crowd and hid behind a tree long enough to cast it, then sauntered off toward the building as if he had no reason not to be there. This was an industrial-strength version of the spell, one he didn't use very often, because it took almost as much power to maintain as true invisibility. Anybody seeing him would notice him, but assume he was part of the scenery, like one of the techs or other support personnel. The ring would give him maybe 20 minutes, but if all went well, he wouldn't need that long. The building was a small one, not affiliated with any particular department. Stone had been inside it once to deliver a seminar for Mortensen when she'd been called unexpectedly out of town, so he knew it contained 2 medium-sized lecture halls, a few smaller classrooms, and some offices that were usually vacant. The front doors were propped open, with two uniformed cops stationed outside, one on each side of the doorway. Other figures, some wearing suits, some uniforms, and some in vests marking them as part of the crime scene investigation unit, periodically entered or left. Two police cars, a coroner's van, a couple of unmarked sedans, and a black CSI van were parked in front. Stone observed the scene for a moment, confident that as long as he didn't approach the building, they wouldn't have a chance of noticing him. Things would get dicier as soon as he went inside, though. He made a mental note to work on designing some kind of remote viewing spell. It would be a hell of a lot easier to sit in his car 2 blocks away and scope the place out from a distance. But he didn't have that now, and he had to see what was going on in there. If Archie was starting to kill people 2 at a time, that had to mean something. Perhaps if he'd left sigils at the scene again, they'd reveal more about what that might be. He couldn't just march right in through the front door, though. That would strain even the full-strength version of the spell's ability to keep him from being noticed. Fortunately, he didn't have to. The building had to have at least one other exit, which would certainly be locked, but locks posed little deterrence for him. If he could get in without anyone spotting him, the spell's illusionary magic would take over and make him look like he belonged there, as long as he didn't do anything to draw attention to himself. He glanced one last time at the activity outside and then hurried around the back of the building. Good. They hadn't stationed anybody back here. Even better, he spotted a closed door. It only took him a second to pop the lock, slip inside, and close the door behind him. He paused for a moment, taking a couple of deep breaths. The smell of decomposition was strong in here. Not as strong as it had been inside the house in Gilroy, but strong enough to indicate that the bodies had been here for a while. Probably since sometime late last night, unless Archie was starting to double up on his jobs. He was standing at the end of a hallway that bisected the building and ended at the open front doors he'd spotted before. Doors lined the hall, but it wasn't hard to see where the party was, even without magical sight. Halfway down on the left side, a set of double doors was open, as was a similar set about 20 feet further down. From where he stood, Stone could hear the crackle of police radio chatter and the voices of the investigators and techs as they called back and forth to each other across the lecture hall. Again, forcing himself to move like he belonged here, Stone headed down the hall and paused in the open doorway to get a view of the scene. For a moment, he could do nothing but stare. Archie, or more likely his designated butchers, had been busy. There were indeed 2 bodies, both male, and they were still there. Archie had deviated from his usual MO this time. Neither of them was dismembered. Instead, one hung in front of the whiteboard at the front of the lecture hall, his arms spread wide, impaled on what looked like 2 stout spikes driven through his chest, just below his shoulders. He'd been stripped and skinned, his exposed muscles red and shiny in the hall's harsh overhead fluorescence. Something else looked off about him, too, but it took Stone a moment to identify it. The top of his skull was missing, neatly sheared off, and the grotesque, dark red crater yawed where his brain should have been. A coverall-clad technician pushed past Stone and entered the room without giving him a second glance. Stone, fixed on the scene in front of him, barely noticed. The other body was laid out on the lab table in front of the whiteboard. He, too, had been skinned. His head was intact, but his torso had been sliced from sternum to abdomen, his nearly bloodless viscera erupting outward like a tangle of tentacles trying to escape a plastic bag. If he was missing any organs, it was impossible to tell from where Stone stood. As with the previous scene, surprisingly little blood was present around either of the bodies. Stone swiped a hand through his hair and let his breath out. He dragged his gaze away from the bodies and focused on the whiteboard. He'd expected to see sigils, but once again Archie's crew had deviated from their usual game plan. Instead of scrawling them around the torso of a dismembered corpse, they'd drawn them in blood on the whiteboard, like some kind of macabre project assignment. There were quite a lot of them, more than at any of the other scenes Stone had viewed photos of. Was that because there were 2 bodies? From his vantage point, looking down into the tiered lecture hall, he saw no other sigils around the lab table or near the other body. Had the killers combined their invocation? Or was one of the bodies a red herring? Perhaps someone who'd arrived on the scene unexpectedly? Then he spotted them. There were more sigils than the ones on the whiteboard, but he hadn't noticed them immediately because they were on the ceiling above the bodies, scrawled in blood across the acoustical tiles. And they were all the same. Over and over, the same sigil, one he was well familiar with. Stone. He froze, rage warring with revulsion at Archie's latest salvo. This was bad. No, this was worse than bad. This was war. He didn't have much time left before his ring's energy failed and he'd have to power the disregarding spell himself. He pulled out his notebook and began sketching the sigils on the board as quickly as he could. There was no need to get any closer to the scene and risk attracting unwelcome attention. He could see what he needed to from here. The sigils were the key. He was sure of it. Archie was sending him a message, and he damn well better decipher it fast. He'd only gotten half of the scrawled symbols jotted down when a voice startled him from his focus. "Hey, who are you? Which team are you with?" He turned, startled to find himself facing a short, wiry guy in a shirt and tie. The guy squinted at him in suspicion, as if trying to figure something out. It was the spell. He wouldn't be able to get a good look, not through all that magic. But if Stone didn't do something fast to get rid of him and he got more suspicious, there was a non-zero chance he'd be able to punch through even the strongest spell. If that happened, he'd be in deep trouble. Time to go. "I was just leaving," he mumbled in his American accent. "Can I see your ID?" The man frowned, peering more closely. "Sorry." Stone spun away, ducking into the lecture hall. As soon as he was out of the man's sight, he cast another spell, fading into invisibility. When the man appeared in the doorway, looking around in confusion, Stone slipped out the way he'd come and hurried toward the closed exit door. Now the clock was ticking. His ring was nearly depleted, and he couldn't keep the invisibility spell going for longer than a minute or 2. Damn them, he'd only needed a couple more minutes to copy down the rest of the sigils and get the whole message. As it was now, he had to hope it was enough to get the point across. He reached the door and glanced over his shoulder. The man was back out in the hallway, but he was looking the other way toward the main entrance. Stone used another bit of magic to open the door, not wanting to leave any fingerprints on it, and let it swing shut behind him. He didn't drop the invisibility spell yet, but he'd have to soon. With luck, he could get out of there and be long gone before anybody figured out where he went, if they ever did at all. He'd made it only a short distance away before the back door slammed open and the wiry man appeared, his gaze darting back and forth. Now he had a uniformed cop with him. The cop had his gun out, scanning the area. Stone looked around fast, trying to find an avenue of escape. There weren't a lot of trees to hide behind here. At least he was standing on a walkway so he wouldn't leave footprints for them to trace. He could already feel the invisibility spell flickering as his ring's power flagged. If he didn't do something soon, it would drop and leave him standing there in full daylight. Damn you, Archie. Why the hell did you... Hang on. He smiled as a plan suddenly came to him. Why not kill 2 birds with one... Oh, never mind. The spell work would be tricky, but nothing he couldn't handle. He hurried over toward one of the few nearby trees and ducked behind it. With a flick of his mind, he dropped the invisibility spell and simultaneously cast 2 more. A levitation spell to lift him a few inches off the ground, and a powerful illusion. This illusion wasn't designed to hide him, though. More to the contrary, and if he did it just right, it might even lead to some unexpected benefits. When he floated from behind the tree and into view of the wiry cop and his uniformed partner, he appeared not as himself, but as a tall, thin figure in a long black coat, white shirt, and jeans with a pale, bony face. He grinned at the two cops. "You want to play, Archie? Let's play, then." "There he is!" yelled the wiry man, and the other cop brought his gun around. Stone's grin widened. He was sure on the mask he wore. It looked positively terrifying. He tweaked the illusion to emphasize the thin face's glowing red eyes and lifted up a little further, just to leave no doubt that he was, in fact, floating 2 feet off the ground. "What the hell is that?" the wiry man yelled. The uniformed cop was talking into his shoulder mic. He still had the gun trained on Stone, but his arms shook, and his eyes were huge. Stone spread his arms wide, then floated further upward. Time to go now. He couldn't afford to get cocky, or this whole thing could collapse on him. Give them a good look, and then get the hell out before they started taking shots at him or more backup arrived. He slipped behind a tree and recast his invisibility spell, this time powering it himself. Moving fast, he floated across the courtyard and onto the roof of another building nearby, ducking down below the roofline so they wouldn't be able to see him. Panting, heart thudding hard with fatigue and adrenaline, he dropped into a heap and finally let himself slump against an air conditioning unit. Despite the horrific things he'd seen, and despite the knowledge that Archie had indeed apparently declared open war on him, he couldn't help smiling. "You'll move, Archie." He did get a ticket. It fluttered under the BMW's windshield wiper as he arrived back at the parking lot after taking a few minutes on the roof to recover his strength. The other illegally parked cars had them too. He pulled it off and tossed it on the passenger seat. He thought about checking in at the department office to see if anybody had any updated information or rumors, but decided not to. He didn't want to answer the inevitable questions that would come up, given his past association with the police regarding the Bay Area butcher. He'd get the update tomorrow, or tonight on the news. Today he had more important things to do. As he drove through campus on his way out, he already saw more police presence, both on foot and in patrol cars. He wondered if they were fanning out in search of the thin stranger with the glowing red eyes. His message light was flashing when he got home. He plugged his mobile phone into the charger, grabbed a Guinness, and hit the button as he paced the kitchen. The first call was from a rather frantic-sounding Mortensen, asking him if he'd heard there'd been a double murder at the university. The second was a telemarketer, and the third was a reporter asking to talk with him about the Bay Area butcher case in light of the current murder. The last one, from less than half an hour ago, was a voice he didn't recognize. An older man. "Dr. Stone?" The voice was excited almost to the point of breathlessness. "My name is Simon Beale. I just got the message from Patricia at the Rosicrucian Library. I tried to call your cell phone, but there was no answer." A pause, as if he was getting his fervor under control. "Patricia tells me you might have some information about some ancient symbols I've been very interested in. Please call me back as soon as possible. I'm hoping very much that we can help each other." Chapter 40. Stone quickly grabbed a pen and jotted down the phone number, which had a Los Angeles area code. He was about to call Simon Beale back when his mobile chirped. He grabbed it, leaving it attached to the charger so it wouldn't die halfway through the conversation. "Yes, this is Stone." "Dr. Stone? This is Grace. Oh, thank the Lord." She, too, sounded breathless. "I heard on the radio that there was a murder at Stanford. I was worried that you were involved somehow, and then I couldn't reach you." Slow down, slow down. Suddenly everything was happening at once. "It's all right. I'm fine." "Do you know anything about the murder? Was it—" "Yes, and yes. Listen, Miss Ruiz, I can't talk right now. I need to call someone who might be able to help me shed some light on some things. Did you need anything else just now?
No, I just wanted to make sure you are all right.
Quite all right for the moment. Are you? Nothing new happened down there, did it?
No, I still need to pray about this. It's all been a lot to take in, but please let me know what's going on when you find out. Whether I like it or not, I don't think God wants me to give up on this.
Let's talk later, he said, impatient to call Beale back. Watch yourself, Miss Ruiz. I think things will start to happen fast now, so be careful. Stay at the church or your apartment, or at least don't go anywhere alone.
I will. You be careful, too. I'll pray for you.
He tossed the mobile aside and punched in Beale's number on his home phone. As he perched on one of the breakfast bar stools and shoved a pile of old papers out of the way to make room for his notebook, he realized his heartbeat had sped up. Would Beale finally have the answers he was looking for? Or at least something that might give him further insight? It was too much to hope for, but he still drummed his fingers impatiently as the line rang. Raider appeared from nowhere and leapt up on the counter, watching him from the other end. "Yes, hello," said a voice, the same one from the recording. "Mr. Beale, this is Alastair Stone. You left me a message."
Oh, yes.
The man sounded excited.
Dr. Stone, thank you so much for calling. When Patricia told me about your research, I could hardly believe my good fortune.
Well, I hope we can help each other.
Oh, no doubt we can. You'll have to forgive my excitement. This is a subject near and dear to my heart.
I spent years researching it, but reluctantly had to put it aside when all my avenues of inquiry dried up a couple of years ago.
To have something new show up out of the blue like this, it's remarkable.
I do hope so. Stone forced himself to keep his voice steady, the dispassionate tones of a scholar with no personal interest in the subject beyond the academic. Can you give me some idea what you've discovered, Mr. Beale? I'd very much like to compare notes with you, if that's possible. He gently shoved Raider off his notebook.
Beale chuckled. Try to keep me away, Dr. Stone. You say the word and I'll be on a plane for the Bay Area before you can say ancient demonic language.
Demonic language? Stone's hand tightened on the receiver. He hadn't mentioned anything about demons to Patricia.
Oh, yes. Didn't you know?
Beale sounded positively giddy.
Of course it's all hogwash, but I'm convinced the symbols represent some ancient culture's idea of a demonic tongue. And there's even a fascinating historical story around it that centers right around where you are.
What sort of fascinating story?
Oh, I'll give you all the details when I get there. I'll have to take care of a few things here today, but I can be there by tomorrow afternoon. Would that be acceptable?
More than acceptable, Mr. Beale. I'll clear my schedule.
Wonderful, wonderful.
There was a pause.
Dr. Stone, I was meaning to ask you, what's your interest in these symbols? I know what they've got up there at the Rosicrucian Library, and it's not the kind of thing you'd stumble on by accident just paging through books.
The specifics are a bit hard to explain. I'll tell you tomorrow when we meet. But Patricia did tell you what I do here, right?
She did. I think it's fascinating. In fact, I think I might have consulted with one of the other professors in your department. I don't remember her name, but she was an older woman with gray hair. A few years back. I'm afraid she wasn't very helpful, though, he added ruefully.
Not surprised, Stone thought, but didn't say. Right then, Mr. Beale. You've got my numbers. Best to call the mobile, as I'll probably be doing a bit of running around tomorrow. Let me know if you need me to pick you up at the airport.
If it wouldn't be any trouble, I'd be quite grateful, he said. Again, I do hope you won't think I'm too forward, but you can't possibly imagine how excited I am to finally see a possibility for my research to proceed.
Oh, I can imagine quite nicely, Mr. Beale. He'd barely hung up the phone before it rang again. Bloody hell, I'm not going to get anything done today at this rate. If it was another reporter, he'd have to start screening them. He hit the button. Stone.
Al?
It's Jason. I just heard on the news there were 2 more murders at Stanford. Are you okay? Of course. The story wouldn't be confined to the local area, not with a mounting heap of grisly details.
I'm fine, he said. They didn't have much on the broadcast, I heard, but they said they thought it was the same guy.
This is that case you were involved with, isn't it? Yes. Have you got anything new? Quite a lot, actually. Listen, Jason, I'm glad you called and grateful for your concern, but I need to be getting on with this. Please let Verity know everything's fine here. You sure you don't want us to come up? V went off on her trip, but she said she'd come back if you— No, it's fine, Stone reassured him. I've got a solid lead I'll be talking to tomorrow. Right now, I don't think there's anything you can do to help, but if that changes, I'll let you know. Al? Jason's tone took on a warning edge. No, Jason, this isn't just me trying to do everything myself. At this point, it's really more research than anything else. I'm trying to track down where this thing originated. I can't go after it until I know that. Anything I, or Stan, can do to help you get access to information? Maybe. I'm waiting to see if something I tried this morning will pan out, but if it doesn't, I'll get back to you. A pause. Okay. Be careful, Al. I know that's like telling a cat not to poke his nose into everything, but just try, okay? I'll do my best. By the way, how's the cat? We're getting on, he said, glancing up at where Raider crouched, watching him from atop his stack of papers. How's the girlfriend? Same, Jason said, with a grin in his voice. Talk to you later, Al. Stone spent the remainder of the afternoon with his notes from his trip to London, trying to decipher the incomplete message from the murder scene, while fending off a suddenly clingy Raider's attempts at ingratiation. Dodging incessant phone calls didn't make concentration come easily, though. He let them all go to the machine so he could screen them. He wished he could just turn the damn thing off for a couple of hours, but he didn't want to take the chance that someone he wanted to hear from would try to get in touch with him and fail. By 5 o'clock he'd made little progress on the sigils, but counted 2 messages from Mortensen. He'd finally called her back and told her he was fine. He knew about the murders and he couldn't talk right now, and hung up on her before she could respond. And 5 from various reporters who wanted his professional opinion on the situation. Discouraged, he took a break to turn on the evening news. As he expected, the murders were the top story. The reporters stood in front of the building where the victims had been found. By this time, most of the official vehicles were gone, but the door was still crisscrossed with crime scene tape, and police still headed back and forth in the background, and a small crowd still hovered off to either side of the scene. They didn't reveal much. The victims had been identified as a 24-year-old teaching assistant and a 19-year-old sophomore, but their names were being withheld pending notification of next of kin. The reporter stated the police had also not revealed the cause of death, but confirmed that sources close to the department, speaking on conditions of anonymity, have confirmed that aspects of the murder make them consistent with the so-called Bay Area butcher. Naturally, they said nothing about the tall, thin figure floating away from the scene. Stone would have been highly surprised if they had. The report ended with a canned clip from a police spokeswoman urging people to avoid being caught out alone at night, and a final statement from the reporter that university officials had made counselors available to any of the campus community who felt they needed to talk with someone. Stone flipped channels to another news show, which was broadcasting interviews with students and campus personnel. 2 young women were fearfully recounting how they'd walked past that very building the previous night. The phone rang. Great, not again. Probably more reporters wanting him to spout pointless speculations about the cause of the crimes. He let it ring 4 times, then pushed himself off the couch and trudged out to the kitchen in time to hear a male voice leaving a message. This is Captain Flores from the San Jose Police Department. We spoke recently. Please call me back at your earliest. Stone grabbed the receiver. Had his gambit paid off after all? Captain Flores, sorry, I've been getting a lot of unwanted calls today. What can I do for you? There was something odd in Flores's tone, a faint hint of hesitation or reluctance, as if he didn't really want to say what he'd called about. I assume you've heard about the latest murders? Bit hard to miss, given where I work. Yes, well, I wasn't going to do this. I still think I'm crazy for doing it, and what I'm about to tell you needs to be kept strictly confidential. Do you understand? Of course, Captain. Another pause. It wasn't our case, so we weren't on the scene, but I've heard some very strange reports coming out of the Palo Alto PD. Strange? Stone leaned back on the breakfast bar stool. Raider jumped up, and he idly scratched the cat's head. One of our officers spotted someone at the scene that he didn't recognize. When he confronted the man, he took off out the back door. The officer didn't get a good look at him. Interesting. Yeah. Their guy grabbed another officer, and the two of them went out the back after him. And that's when things get fucking weird, pardon my language. Indeed. Did they see something unusual? Stone forced himself not to smile, because he knew it would come through in his voice. At the time, he'd had no idea if his impromptu plan would work, but here they were. He scritched Raider a little more energetically and gave him a thumbs up. Flores let out a loud sigh. You could say that, yeah. They spotted the guy again, and this time they got a better look. They described him as tall and skinny, wearing a long black cowboy coat. He paused, and they said he had glowing red eyes. Glowing red eyes. Yeah, I didn't believe it either, but it gets weirder. They both claimed that while they watched, the guy grinned a big, wide, shit-eating grin at them, and then he lifted off the ground, floated into the trees, and disappeared. Stone didn't speak for a few seconds, giving it the appropriate amount of time to sink in. Disappeared, he said at last. Captain, are you certain that the officers weren't impaired in some way? Not a chance. Would have been a hell of a lot easier to explain away if they were. But their captain swears they're both solid, long-time members of the force with no reported issues. They were both spooked as hell, though. I see, Stone said. That's an interesting story, to be sure. But why are you calling me about it? I'm off the case, as I recall. You were quite adamant about that last time we spoke. Well, I'm thinking I might have been a bit hasty about that, Flores said. I'll be honest with you, Dr. Stone, we've got nothing on these murders, and that's pissing me off. The whole area's scared shitless, and I'm starting to get the feeling this guy's taunting us. Now he's killing them 2 at a time. What's next? 3 or 4 at a time? So, you're certain it's the same killer? Stone asked. Did they find the sigils at the scene? Were the bodies dismembered and drained of blood? Perhaps you're dealing with some sort of copycat. We're pretty sure. The Palo Alto guys have seen our photos, and they've sent theirs down here. Same MO, mostly, except these Vics weren't dismembered. Perhaps the guy didn't have time, I don't know. He paused again. You mentioned before that you were trying to figure out what those weird symbols meant. Did you have any luck? I did, he said. Just recently, in fact. I wanted to get a bit further along before I called you, but given the circumstances, what did you find? Nothing that will help you, I'm afraid. I believe your killer is using the skin and blood to create some sort of document, or series of documents. Most likely a ritual to invoke a demon of some sort. A demon? It's all quite ancient. The language is very old, and the sigils aren't precise. What about the missing organs? They're needed for the ritual to give the demon a physical body once it's been invoked. That wasn't quite the truth, of course, but it was close enough. And this floating guy. Do you have an explanation for him? I'm sorry, Captain, but I don't. Perhaps the killer employed some kind of hallucinogens. People don't just float away. Yeah, tell me about it. The captain sighed. Captain, would it be possible for me to see copies of the sigils I haven't seen yet? I'm particularly interested in the ones from today's murders, since they break the pattern. 2 victims, no dismemberment. That might signal a change in the killer's aims. Oh, by the way, were these new victims missing body parts? Pause. Yeah, one was missing his kidneys and the other his brain. The image of the man's yawing, blood-soaked skull cavity, like a salsa bowl at a zombie party, flashed across Stone's mind's eye. His brain. That seems a bit more difficult to accomplish. Well, he sure as hell accomplished it because it's missing. Flores sounded frustrated now. He sighed again. Yeah, I think I can arrange for you to see the photos. You'll have to come down here, though, and sign the standard papers. I'll leave them for you at the front desk. Just show your ID to the desk sergeant. I'll come tomorrow, Captain. Thank you. If I determine anything else, I'll pass it along. Thanks. And I'd appreciate it if you didn't tell anybody I called you. It will be our little secret, Captain. Stone sent the receiver to its cradle with a flick of telekinetic magic, then headed back to the couch, satisfied. Pretty much everything else was going to hell, but it looked like his little trick today had worked exactly as he'd hoped it would. At least he'd get a look at the rest of those sigils. Chapter 41. The next morning, the phone ringing jolted him from an uneasy sleep. He fumbled at the clock on his nightstand, displacing an indignant raider who'd curled up next to him. 7:30 a.m. Who would call him at such an ungodly hour? "Alastair, it's Edwina. I hope I didn't wake you. You know, damn bloody well you woke me." Morning, Edwina. What can I do for you?" He didn't care that his voice sounded like he'd been gargling razor blades. If you called this early, you took what you got and liked it. She was probably getting back at him for hanging up on her yesterday. "I just wanted to let you know that you don't need to come up today. They've decided to cancel classes for the day due to what happened. They're offering counseling to anybody who needs to talk to someone. We haven't heard anything official yet, but the rumors going around about the specifics of the murder are quite grisly." All right, thanks for letting me know." "Of course you knew my first class wasn't until 1 today, so you could have walked over here and told me that and still made it on time." "You were lucky you took the day off yesterday. It was a madhouse up here with all the police blockades and extra traffic. It took me almost half an hour just to get away from campus." Stone rolled over on his back with a sigh. Edwina was almost never chatty. Why the hell did she decide to change that at an hour when sane people should still be asleep? "Yes, I suppose I am." There was a pause. When she spoke again, her usual brisk tones had been replaced with something more uncertain. "I must admit I'm a bit frightened by all of this. To have the murderer strike right here on campus, and it sounds as if the police are no closer to catching him than they have been." Raider stretched, yawned, then climbed onto Stone's chest and settled into a loaf, watching him with big green eyes. "I think I liked you better under the armoire," he thought, but nonetheless didn't shove him off. "I wouldn't worry about it, Edwina, honestly. The odds of being attacked, even by someone like this, are fairly astronomical against. Just don't wander about alone. You'll be fine." He added before he thought, "If you need an escort to your car and I'm around, just let me know." Her tone softened. "Thank you, Alastair. I appreciate that. But you shouldn't be wandering around on your own, either. So far, all the victims have been men. Obviously, this killer has no trouble overpowering his victims." "I don't plan on taking any chances." He rolled over, once again dislodging Raider. "Anyway, thanks for calling, Edwina. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm going back to sleep." He hung up and regarded Raider. It would be tasteless to call it a stroke of good fortune that he didn't have to go into work today, but given that he still needed to pick up the photos from the San Jose Police Department and finish his research at the Rosicrucian Library, not to mention that he expected to hear from Simon Beale sometime this afternoon, it certainly made things more convenient. He wondered what time Beale would be in. Much as he hated to drag himself out of bed this early, he probably should get on with it. Archie, he suspected, didn't sleep. He listened to the news channel on the radio on the way down to San Jose an hour later, picking his way through the stop-and-go commute traffic down 101. The Stanford killings were still the top story, which was a good thing. It meant Archie and company hadn't stepped out for another round of murder and mayhem the previous night. The reports didn't say much they hadn't already said. Stone had long since discovered that American newsreaders were great at recycling the same message in 27 different flavors when they didn't have anything new to report, which was annoying to anyone trying to follow the story. They did release one bit of new information, though. Police were looking for a possible person of interest in the case. A tall, thin, pale man last seen wearing jeans, a white shirt, and a long, black, cowboy-style coat. For once, Stone was glad for the heat of the summer, which meant he'd left his own long black coat at home. The last thing he needed was for someone to ignore the cowboy part and mistake him for the suspect, especially since he was planning to walk right into the police station as soon as he made it to San Jose. Picking up the photos was easier than he expected. All he had to do was give his name and show his ID. He signed the proper forms, and the bored-looking morning desk sergeant handed over a sealed manila envelope with "Stone" scrawled on it in Sharpie, with barely a polite nod before going back to his own stack of files and morning newspaper. Stone's mobile phone buzzed as he was heading back out. He picked up his pace and got outside before the third ring. "Yes?" "Dr. Stone?" Beale's cheerful, bouncy tones came through the tiny speaker. "This is Simon Beale. Is that offer to pick me up at the airport still on the table?" "Absolutely. Are you already here?" "My flight is boarding any minute now, and I should be at SFO by 11. Stone glanced at his watch. 9:30. Getting down here had taken him a while, and getting all the way up to SFO would take even longer. So much for going to the Rosicrucian Library. But if luck was with him, his conversation with Beale was much more likely to prove productive. "Give me the airline and flight number. I'll be waiting." "Oh, excellent. Thank you so much. I'll be staying at the Royal Crest Hotel in Palo Alto. Overnight, at least. Longer if it turns out we can be of significant help to each other." "I hope we can. I'll be waiting, Mr. Beale." "Oh, please call me Simon. I'll see you soon." Stone wondered how he'd recognize Simon Beale, since he'd neither asked for a description nor provided one of himself. But it turned out he needn't have worried. The man stood out from the morning crowd of tourists and tech workers like a stripper at a revival meeting. The first descriptive word that came to Stone's mind when he spotted the old man was elfin. He was perhaps 5'5", with a sprightly spring in his step, a full head of silver-white hair, and a deep, leathery tan. He wore the kind of tweed jacket sported by every cliché of an academic ever described, complete with suede elbow patches, brown pants with cuffs, and polished brown wingtips. He carried an old-fashioned accordion-fold leather briefcase stuffed so full that it seemed as if it should be too heavy for him, but he appeared to have no trouble managing it. Stone waited for him to separate from the deplaning crowd, then stepped forward. Beale paused, scanning the area a bit owlishly. His bright-eyed gaze settled for a moment on Stone and then moved on. "Mr. Beale?" Beale jumped as his attention focused back on Stone, taking in his black Addicts t-shirt, jeans, and Doc Martens. "Oh, Dr. Stone. I'm so sorry. I thought you'd be older." "Yes, I get that a lot." Stone gave him an encouraging smile and reached out his hand. "Shall I take that for you? I assume you've got a checked bag." Beale jerked the case back as if Stone had just tried to wrench it from his grasp, then grinned self-consciously. "Oh, no. I'm sorry. I hope you'll understand. No offense intended, but I never let this thing out of my hands." He held it up. "This represents about 10 years' work, so I'm a bit protective of it. And yes, I do have a check bag." His grin widened and he chuckled. "I'd be happy to let you carry that for me if you're so inclined." They picked up Beale's bag, an old-fashioned, hard-sided thing that looked almost as elderly as he did, and were soon headed back down 101 toward Palo Alto. Beale kept his briefcase nestled protectively between his legs as he settled back in his seat. "So," he said, "I'm very interested to hear about how you came to be researching these symbols, Dr. Stone. They're quite obscure. Apart from Patricia, I thought perhaps I was the only living person in the world who even knew about them, let alone cared. I don't know how much it's been in the news in Los Angeles, but perhaps you might have heard of a recent series of murders in this area." Beale's eyes widened. "The so-called Bay Area Butcher? Oh, yes, of course I've heard." He shuddered. "I heard they even had one at your campus yesterday. Scary stuff by the sound of it. But what's that got to do with an ancient forgotten language?" "The police think the murder is associated with the occult in some way. So one of the detectives called me in as an expert a short time back. All the murder scenes so far have included various inscriptions written in those sigils, so my research has been focused on trying to decipher them, in a hope that they might reveal something about the murderer's motives. Beale's expression of astonished surprise was almost comical on his cheerful, tanned face. "You can't be serious! Someone is committing murders and leaving these symbols at the scene? Have you had any success in translating them?" Not yet," Stone said. He didn't want to reveal anything until after he'd heard Beale's take on the matter, especially since he suspected the old man would probably hound him unmercifully to share his sources. Researchers, especially those who were fanatical about obscure subjects, tended to get like that when presented with the possibility of new reference material. Starving lions with fresh deer carcasses would be easier to discourage. That's why I was so glad when Patricia mentioned your research. You're a member of the Rosicrucian Order, yes? Oh, yes. Have been for years, though to be honest I haven't really had any involvement with it for a long time. He clutched the handles of his briefcase. But this is fascinating. Do you realize what it implies? Stone glanced over. What's that? Well, I just mentioned that I thought I was the only person in the world who was interested in this language. Now, in less than 2 days, I've come upon not just one but 2 others. You and this horrible murderer. He raised impish eyebrows. Unless, of course, you're the murderer, Dr. Stone, perhaps I should be concerned. You should never get into cars with strange men, Mr. Beale, Stone replied in the same amused tone. But no, I'm not the murderer. I've got solid alibis, and besides, I didn't even know about these symbols until the police showed them to me. But then I could say the same about you, couldn't I? Beale chuckled. I'm hardly the bloodthirsty type. But you're welcome to keep an eye on me for signs of nefarious behavior. I plan to do that, Stone assured him. But for now, I'd very much like to get started. How long will you need to get settled in? Oh, I can do that later. We can get started now if you like. If you don't mind dropping me off at my hotel later today. Absolutely. Classes were cancelled today due to yesterday's event, so we can go up to campus, if that's all right. My place is a bit small to spread out. Perfect, Beale said. Stone drove up to the Stanford campus. Though it was considerably lighter on traffic than usual due to the cancellation of classes, cars and students still choked the roads. He parked near a small library with a series of large private study rooms and led Beale inside to one of them. I'll be along in a moment. I need to make a couple of quick phone calls. Once the door was closed behind Beale, he pulled out his mobile phone and called Flores at the San Jose Police Department. Captain, thank you for the photos. I plan to take a look at them today. I know I signed something promising not to show them to anyone else, but I found an expert on the language depicted in the sigils. Is it all right if I show them to him? Yeah, that's fine. I didn't give you the crime scene photos, just the symbols, so it should be okay. And let me know what you find. I will. Thank you, Captain. Next, he called Jason. There was no answer, so he left a message. Jason, you said you wanted to help with my little problem up here. Can you check with Stan and see if either of you can track down what happened to the old box I described before, the one connected with the Dennis Avila suicide? My sources up here aren't getting anywhere, and I really need to locate it. Thanks. When he went back inside the room, Beale had his case open and was spreading out a series of notebooks, stacks of clipped paper, and books across the table's roomy surface. He caught glimpses of diagrams, including sigils similar to those at the murder scenes. Beale looked up. Everything okay? He asked brightly. Ready to dive in? I am, but a question first. Yes? You mentioned on the phone that you have a fascinating historical story to tell me. About something that happened around here, I think you said. I'd like to hear that story first. Oh! Beale's eyes lit up like a kid who'd just been given the key to a combination toy and candy shop. He actually wriggled a bit in his chair. Yes, I don't think it's relevant to your murders, but it's very interesting nonetheless, in a fanciful sort of way. Very sensational. Remember, I told you before that some people thought the language was demonic in origin. My story has to do with a demon who might have used it. Chapter 42. Stone forced himself to keep his expression neutral except for a skeptical eyebrow raise, but it wasn't easy. A demon. Yes, hold on, let me find the details so I don't get them wrong. Beale waved him to a chair and began rifling through his papers and books. Here we go. According to what I have of the story, it happened somewhere in the 1870s, up near Milpitas. I don't have nearly as much detail as I'd like, mind you, but apparently this demon appeared in the area and began corrupting the local citizens. He pointed at one of the papers. If this can be believed, it even managed to get its hooks into a prominent clergyman who it recruited to help it subvert the flock. May I see that? Beale pushed the page across the table. This went on apparently for several months. Perversion, unexplained grisly murders, torture, missing children, and then it just stopped. That's the part I'm particularly interested in, but I probably won't ever find out the real story. The rumor of what happened is even more fanciful, that another priest, an underling of the one under the demon's influence, began to suspect something was up, and combined forces with another man who was said to possess magical powers. Together they vanquished the demon and sent it back to hell. Magical powers, Stone said. He didn't look up from the paper he was examining. I know, you have to understand. Well, of course, you understand, given your area of expertise, that people believed in magic back then, and a lot of them were fairly suggestible. Of course, there wasn't a demon at all. My working theory is that the corrupted priest had some sort of profound mental illness, and the other priest and his accomplice with magic powers simply lured him out somewhere, killed him, and buried him where no one would find him. He shrugged. But, as I said, we'll probably never know. I found run writing that claims a priest's friend wrote up an account of how they vanquished the demon, and passed it to his own son, who then passed it on to his son. At that point, though, it disappeared. The rumor was that he hid it in a place where only magic could find it. Which is to say, he never really did it at all. He finished with a grin. What probably happened, if such an account ever existed, was that it was lost when the grandson was called back to Europe and perished in a shipwreck on the way. Keep the masses guessing, Dr. Stone, the first rule of getting away with anything. Anyway, that's my little story. Shall we get started? I'd love to see your research, and I'm sure you're just as interested in mine. Yes, of course. Stone lost track of the time as he and Beale produced and compared the fruits of their research. Stone started by showing Beale the sigils from the crime scene photos. All but the ones that featured his name and the ones from the most recent murders, laying them out on the table in chronological order. What do you make of them? He asked. It would be a good test of Beale's bona fides. He should be able to translate at least some of the symbols if he'd truly been researching them for years. The old man examined them for several minutes, sorted through a sheaf of his own papers and an old book, then jotted something down on a notepad. Well, he said at last, I can never be completely sure, of course, but the gist of these messages seems to be that the writer is trying to summon a particular demon, and he's gathering something together to help him do it. I can't quite make out what he's gathering, something from the bodies, perhaps. I shall be able to give you more if I have more time to compare these against my reference materials. His eyes widened. Oh, my! When I told you the story about the demon, I just meant it to be an interesting little side anecdote. But could it be possible the murderer actually knows something about the legend? It's certainly sounding that way, Stone said. Have you got anything else on it? Anything at all? And also, can you tell me where you got this information? If you got it from there, then it's possible the murderer did too. The story is actually why I got interested in the language in the first place, Beale said. I found some papers in a special collection the Rosicrucians maintain, a collection that's not available to the general public. The original magician, along with his son and grandson, were all members of the Order. Do you have names? Anything in the records about them? Beale rifled through his papers again. The original man's name was Robert Goodwin. His son was also Robert, and the grandson was Thomas. Aside from the stories about the business with the demon, not much is known of Robert Sr.
Robert Jr. apparently led a dull and respectable life, since I haven't found anything written about him other than his name in the list of order membership. Thomas was one of the financial backers of the Rosicrucian Museum in San Jose, but there were a lot of those. The interest in Egyptian lore and artifacts was quite high back in the early part of the 20th century.
"Any descendants?" Stone asked. He struggled to keep his voice dry, as if these were nothing more than vaguely interesting bits of information he was asking about.
No, he never married.
By the few accounts I've seen, he was a bit of an odd duck. He was quite devoted to his work, and more than one rumor hints that he might have been homosexual, which is a reasonable explanation for his lack of marriage. As I said, he was killed shortly after the museum was built, lost in a shipwreck when he was called to Europe for some urgent business. "So you think he took this document with him?" Stone asked.
No idea.
"It was never mentioned. It could have gone down with him or been lost to the mists of time, as often happens when someone dies without leaving heirs. Most of his assets went to the Order, I believe, but I never found any evidence of it when I lived here and was doing my research." He smiled and sorted a series of clipped-together stacks of paper, shoving one across the table. "This is all very interesting, but not very scholarly, I'm afraid. I was hoping to spend a bit more time on the structure of the language. This is everything I have on the Goodwin family and the demon story. There might be a few more bits and pieces you might find interesting or useful. You're welcome to make a copy for your own use, but I wonder if we might get back to—"
"Of course," Stone said.
"You'll have to forgive me. Right now I'm more focused on the murders than on studying the sigils for academic purposes. But you've certainly given me some things to think about, so I'll take you up on that and study these later. In fact, we might be able to combine our two areas of interest to start with, if you don't mind." He produced the last crime scene photo, the one from the Stanford murders. "This is the most recent collection of sigils from the murders yesterday. I just got them this morning, and I haven't had a chance to examine them closely yet. Perhaps you might have some insight." Beale took the photo and studied it.
He said after a few minutes. "This is very interesting indeed. Some of it is similar to the others, but this whole section here is different."
"Exactly," Stone said. "I'd already worked out the basic thrust of the others. I came to the same conclusion you did, but this new bit doesn't have much in common with those. I was planning to spend the day studying it when you called me this morning." Beale held up a finger.
Shh, please give me a little time. Ooh, this is fascinating. If you wouldn't mind—"
"I'll shut up and leave you alone," Stone said, chuckling. He was no stranger to the demeanor of every academic who'd suddenly been presented with an interesting puzzle in his field of study. "Just let me know if you get anything." He pulled the sheaf of papers Beale had given him closer and began reading. He'd gotten through a careful perusal of about half the pages when Beale put his pen down.
"Very interesting."
"You've got something?" Stone leapt up and hurried around the table.
"Yes, I think so. Some of it doesn't make any sense to me, but perhaps it will to you."
He pointed at the part Stone had recognized from the previous scenes.
"This is the same sort of message. Gathering together something for the bodies, part of the whole, invoking something. But this—"
He pointed at the new section.
"This makes it sound as if he's completed what he was doing. Again, it's very imprecise, but something like, 'Now the body is complete, I can begin my true work without further interruption.' Something like that. And then this bit here says something like, 'You won't be able to hide from me, and your life will feed my workings.'"
He shook his head.
"I'd swear he's referring to a particular person rather than some generic enemy, but I don't see any names in here that indicate who he's talking about. Do you? Have I missed something, or are there bits you haven't shown me? Regardless, he's quite emphatic in his words."
Stone stared at the sigils, gripping the back of Beale's chair. So the last two body parts were the end. Archie had what he needed to complete his earthly body. And now that he was here, or would be here soon, it was no mystery to Stone about who he was referring to in the next stage in his plans. Beale's demon legend had better contain the key he was looking for, because Archie was coming for him, and he needed to be ready for it. Or, even better, get to Archie before the demon got to him. Chapter 43. Stone finally managed to excuse himself 2 hours later, citing appointments he needed to keep. Beale seemed content to chatter on about his findings on the language, his research into its possible origins, and other related topics that Stone had to fight hard not to nod off in the middle of. He didn't care about Beale's ideas regarding where the language came from and what its purpose might be. He already knew that, and every minute he didn't spend trying to track Archie down was one more minute the demon would have to solidify his plans. He dropped Beale off at his hotel around 3 p.m. "I'll be here for at least tonight," the old man said. "Possibly longer, if you think we can get any further with our collaboration." He gripped Stone's hand and shook it vigorously. "Thank you so much, Dr. Stone. Oh, you don't know how happy you've made me with your help. I was very much afraid my research had reached a dead end, and now here you come like a little gift from the gods to spur me on my way. If I can be of any further help to you in trying to trace your murderer, please don't hesitate to ask. I'll stay as long as I need to." "Thank you, Mr. Beale. I appreciate it. For now, if you think of anyone else who might have shown any interest in this language, perhaps someone who contacted you in the past or others you've run across in your search, please let me know." Despite his lack of interest in listening to Beale prattle on about his scholarly findings, he didn't feel entirely comfortable leaving the man on his own. But there was no helping it. He couldn't exactly ward the hotel room against Archie and his minions. He'd just have to do his best to get what he needed from Beale and get him out of the area as fast as possible. "Of course I will." Stone couldn't get away fast enough after that, and he was already making phone calls as he drove off. His first call was to Eddie Monckton at the library in London. He left a message and figured he wouldn't hear back until tomorrow, as it was past 11 p.m. there. But Eddie returned his call as he was pulling into his driveway 20 minutes later. "What's up?" he asked. "I'm guessing it's important if you're calling this late." "It is. Can you do me a favor? I need to know what, if anything, you have in your records about a family called Goodwin. Robert Sr. and Jr. and Thomas around the late 19th and early 20th centuries in California. Robert Sr., at least, was likely a mage. Possibly all three of them were. They were also members of the Rosicrucian Order, and they were connected with a legend about a demon who corrupted a local priest. Robert Sr. and another priest supposedly dealt with the demon that was corrupting the local population. Can you do that for me?" "Sure. I'll put a rush on it for you. Where'd you hear this?" "Chap named Simon Beale, who's quite interested in the language we were looking at, and has been for quite some time. See if you've got anything on him, too." "You got it, mate. I'll call you tomorrow morning whether I find anything or not." "Thanks, Eddie." Stone headed inside, wishing once again that Stefan Kalinsky hadn't picked this time to go on one of his rare extended information-gathering missions. This was the kind of problem that was made for Kalinsky's extensive research network. But there was no helping it. He couldn't even call the shop and leave voicemail, because while Kalinsky did reluctantly deign to own a telephone, which he almost never used, he drew the line at modern amenities like answering machines and voicemail. If he wanted to reach him, he had to make an effort. His next call was to St. Joseph's Church, where he inquired about Grace Ruiz. He had to wait a few minutes, but eventually she came on the line. "Miss Ruiz, Alastair Stone." "Dr. Stone, are you all right? I've been worried about you." "I'm fine, making some progress. I just wanted to make sure you were still all right. No strange incidents or odd feelings?" "No, nothing. Everything's been fine here, Dr. Stone. I've been praying over what happened, asking God to give me some guidance about what I should do. And, well, I want to help you. I think you're doing the right thing. I still don't understand how you do what you do, but I know whatever you're up against is definitely evil, so I want to help." "There isn't anything you can do at this point, Miss Ruiz. I'll let you know if that changes." Her tone took on a firmer edge. "Don't brush me aside, Dr. Stone. Please. You don't have to do this alone." "I'm not brushing you aside, I promise. I'll keep your offer in mind. I may take you up on it, but not just yet." "Can you tell me what's going on? What progress have you made?" I think perhaps after these last murders, the demon has gathered all the bits it needs to construct a corporeal body. This thing was around before, and apparently a priest and someone else with abilities like mine dealt with it, and buried its heart in a box on holy ground to keep it from reconstructing itself. I'm trying to track down a document that explains how they did it. Do you know the name of the priest? I could check the records here and see if there's any mention of him. That wasn't a bad idea at all. Hang on, he said, already digging through his briefcase for the papers Beale had given him. Let me see if it's listed. He scanned them quickly and found what he was looking for on the second page. The corrupted priest's name was Father George Maltby. The priest who helped deal with him was Father David Eustace. You might also look up a Robert Goodwin. He wasn't clergy, but he might have had some connection. I'll do that, and call you back if I find anything. What are you going to do next? I got some new information from an expert I found, someone who'd been studying the same language used for the sigils around the bodies. I'm hoping it will help me locate the document I was talking about. Okay, give me your word, Dr. Stone. You'll call me if I can help. I will, I promise. Must go now, though. Be careful. Stone got himself a Guinness and stretched out on the couch with Beale's document, squinting to read the old man's precise but cramped handwriting. Raider appeared from nowhere, hopped up onto the coffee table, and watched him, his tail wrapped around his flank. Unfortunately, the document didn't contain much that seemed useful, at least on the surface. It talked a bit about the family, describing their early history, their connection with the Rosicrucians and the Masons, and mentioned rumors swirled that all three of the Goodwins had been secretly involved in practicing hermetic magic. It included a crudely drawn depiction of the family crest. Beale might be a crack researcher, but he wasn't an artist, with a motto below it. In hoc signo vincit, under this sign thou shalt conquer. With this sign being the cross. All very fitting for the time, but none of it helpful in getting him closer to finding Thomas's hidden document. Was the answer in here somewhere? Was there even an answer? If the elder Robert Goodwin's account of how he and Father Eustace dealt with the demon was so important to him, Thomas had probably taken it with him when he returned to Europe. It had probably rotted away long ago at the bottom of the sea. But still, Thomas hadn't expected to be gone that long. He'd been called away suddenly to deal with some legal issue related to an inheritance. But according to Beale's notes, he'd planned to be gone only a few days. That meant it was equally likely, or perhaps just wishful thinking on Stone's part, that he'd hidden it someplace. Especially if he himself was a mage. Beale's document mentioned it being hidden away where only someone with magical abilities could find it. But if it had been concealed using warding or illusion magic, the spell's potency would have waned years ago. Unless... Stone leapt off the couch, startling Raider, and began pacing. Barely aware of what he was doing, he spoke aloud, addressing the puzzled cat. Magic was stronger back in those days. I wonder, was there a family home? What if it was on a ley line? If they were accomplished mages, they might have been able to create something that could still be in effect. He was personally acquainted with the precedent. His own home back in England was surrounded by powerful wards that no longer had to be refreshed, as the 3 ley lines on which the house sat powered them perpetually. Teleportation portals worked the same way. Most mages wouldn't expend the energy necessary to make a smaller spell permanent. Most of them didn't even have the ability to do so. But, for something so important, they might have made an exception. He picked Raider up and stared triumphantly into his green eyes. And they were Rosicrucians, so I might even be able to find out where they lived. It's worth checking out anyway, he said. Keep your fingers, paws, whatever, crossed. He pulled out his phone and called Patricia at the Rosicrucian library. When she answered, he said, Patricia, I need a favor. Alastair, is that you? Sorry, yes, it's me. I need you to look something up for me. You lot keep records on old members, right? How old? Patricia sounded confused, trying to keep up with Stone's manic enthusiasm. Early part of the 20th century? She blew air through her teeth. Possibly. What kind of records are you looking for? Anything you've got, but especially a home address. Maybe. If you're talking about someone local anyway. I'm sure the Order has records on its members, but... local, yes. Right around this area. Give me the details and I'll see what I can come up with. It might take a bit of time, though. I'm sure it's not in our computer system, so I'll have to dig through the archives. Please, Patricia, it's very important. She took down the names as he gave them to her. All right. I'll call you back as soon as I have something. Say, did you ever connect with Mr. Beale? I did. Were you able to help each other? More than I hoped, he said. Thank you so much for everything. I'll talk to you soon. Restless and impatient for something to happen, he burned off some excess energy by attending to a few mundane tasks, cleaning and refilling Raiders' food and water dishes, clearing some of the clutter on the breakfast bar, and excavating the refrigerator for leftovers that threatened to morph into science projects. When the phone rang again 45 minutes later, he nearly pounced on it. Yes? Al? Jason. That wasn't the voice he'd expected to hear. Jason, how are you? Good. I have some info for you about that box. He froze. You do? Oh, that's brilliant. Do you know where it is? Yeah, Stan called in a few favors with the police up there to find out where it ended up. You owe him a beer. I'll buy him a bloody case of beer next time I see him. Where is it? San Jose State. They handed it off to one of their anthropology professors for analysis before they figure out what to do with it. Far as they know, she's still got it. Name is Dr. Nancy Ocampo. Stone pumped his fist and shot Raider a fierce grin. Thank you, Jason. I'll buy you a case of beer, too. Be careful, Al, and if you need help, call. I'll figure out a way to get away. I appreciate it, and I'll keep it in mind. Take care. He hung up and immediately punched in Maria Alvarez's office number. He had no idea if she'd be on campus today since she didn't have to teach, but knowing her, she was probably still working. To his relief, she answered. Yes? Hello? Maria, it's Alastair. Remember that box I was looking for? The one with the religious carvings on it? Yes. Listen, I'm sorry, but I haven't had any luck. That's all right. I have. I know where it is. You do? How did you... Friends in odd places. Listen, Maria, I need an enormous favor. It's at San Jose State with someone called Dr. Nancy Ocampo. I need to see that box and the cross that was inside it. I don't need it for long, but it's very important. Do you think there's any chance you could use your professional credentials to persuade her to let you borrow it for a day or so, as an academic favor? There was a pause. Why is this so important? You sound like it's a life-or-death thing. How can an old relic dug up from a construction site be that important? Stone took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. Maria, I can't exactly tell you. Will you trust me? You know I wouldn't ask if I didn't have a good reason. I know you wouldn't ask if you weren't chasing some weird occult puzzle. It is sort of that, yes, he admitted. So, will you do it? Do you know this, Dr. Ocampo? I've met her a couple of times at academic functions. She sighed. I'll see what I can do, she said after a moment. But if I can get it, I'm not going to let you run off with it. You'll have to do whatever studying you need to do at my office. I'm not risking my reputation by letting it out of my sight. That's fine, he said quickly. It might not end up being fine if there was something specific about the box that he'd need in order to deal with Archie, but that was a bridge he could cross if it became an issue. Thanks, Maria, you're the best. Call me if you manage to get anywhere. Any time. His mobile phone buzzed in his pocket. Damn it, when it rings it pours. Must go now. Talk to you soon. He hung up before she could say anything else and pulled out the cell, checking the number on the display. It was Patricia. Patricia, did you get it? He realized he sounded more than a bit crazed, but things were finally starting to come together after a long period of frustration. She seemed taken aback by his fervor. Yes, I did. I couldn't find any Robert Goodwin in the rolls from the time period, but Thomas was there. She gave him the address.
That's not too far from here. Does that help?
We'll see if it does. Stone jotted it down. Thanks, Patricia.
Are you ever going to tell me what this is all about? It sounds intriguing.
Maybe, after I've sorted it out. Talk to you later. He hurried upstairs to his study and dug out a map of San Jose. The address Patricia had given him, he discovered after shoving Raider off the map 3 times, was in the Rose Garden area, one of the oldest neighborhoods in the city. It was also, as it happened, the same area where the Rosicrucian Museum was located. That couldn't be a coincidence. Waving a hand, he brought over another large book from a shelf on the other side of the room. He flipped through it until he found the page he wanted and compared it against the location he'd found on the map. Yes! A ley line ran directly through the area occupied by Goodwin's former home. Sure, it was a minor one, but that was all it took. The same ley line ran through the spot where the Rosicrucian Museum was located, less than a mile away. This supported his original theory that Thomas had somehow hidden the documents in the museum itself, but given the time frames, it wouldn't work. The bulk of the museum hadn't even been finished until a couple of years after the shipwreck that had killed Thomas. Plus, he'd been over most of it with magical sight while looking for anything interesting among the library's collection and the artifacts, and aside from the few books he'd spotted, nothing had shown up. So the house was the best bet. He tapped on the map with his pen, staring off into space as he formulated a plan. He'd need to get inside that house, but he doubted the current residents would take too kindly to some random stranger showing up. Yes, I need to inspect your home for secret areas concealed with magic that contain the instructions for getting rid of a demon. Shouldn't take long. Probably not. Maybe he'd be lucky and the place would be for sale, but given how things had been going for him so far with this investigation, he doubted it. He tapped Raider, who'd sprawled out across half the map, gently on the nose with the end of the pen. Well, Raider, sounds like it's time for a bit of breaking and entering. Chapter 44. On a hunch, Stone called Grace Reese. He resisted the impulse at first. The last thing he wanted to do was get her involved with this, and of course he didn't plan to take her along when he broke into the Goodwin house, but finally did it because she was the only person in the area, aside from himself, who actually knew what was going on. Plus, he'd given his word he wouldn't shut her out. Too many times before, he'd tried to do things alone, either to protect his friends or because he didn't want to take the time to explain things to them, and too many times they'd gone wrong in ways that probably wouldn't have been as bad if he'd swallowed his pride and let someone help him. Maybe it was possible for a stubborn old dog to learn a new trick or two. Besides, while Raider was a great listener, he was a lousy conversationalist. He found her when he called the church, and she agreed to meet him for dinner at a diner not far from there. "It's easier if we talk before I go home," she said. "That way I don't have to explain it to Abuelita." When he arrived, pausing in the doorway to look around, he spotted her in a back booth. "I've been worried about you," she said, when he slid in across from her. "You've been on my mind today. I keep getting the feeling you're about to do something dangerous." "That's probably because I am," he said. "It's got to be done now. There's too much at stake, and I've got to stop Archie. He's taunting me now. Those last 2 murders at Stanford were a warning." "A warning? To you?" "Yes. He left a message there aimed directly at me, and I'm also convinced that he's ready to move into the second phase of whatever his plan is. These murders gave him the last 2 bits he needed to finish creating his corporeal body." Grace pondered. "Doesn't that make him less dangerous, though? And more vulnerable?" Stone hadn't considered that. "I doubt it makes him less dangerous, but you might have a point. At least, until he completes whatever he was ultimately trying to do, we might have a window of opportunity when he can't spy on us. I'm sure he's still got considerable power, even in a physical body, though. We can't underestimate him." She nodded. "So what's this dangerous thing you're going to do? And can I help with it?" "Bit of a long story," he said. "Have you got time?" "Yes. I hate lying to Abuelita, but
I already called her to let her know I'd be home late. She's got to accept at some point that I'm an adult, she added, smiling ruefully. She's not really good at that.
Yes, I've noticed.
The waitress came by, and he waited until after they'd ordered and she'd headed off again before beginning his story. He told her about the murders, about his meeting with Simon Beale, and about what he'd discovered regarding the Goodwins and their local home. "Did you find out anything about the Goodwins or either of the two priests?" he asked. "Nothing about the Goodwins. I found references to Father Eustace, but nothing very interesting. He was a priest in the Milpitas area around the time you said." "What about Father Maltby, and what might have been going on with the locals or the demon?" "That's the odd thing," she said. "I couldn't find anything about him either. If he was in charge of the work they were doing in that area, there should have been references to him. But it's almost like they completely deleted him from the records."
"That's not so odd," he said. "I'm guessing if they have accounts of it at all, they're probably stored someplace it's not easy to get to. I doubt they want stories of demonic influence getting around."
"I might be able to find out more if I check with some of the other fathers," she said. "But it's risky. I'll have to tell them why I'm looking for it."
Stone shook his head. "No, don't do that. No point in dragging anyone else into this mess, especially if they can't help."
"You still didn't answer my question, though," she pointed out. "What are you planning to do?"
"I need to get inside the old house that used to belong to the Goodwin family. I'm convinced that if the documents about what they did to deal with Archie last time still exist, that's where they're hidden."
"How are you going to do that? You aren't planning to explain to the people who live there what you're doing, are you? They'll never believe you."
"I'm not planning to explain anything to anyone," he said carefully. She stared at him, then glanced around the immediate vicinity and lowered her voice.
"You're going to break in?"
"Do you have a problem with that?"
"Yes," she said, but held up her hand when he started to respond. "But this is more important than that, I think. If you need to get hold of that stuff to find him, then—" She trailed off, then met his gaze again. "How will you do it?"
"I'm going out there later tonight after it's dark. I'm hoping whoever lives there is out, but if they aren't, I've got ways of making sure they don't notice me."
"I want to help," she said, her voice and expression both full of resolve.
"Ms. Ruiz—"
"No, Dr. Stone." She shook her head. "I can help you. You know I can. I'm not going to break into any houses, but I can help you watch for threats. You know I can feel these things when they're around, and if they show up, I can help you fight them, or at least make them leave."
She took a deep breath.
"Like I told you, I've been thinking and praying about this ever since I saw you yesterday. If God has given me these abilities, I'm not going to question him."
Stone was about to answer when his phone buzzed. "Hold on a moment," he told her, and pulled it out.
"Yes?"
"Dr. Stone? Simon Beale here."
Stone frowned. Why would Beale be calling him now?
"Mr. Beale, what can I do for you?"
"I just wanted to let you know that I was going through my research and discovered a few more references that mention the demon legend. I thought you might like to see them, since you seem to be most interested in that facet."
Could it be that things were finally starting to come together? "I'd very much like to see them, Mr. Beale. Can we meet tomorrow? I've got a lead on where I might possibly find Thomas Goodwin's papers, and I plan to follow up on it tonight."
"Indeed?"
Beale's voice was full of eagerness.
"Oh my, how exciting! Where?"
"I can't say right now. I promised my source I wouldn't reveal it."
Of course, I understand. Sources can be so skittish sometimes. But I do hope you'll consider sharing the information if you find it. Even though my research is focused more on the language itself than fanciful legends, every bit can help."
"It's a bit of a long shot," Stone said, "but if I get anything interesting, I'll certainly share it. Shall I come by your hotel tomorrow? We could chat over lunch."
"That would be perfect. Thank you, Dr. Stone."
Stone put the phone back in his pocket and returned his attention to Grace. "You're sure you want to go through with this? As you've seen, it could be dangerous. Even if Archie can't keep tabs on us as well now, and we've no proof that's true, if I get caught, I could end up getting arrested. And you could too, if they think you're involved."
"Yes, I want to help. I'm not worried about being arrested. I want to do what's right."
"All right, then. Can you get out of your house later without your grandmother knowing?"
"Probably not," she said. "She's pretty sharp, but like I said, I don't care.
I love her, and I'm grateful for everything she's done for me, but she has to let me grow up sometime.
Stone chuckled. I'll pick you up at 9, then. Chapter 45. Grace was waiting on the street outside her apartment building when Stone arrived at 9 o'clock. She wore jeans, a dark shirt, and a black leather jacket, and had her hair tied back in a ponytail under a black Raiders cap. "Everything all right?" he asked as she climbed in the car. "My grandmother gave me quite a lecture," she said. "She's probably watching out the window right now. She's very concerned about you." "About me?" He raised an eyebrow. "Well, about me being with you," she amended, shaking her head. "She thinks you've only got one thing on your mind and that you're far too old for me." Stone chuckled. "Well, she has nothing to worry about. I am far too old for you, even if I did have that sort of thing in mind." "Yeah, I get it. Abuelita's old-fashioned, though." "What did you tell her we were doing?" "I told her I was helping you with some research. I didn't tell her what you do, though. She'd probably have a heart attack or something." He glanced over at her. "You know, Miss Reese, you're not at all what I think of when I think of nuns." "I'm not a nun," she reminded him. "I'm not even a wannabe nun anymore." "True, but it's a mindset thing." Grace shrugged. "Even nuns are all different. Some of them are meek and quiet, and some of them get out there and kick some booty. I've known some pretty tough nuns, and besides, you can't grow up where I did without being tough. You never survive." She settled back in her seat. "So, what's the plan?" "I drove by the house earlier tonight, just to get an idea of what we're up against. It's a big 2-story Victorian. Don't know if it has a basement or an attic. It didn't appear anyone was home when I drove by, but that was over an hour ago." "Are you sure it wouldn't make more sense to do this during the day, when they're probably at work or school?" "I thought about that," he said. "It probably would be a better idea, but I don't think we can afford to wait. Even though Archie's got his body now, we don't know if he still plans to kill anybody else. And the longer we wait, the more time we give him to implement whatever plan he's got. Not knowing what that is bothers me." "How are you going to keep them from noticing you?" "I've got a few tricks," he said. He reached into his coat pocket and handed her something. "This is one of those family band radios. You'll stay in the car, which I'll be disguising, and act as lookout. If you see anything suspicious approaching the house, just press the button to signal me. No need to say anything." "I don't want to stay in the car," she said. "I can't be any help there. Don't worry. I know how to stay out of trouble." She took off her hat and tossed it in the back seat, smiling. "I'm good at looking innocent." Stone sighed. He wished Grace was a little less headstrong, but he couldn't very well blame her without looking like a hypocrite. "All right, but be careful. You won't be disguised. I can't keep a spell up on you from that distance, and I don't have another disguise amulet, so try not to be noticed." He chuckled. "You know, you remind me a lot of my apprentice." "You have an apprentice?" "I do. She's about your age, and every bit as stubborn." "Why isn't she helping you with this?" "She's not here at present. She's off studying with another teacher for a while, and at the moment she's gone off to visit some friends." He paused. "You know, I know it's not the time to bring this up, but if you should ever want to learn how to use your abilities, I could probably find someone to—" "We went through this already, Dr. Stone," she said firmly. "I trust God to show me what he wants me to do. He's the only teacher I need." "Fair enough. I'll stop going on about it, but if you should ever change your mind, you know how to reach me." San Jose's Rose Garden neighborhood wasn't large. Surrounding a park-like area that formed its namesake, it consisted of a mix of older, historical homes and more modern ones. "I'll park further away if you won't be waiting in the car," Stone said. "That way, if anything goes wrong, it's less likely someone will associate it with us." He swept the area with magical sight, but didn't notice anything out of the ordinary. He didn't expect to. He suspected his working theory that Archie in a physical body was more limited in his spying capabilities, but that didn't mean he'd leave it to chance. "Are you sure you want to do this?" I think we need to do this, she said. He nodded. This way, then. He grabbed a leather messenger bag from the back seat and slung it over his shoulder. The house he'd driven by earlier that night was 2 blocks away on the other side of the rose garden. They cut through the park, both keeping an eye out for potential threats, but aside from a late-evening dog walker and a few cars driving by, nothing moved. While they were still in the park, Stone pointed. There it is! The Goodwins' former home was a large, green Victorian with a tiny front yard. A long driveway ran along its left side with several cars lined up in it. They hadn't been there when Stone had scoped it out earlier. He said. A lot more cars now than before. You didn't tell me it was an apartment building, Grace said. Is that going to be a problem? Apartment building? I'm betting, yeah, with that many cars. A lot of the big old Victorians got carved up into apartments back in the day because the people who owned them couldn't afford to keep them otherwise. If this place was around in the 20s, it could have happened after the Depression. Damn. If I have to go into multiple apartments, that's going to make things more difficult. Grace pointed. It looks like there's a basement. See those narrow windows at the ground level? Ah, yes, well spotted. If they did break the place into apartments and the documents were stored in the house proper, they were probably found years ago, which means they're lost to us. I'll check the basement and also the attic if there is one. She nodded. Hurry up. I'll sit on that bench across the street and pretend I'm waiting for a bus. Stone dashed across the street, checked once again to make sure nobody else was visible, and then slipped behind one of the cars in the driveway and cast his disregarding spell, which he powered using one of the crystals he'd made a point to charge up over the last couple of days. He activated his disguise amulet, settling the chubby nerd illusion over himself. At least if he got caught, he wouldn't be recognized. He wished Jason was here, and hoped the place didn't have burglar alarms. All right, here goes. He stepped out from behind the car and walked up to the front door like he belonged there. It wasn't locked. He slipped inside and closed it behind him. Grace was right. The place had been turned into apartments, or some kind of rooming house. He stood in a central hallway, lit by a single overhead chandelier. To his right was a bank of 4 mailboxes, a small notice board, and a closed door. To his left, another closed door in the middle, and a stairway at the end closest to the front door. 2 flats upstairs and 2 down, it looked like. At the end of the hallway was another door, a stout wooden one with rusting hinges. Was it the way to the basement? Stone couldn't see any other way down, unless it was inside one of the apartments. He'd have to take a chance. He stiffened as he heard footsteps coming down the stairway. Quickly he turned away and feigned interest in the notice board, counting on the disregarding spell to make him look like he belonged there. A young woman came in, collected her mail from the rightmost mailbox, then turned and headed back out again without even a glance toward Stone. After a moment he heard her footsteps receding back up the stairs. Stone had to smile. Magic did make certain things a lot easier. Perhaps he had a future as a cat burglar if the whole university professor thing didn't work out for him. He looked around to make sure nobody else was approaching, then headed for the door he thought led to the basement. Whether it did or it didn't, it certainly appeared that nobody had opened it in a long time. He tried it. Locked. Of course. This one didn't open as easily as the front door had. The mechanism was rusty and reluctant to move, and made screeching noises that sounded alarming, despite the fact that they probably didn't carry more than a few feet away from him. He checked again for anyone entering the lobby, then focused his concentration harder until he heard something snap. That's not good. No time to worry about it now, though. Most likely no one ever even tried to open that door anyway, so the fact that he'd broken the lock probably wouldn't be discovered anytime soon. He pulled it open. It made another disconcerting screech as the rusty hinges protested this new treatment. and then closed it behind him. As he expected, it was pitch black. He hunted around for a light switch and flipped it. An overhead bulb briefly flared, but then went out with a tiny pop. He reached in his pocket for his flashlight, but then stopped. Instead, he focused his concentration and shifted to magical sight. If any magic existed down here, it would glow in the darkness. Nothing. Damn. You didn't think this would be that easy, did you? When he pulled out the flashlight and shone it around, it quickly became obvious why he hadn't spotted anything with magical sight. He was standing at the top of a rickety, dusty wooden staircase descending to his left, flanked on both sides by rough, stained walls. It ended in an open doorway at the foot, but from where he stood he wouldn't have been able to see anything that wasn't directly in front of him. Since he was currently at the back wall of the house, the bulk of the basement would have to extend off to his left. Cautiously, he crept down the stairs. They creaked ominously beneath his feet. When he reached the bottom, he paused and pulled out his counterpart to the small radio he'd given Grace, and keyed it. "Are you there?" Her voice came back with reassuring speed, sounding relieved and a little breathless. "Is everything all right?" "Fine here. I'm in the basement looking around. Anything going on out there?" "It's quiet. I've had to wave off 2 buses so far, but nothing weird's happening." "Good. I'm going to have a look around down here. Hopefully I'll find something other than mice and loads of dust. Or I'll have to look for the attic or start breaking into individual flats." "Be careful," she said. "Always. If you can spare any of those prayers, this might be a good time." "I'm always praying for you, Dr. Stone." "Well, that's encouraging, I suppose. Or possibly insulting," he added with a chuckle. "Talk to you soon." He put the radio away and shone the flashlight around. The basement was quite rough, with a dirt floor, unfinished walls, and a lot of old wiring, brick pillars, plywood partitions, and piles of what looked like ancient construction materials piled beneath ragged tarps. Stone wondered if anyone was even allowed to enter the space anymore. Basements were rare in California homes due to earthquake codes, and he knew some of the older houses, like old Adelaide Bonham's place in Los Gatos, either had to be retrofitted to make them safe, or were simply filled in, either fully or partially. From the look of the concrete columns that didn't appear to be original equipment, he suspected this one fit in the latter category. Probably why the door had been not only locked, but likely rusted shut. The whole place smelled dry and musty with long disuse. He paused, trying to get his bearings and identify where he stood relative to the house above him, then shifted to magical sight again and began moving cautiously into the main open area. He didn't see anything, but that might not be because there wasn't anything to see. Balancing the light from the flashlight with magical sight made this difficult, as bright illumination could obscure faint auras. But if he tried to walk around down here without some kind of light source, he'd probably trip over something and impale himself or crack his head open. He stepped around a partition toward an outer wall, then stopped, switched off the light, and turned slowly in place. He almost missed it because he was looking at the walls. Those remained dark and unremarkable, but as he completed another turn around, he happened to glance up. "Hello? What's this?" Across the open space, a few feet away and snugged up against the outside wall next to one of the concrete columns, a faint blue glow could be seen. It was so faint that even looking at it directly, he couldn't be sure he wasn't seeing things or indulging in wishful thinking. His heartbeat picked up, and so did his breathing as he switched the flashlight back on and hurried closer, then turned it off again. The area plunged into darkness once more, except for a still faint but slightly brighter patch about 18 inches on a side. It looked like the kind of glow you got in the few seconds after turning off a television set, and faded depending on whether he looked at it straight on or from the corner of his eye. Yes, please let this be what I'm looking for. He reached up and ran his hand over the rough surface of the ceiling. It all felt uniform without any seams or openings. Shining the flashlight on it didn't reveal anything either. If something had been hidden in there and then plastered over, they'd done a remarkable job of hiding it. He frowned. Was he going to have to take the ceiling apart? He didn't have the tools for that, and it would make a lot of noise that would be hard to hide. Also, it didn't make sense. The documents Beale had given him indicated that Goodwin had hidden the papers, but in a way that would require magic to retrieve them. Would he have blocked them away so completely, or... Wait! He glanced up again. The glow was faint, perhaps because this was just bleed-through, seeping through a seam in the rough ceiling. What if the actual hiding space wasn't down here, but above it? What if there were a space between the floor above and the ceiling below? It made sense, but in order to check it, he'd need to get inside one of the apartments above. That just made things a lot harder. He shone the flashlight around again, comparing the basement walls against what he'd seen of the upper floors. If he was accurate in his assessment, the apartment in question would be the one on the left side of the house, in the area closer to the front door. He let his breath out and turned to head back for the stairs, already going over strategies for what he'd do if anyone was home in the apartment he needed to get into. Inside his pocket, his little radio crackled. Tensing, he pulled it out. "Did you call? Is something wrong?" "I'm not sure yet." Grace's voice sounded tentative, uncertain. "What do you mean? I think I've located where I need to look. It's in one of the ground floor flats. I'm headed there now. What's going on? Did you see someone?" "No, it's just sort of a feeling. I can't explain it." He reached the stairs and paused. "I might not be able to talk anymore once I get upstairs. Do you want me to come out there?" "No, it's probably nothing, just me getting nervous. But I wanted to let you know in case it's more than that." "Well, just call me back if you see anything suspicious. I'll try to make this as fast as I can, and if you do see anything, don't try to deal with it yourself unless you're forced to. All right?" "I won't, but please hurry. I'll feel better once we're out of here." "So will I." Stone stuffed the radio back in his pocket. As soon as he reached the stairs, he shut off the flashlight and worked his way back to the first floor by feel, quickly but with care. When he reached the top, he opened the door a crack and peeked out into the lobby. It was deserted. At least something was going his way. He quickly slipped back out, making sure the door was securely closed behind him, and crossed to the door of apartment 1A. Yes, this was definitely the one that corresponded to the glow downstairs. Somewhere in the front part of the apartment, near the exterior wall. He took a deep breath and knocked on the door. He had no idea what he'd say if someone answered. He had to hope his improv skills hadn't deserted him. But no one answered. He knocked again just to make sure, waiting a full minute. About 30 seconds in, a chill ran through him as he remembered something Jason had pointed out when they were breaking into Elias Richter's rented mansion in Woodside last year. He hadn't even considered that there might be a security camera, and that all his actions so far had been recorded. Stupid. Maybe that plan to take up cat burglaring might not be such a good one after all. He was lucky this time, though. A quick visual sweep of the lobby area showed no sign of any cameras. Sure, it could be hidden, but he didn't think a borderline dodgy apartment building would bother with that kind of subterfuge to make sure nobody nicked the residents' FedEx packages. He'd have to take the chance. Nobody had answered his knock yet, and nobody else showed up in the lobby. It was now or never. He pulled a pair of thin black gloves from his pocket and slipped them on, then used magic to flip 1A's lock. It was much easier this time, since it wasn't pitted with decades' worth of rust. 2 seconds later, he was inside the apartment with the door locked behind him. He thought about engaging the security chain to give himself more time to get out if the resident came home, but decided against it. On the plus side, the fact that it wasn't engaged could mean the occupants weren't home, rather than just deeply asleep. He didn't turn on the flashlight, Enough moonlight filtered in through the open window to make sure he could get around without tripping over anything. He crept across the living room, mindful of every creak of the old wooden floor, moving in the direction of where he'd seen the glow down below. Ahead was a short hall, and the doorway to the left appeared to be the one he wanted. Something hit the floor behind him with a soft whump, and he whirled, nearly jumping in alarm. A small, four-legged figure trotted up to him and wound around his ankles. Bloody hell, it's just a cat. Stay calm. He crouched down to scratch it behind its ears and then hurried through the doorway. The room was a tiny kitchen, barely larger than a kitchenette. Stone carefully stepped around the two-person table in the middle of the floor as the cat leapt up on it and watched him with curiosity. He wondered if the beasts had some kind of communication network. Now that he had one living in his house, had the message gone out to the rest of them that he was a soft touch? He didn't have time for this. Grace might think whatever uneasy feeling she'd gotten was nothing to worry about, but he wasn't so sure. She seemed unusually sensitive to that kind of thing. Best to get out of here as fast as he could. He switched magical sight back on and immediately spotted the blue glow again. The good news was it was brighter now, which lent credence to his theory that the actual entry point to the magical hidey hole was here, not in the basement. The bad news was the glow crept out from beneath the refrigerator. Well, damn, he whispered. This would be harder and take longer than he'd hoped. First, he had to know for sure that nobody was home. If the occupant was away, he could get away with making a bit more noise. He exited the kitchen and walked to the end of the hall, where there were two more doors. Both were closed. He nudged open the first one. A bathroom. Good. That meant the other one had to be the tiny apartment's bedroom. He turned the knob silently and pushed it a few inches into the room, magical sight active. The bed was empty. He saw no sign of an aura. Shoulders slumping in relief, he closed the door and hurried back to the kitchen. The cat still sat on the table, as if waiting for him to come back and get on with it. The room was so small that in order to have enough room to do what he needed to do, he'd have to arrange things carefully. With one wave of his hand, he sent the tiny table across the floor until it was against the wall. With a second wave, both chairs floated up and settled on the tabletop, startling the cat into leaping down. At least whoever lived here was relatively neat, so he didn't have to worry about moving drifts of dishes or stacks of paper. All right, only one more thing to do. Moving with more care than he had with the table, he levitated the refrigerator an inch off the floor and moved it outward until it reached the end of its cord's length. Good. There was enough room so he wouldn't have to unplug it, but it would be a tight fit to get in there. He shifted back to magical sight. And there it is. The space beneath the refrigerator, a foot and a half or so from the wall, glowed brightly blue. Now that he could actually see it, he could make out a definite rectangular shape, with odd runes etched around its edges. He leaned in, tilting his head so he could get the best angle on them. As he suspected, they were runes of protection and concealment. Even with the ley line he knew ran through the area, it was amazing that they were still so effective after all this time. One or more of the Goodwins must have been master mages. That could be a problem, though. He could see the runes and the border delineating where the hiding space was, but what he didn't see was any seams, loose floorboards, or other ways to get inside it. Was the enchantment there simply to conceal it, or had they actually done something to make it impossible to access without some kind of magical key? He realized he'd been assuming the former, or at least hoping for it, but now he wasn't so sure. The radio crackled in his pocket again. Without taking his eyes off the runes, he pulled it out. "What is it?" "The feeling's getting stronger, Dr. Stone." Grace definitely sounded nervous now. "Something's happening. I'm not sure what, but I'm sure I can feel it. And I just saw somebody go inside the house. How much longer?" I'll hurry. I've found it, but I need to—" From the front room came the sound of a key rattling in the lock. Chapter 46. Damn, damn, damn. Someone's coming in, Stone whispered into the radio. Can't talk. He glanced wildly around the kitchen, looking for a place to hide. He could use the disregarding spell or even invisibility to avoid being seen, but the kitchen and the hallway outside it were both so small and cramped that if the occupant decided to come this way, he'd likely be discovered by being bumped into. Quickly, he moved the refrigerator, table, and chairs back into position, then hurried to the farthest back corner of the kitchen and waited. Footsteps sounded on the wooden floor, getting closer. The cat came out from under the table and approached Stone. He waved it off, keeping his gaze fixed on the doorway as he brought up his invisibility spell and powered it with another one of his crystals. A figure appeared in the doorway and flipped on the overhead light. It was a young woman, a little older than Grace, dressed in a businesslike white blouse and gray pencil skirt. She went to the refrigerator, pulled out a bottle, and smiled down at the orange cat, who'd abandoned Stone and was now winding around the newcomer's legs. "Did you miss me, Fuzzy Butt?" Stone crouched in his corner, certain the woman could hear his breathing and the pounding of his heart. Either that, or the cat would take renewed interest in him and rat out his position. The woman crossed to a cabinet, not 2 feet away from Stone's hiding place, and pulled out a can. For the next few seconds she busied herself opening it and dishing up a meal for the cat, who was by now attempting to climb her legs. "Hold on, hold on," she said, laughing. "You'd think I was trying to starve you." Then, to Stone's horror, she walked directly toward him, carrying the empty can. Only then did he realize he was standing in front of the kitchen trash. He was just about to see if he could shuffle to the side without attracting her attention, when there was a knock on the door. The woman looked startled. Clearly she wasn't expecting any visitors so late in the evening. She set the can down and hurried out of the kitchen. A moment later, Stone heard the door open and a clunk as it hit the end of the security chain. Then, amazingly, he heard a familiar voice. "I'm so sorry to bother you this late," Grace said, sounding like she was on the verge of tears. "I live just down the street and my little dog got out when I opened my door. I saw him running around toward this area, so I wanted to check if you've seen him." "Oh, that's terrible," the woman said. "I haven't seen any loose dogs tonight, but maybe you can put up a notice on the—" Stone wasn't listening anymore. He'd have to act fast. The only problem was he still didn't know how to get into the magically protected cache. With no seam or hinge or loose floorboard, the hiding place must have either been designed so it would be difficult to get into, or there had to be some magical trigger to trip an unseen lock. But what could it be? Would he have to come back tomorrow when the woman wasn't here and tear up the floor? Think! Out front, Grace was still chattering on about her dog. Stone caught the words, "Chihuahua," and "sweetheart," and "since I was a teenager." And for whatever reason, the woman hadn't slammed the door in her face yet. "She's buying you time. Use it." His mind returned to the documents Beale had given him. This house had been passed from one Goodwin to the next. It had been in their family for at least half a century. What would they use as a trigger to open a magically hidden storage area? It was probably something that meant something to all of them. A snatch of a song, a shared phrase. And then he had it. Of course. He moved fast, quickly sweeping the table and chairs out of the way and lifting the refrigerator back to where he'd moved it before. Every couple seconds he glanced toward the door to make sure the woman wasn't approaching, but he could still hear her and Grace out front. Hoping he wasn't wrong, he shifted back to magical sight, leaned over to focus on the rune-framed rectangle, and muttered, "In hoc signo vincit," the Goodwin family's motto. The runes flared and the illusion faded, revealing a rectangular space in the floor with a clear seam around it and a tiny recession, just big enough to get a finger into. Yes! With one last glance toward the doorway, hardly daring to breathe, Stone used magic to lift the cover. Beneath it was an object about the size and shape of a large book, wrapped in oilcloth. Stone snatched it up, put the cover back, and repeated the phrase. The seam faded, and the runes reappeared. As soon as he got the package clear of the nook, it too began to glow with magical power. Stone frowned, staring at it. How was that possible? If the documents were simply an account of how the Goodwins had dealt with Archie, why was it emitting magic, and unwholesome magic at that? He didn't have time to deal with it now. Getting out of here was his #1 priority.
Well, thank you so much, Grace was saying loudly in the front room. I really appreciate your help.
No problem. I hope you find him, the woman said, and the door closed. Stone waved his hands like an orchestra conductor, settling the fridge back into position and the chairs on the floor. Stuffing the parcel into his bag, he recast the invisibility spell and just barely made it free of the kitchen before the woman returned. Grateful that he was thin, he flattened himself against the wall just past the kitchen doorway and remained there until the woman disappeared back inside, the orange cat trotting after her. He didn't want to use another spell, but had to risk it. He couldn't take the chance of stepping on one of the creaking floorboards and attracting her attention, so he levitated a couple inches off the floor and zipped toward the door. No helping the security chain. Perhaps she'd think she'd left it unhooked after Grace left. He opened it, darted back out into the lobby, and closed it silently behind him. Grace was nowhere to be seen. For a moment he just leaned against the wall, puffing and waiting for his heartbeat to slow. That had been close. But it didn't matter now. He clutched the leather messenger bag in triumph. He had it. Now all he'd have to do was get it back home and spend the rest of the night poring over it. He knew he wouldn't get any sleep tonight, but he didn't care. It was all he could do not to pull the thing out now and find out what was causing the unhealthy magical glow right here in the lobby. Instead, he hurried outside, looking up and down the street. Grace was waiting for him near the driveway. He strode over to her and pulled her into a hard hug. "That was bloody brilliant," he said, grinning. "An Oscar-worthy performance." Then, realizing that perhaps hugging almost nuns wasn't the proper thing for unmarried men his age to do, he quickly let her go. She didn't seem to mind.
I'm so glad it worked. I was so scared. Please tell me you found what you were looking for.
He raised the bag. "Found and secured."
Oh, good. I want to get out of here. I still think something's wrong.
"Let's go then. I'll drop you off at your place, and I want to get to this right away." Stone kept magical sight up and paid more attention than usual to their surroundings as they walked at a brisk pace back toward the car. He still wasn't convinced that Grace wasn't simply suffering from nerves. He doubted she'd ever been involved in something like this, aside from her brother and the demon, at least, prior to meeting him, and it wouldn't be at all unusual for her to be suffering from a bit of delayed-action PTSD after what had happened at Mr. Juarez's home the other night. Still, her instincts were good, possibly better than his about things like this. A little extra vigilance wouldn't be too much to ask. A corner of his mind was already going over what he planned to do with the rest of the night. Of course, it was possible what he'd found wasn't what he'd expected to find. Even if it was magical in nature, it might be something else completely. Perhaps a valuable old grimoire belonging to the Goodwins. Interesting, absolutely, but not helpful in his current situation. Even if the package did contain Robert Goodwin's write-up of their encounter with Archie, there was no guarantee it would do Stone any good in getting rid of the demon now. But at this point, any additional information he could get would be more than he had. He just had to get Grace safely home, and then he was free to examine it. He could see the car now, just across the park. Soon they'd be, "Dr. Stone, look out!" Chapter 47. Stone didn't pause to question Grace's warning, and that probably saved his life. He threw himself sideways, his shield springing up an instant before something slammed hard into his midsection with the force of a battering ram wielded by an ogre. He flew backward and tumbled, stunned, across the grass. The shield flared and died. For a brief moment he couldn't concentrate. What had hit him? Whatever it was stronger than anything he'd faced in a long time. It had to be to take out the shield in one shot like that. His side lit up with pain, his brain struggling to form the pattern to get the shield back up. But instinctively he clutched the messenger bag close to him. Then, suddenly, bodies were piling on from all directions, holding him down, wrestling with his arms and legs, pummeling him and grasping at the bag. He couldn't tell how many. 3? 4? But in the park's scant light he could pick out their crude features. Archie's dust devils? Here? How the hell did they know where I am? One of them closed its hand around the bag's strap and yanked, trying to wrench it free of Stone's arm, as another rocked his head back with a hard punch to the jaw. They're after the bag. But they're not magical. What knocked me down, then? Off to his right, Grace yelled something. He couldn't make out what it was, but she sounded terrified. Sudden rage filled him as another of the creatures grabbed the bag's strap and added its strength to its companions. With a roar, he jerked his hands up and focused a wide-beam concussion spell. It hit the creatures hard and threw them backward with a series of loud grunts. Ignoring the pain in his side, Stone leapt to his feet, slinging the bag's strap over his head for a tighter hold, in time to see 4 of the things arrayed in a semicircle around him, each one scrambling back up with frightening speed. It wasn't they that captured his attention, though. That honor belonged to what floated behind them, watching the proceedings from its vantage point 10 feet back and 3 feet off the ground. A tall, thin figure in a long, black coat. Archie. So it wasn't enough to send the hired help. The boss had shown up to finish the job this time, and to take his new body for a test drive, it looked like. "Miss Reese," he got out between breaths. "Run! Get out of here!" And then, all at once, nothing made sense anymore. Where there had been 4 of the dust devils before, now there were at least 10, all of them rushing toward him with their arms outstretched, their mouths open, their dead eyes blazing with anger. Behind them, Archie waved his arms, and the sky was full of flying, leathery things, wheeling and banking, peeling off in singles or small groups to dive-bomb Stone. He staggered backward, bringing his hands up to protect his face, still struggling to get the pattern for the shield spell past a sudden miasma of rushing thoughts that weren't his own. Something else slammed into him, and once more he felt himself hit the ground. But now, it wasn't grass. It roiled and undulated beneath him, pulling him down, reaching out slick, sucker-filled tentacles to grasp at his arms, his legs, around his neck. "Dr. Stone!" It was Grace again, he was sure of it. But she sounded so far away, as if she were calling out to him from the bottom of a mile-deep mineshaft. How had she gotten so far away so quickly? Had they taken her? How had she— "Dr. Stone, what are you doing? Lord Jesus, help us, protect us from these foul demons." He's doing it again. He's messing with your mind, damn it. None of this is real. Grace's voice grew louder as he fought back Archie's foul influence, her prayers ringing out in a shaking but strong voice. The tentacles disappeared, the ground returning to familiar grass. The leathery flying creatures faded, their shrieks dissipating, as did most of the dust creatures. Not all of them, though. As the screaming, discordant thoughts retreated from Stone's mind, he realized he was on his back again, with the original 4 creatures pounding on him. Somehow he'd unconsciously looped both arms through the bag's strap, gripping it to his chest with a ferocity he didn't know he could muster. The problem was, that left his head unprotected. Another rock-hard fist slammed into one side, and he only just got the shield, or at least a weakened version of it, up in time to avoid getting his skull crushed. Above him, Archie laughed, his mouth stretching into an impossibly, inhumanly wide grin. His eyes burned crimson bright. "Give me what I want, Stone, and I may spare you and your little whore, at least for a while." At his words, Stone's rage ignited with even more fury than before. "No!" he screamed, flinging his arms out and sending the creatures tumbling again with even more power. Two of them ripped in half at the torso and collapsed into heaps. Another's left leg and right arm tore free, leaving it to writhe on the ground as it waited for them to reform. Stone jumped up and pointed both hands at Archie. "Didn't your mother, or whatever you sorry lot have, teach you any manners?" he growled, and let the power loose. It flew from his hands and hit something invisible in front of Archie, dissipating harmlessly away into the night. Archie laughed again, throwing his head back with the force of it. "Oh, Stone, it will be my pleasure when you learn your part in my plans. It's been fun playing with you, but I still don't think you quite comprehend the extent of what I can do. For now, though, I'll settle for taking what I've come for." He waved a languid hand. Stone lifted off the ground, gasping for air as something unseen constricted his throat. His hands flew to his neck as a hot swelling rose, blocking his breathing to a useless wheeze. Black points flowered behind his eyes, and somewhere in the distant periphery, inconsequential next to his desperate effort to get a breath, he felt the bag begin to tug away from him. And then another voice came. "Begone, demon!" it shouted, rising higher and louder. Grace? No. I told her to run. "Begone in the name of our Lord God and our Savior Jesus Christ. Begone and trouble us no more in the name of Jesus." With a massive effort of will, Stone dragged his focus away from the rising blackness and the panic of being unable to breathe for just a second, long enough to crack open his eyes. He stared at what was before him. The remaining whole dust devil hung back several feet, staring up at Archie. The one on the ground remained there, even though its arm and leg had grown back by now. Grace stood between Stone and Archie, her feet planted wide, her trembling arms locked out straight in front of her, both hands gripping her silver crucifix. Stone couldn't see her face, but he could see Archie's. Amazingly, impossibly, Archie had hesitated. Fear showed in his red pinprick eyes, and his wide rictus grin had faltered. Was he shaking? At the center of his chest, something red glowed behind his white shirt, even more brightly than his eyes. It looked as if he had a tiny, pulsing red sun embedded there. All of this Stone saw in the space of 2 or 3 seconds, before whatever force choked him and held him suspended vanished. He crashed in a heap to the ground, clawing at his throat and gasping in huge gulps of the night air. When he looked up again a few seconds later, Archie was gone, and Grace was hurrying toward him. She threw herself down to her knees next to him, eyes wide and face chalk pale, and grabbed his shoulder. "Dr. Stone, are you all right?" He nodded quickly, coughing, not trusting himself to speak yet. What he saw past her made him grip her arm and struggled to rise. The 2 remaining dust devils, the whole one and the reconstituted one, were lumbering toward them. Stone jammed his hand in his pocket and thrust the BMW's keys at Grace, along with the leather bag. "Take these," he rasped. "Run. Get to the car. Don't let anyone in. If I don't show up in 5 minutes, get out. Go to the church." She stared at him in horror. "Dr. Stone, I can't." "Do it," he snapped, dragging himself to his feet and facing the oncoming creatures. His shield flared up around him. "He won't come after you." She paused only a second longer. Then she grabbed the keys, slung the bag over her shoulder, and took off at a sprint across the park toward where they'd left the car. As Stone had expected, the two dust devils turned immediately in her direction. Archie had left them here to get the bag, figuring he'd be an easy mark now that he was weakened. That's what you get for sending mindless idiots to do your dirty work for you. "Hey, you lot," he called. "It's me you've got to worry about." They didn't turn, but continued running toward the car. Grace had almost reached it now, and the things were speeding up. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Stone picked his shots with care, pointing his hand first at one and then the other like he was aiming a handgun. The first narrow-beam concussion attack hit the left-side creature right where he wanted it to. The back of its head exploded into a cloud of dust, its body spinning and dropping to the ground. That's one. By that time, though, the second one had gotten out of range of his spell. He couldn't keep the beam tight enough over that distance to breach the dust devil's armored skin. He flicked his glance forward in time to see Grace fling open the BMW's door, dive inside, and slam it shut behind her. Good. She and the bag were safe, at least for the moment. But he still had the second dust devil to deal with before they could get the hell out of here. Still coughing, still hurting, he was going to feel like crap in the morning, he just knew it. He took off at a sprint after the creature. At least it tried to be a sprint. In practice it came off looking and feeling more like a particularly determined shamble. The problem was the dust devil was shambling faster than he was, and it had a solid head start. If it reached the car, he was sure it was strong enough to put its fist through the window. He didn't know if Grace would have it together well enough to get out of there in time, or if she even knew how to drive. He skidded to a stop, head and side pounding, and gestured with one hand in its direction, telekinetically grabbing hold of its jacket and dragging it backwards. The thing shrieked and flailed, throwing itself back and forth as it tried to break free of Stone's hold. But it couldn't get enough leverage to use its strength. Its heels tore furrows in the grass as it skated closer. When it was close enough, Stone threw another tight-beam concussion blast at its head and pumped his fist as it burst like a dried-out pumpkin dropped off a 10-story building. It made one last yelp of pain and dropped to the ground, where it twitched for a couple of seconds before returning to dust. Stone dropped to his knees, puffing. How had Archie known where he'd gone? Was the demon still somehow able to spy on Stone, even in a corporeal body? Nobody else knew where he'd be planning to go tonight. He hadn't even told Grace the address of the Goodwin house before they drove over. And Patricia, who'd given him the address in the first place, had no idea when, or even if, he planned to go there. He couldn't think about this now. They had to get out of here. He hauled himself to his feet as Grace came running up, the leather bag containing the documents still slung over her shoulder. When she grabbed his arm and helped him the rest of the way up, he felt her hands shaking. That was Archie, wasn't it?" she whispered. Stone nodded wearily and began an unsteady trudge toward the car. Now that the threat was over, the pain was making itself known in previously unexplored ways. "Come on, let's get you back to the car. Can you even drive? You should go to the emergency room." Stone wasn't sure he could drive. His ribs were telling him in no uncertain terms that Archie's wallop had at least cracked a couple of them, if not outright broken them. And that had been through the shield. If he hadn't gotten the barrier up in time— "Not sure," he said. "Can you drive? I need to get someplace where I can deal with this." "I don't know how to drive," she said. "We couldn't afford a car, so I never learned." Damn. He was afraid of that. All right, we need to get out of here. I'm sure that little fight attracted attention, and we don't want to be here when the authorities arrive." He gritted his teeth. "Don't know if I can make it back to Palo Alto, though." "We'll go to my apartment," she said. "It's a lot closer." "But your grandmother—" "My grandmother will have to deal with it," she said firmly. "She won't turn you away if you're hurt." They reached the car. Grace unlocked the doors and handed him back the key. "Come on, you can do it. It's not too far." "Right." He dropped into the driver's seat, biting back a scream as his ribs protested the ill treatment, and slumped back with his head against the headrest. A moment later, Grace was in the passenger seat, the bag in her lap. "Come on," she said encouragingly. "You can do it." All he wanted to do was sit there and rest, but that wasn't possible. Archie might not come after them again now, but that didn't mean they were safe forever. He switched on the car, gripped the wheel, and pulled out into traffic. He could hear the sound of sirens, but they were still some distance away, hopefully not close enough for any of them to pull him over for erratic driving. To take his mind off the pain, he glanced over at Grace. "What did you do?" he asked. "What do you mean?" "You drove him off. I saw you do it." "It wasn't me," she said, but she didn't sound certain. I just did the same thing I did with the other one. Pray for strength and for God to drive it off." "So he's vulnerable to you himself," he said, "not just his little helper monkeys." The spiking pain in his side was making it hard to get a deep breath. "Good to know." "Just drive," she said, looking worried as the car veered into the other lane. "You need to concentrate." Miraculously, perhaps literally was Stone's wry thought, they made it to Grace's apartment without getting pulled over, causing any accidents, or hitting any parked cars or late-night pedestrians. He parked in front of the apartment building, retaining, barely, the presence of mind to put a disregarding spell on the car. By the time Grace got him up the flight of stairs, he was staggering like a drunk. He leaned against the wall as she fumbled her key into the lock, then let her hustle him inside. At least, that's what she tried to do. But then, just as they crossed the apartment's threshold, she stopped. "What is it?" he asked. All he wanted to do now was get inside where he could sit down before he fell down. "I'm not sure. I feel strange, like it's hard to go in." "Hard to go in?" "I can't explain it. I feel like something's resisting me, like I'm pushing against something." She faced him, eyes wide. "What's going on?" He almost said he didn't know, but then his gaze fell on the bag she carried. "Of course," he muttered. "What?" "Give me the bag." He braced himself against the doorframe and reached out for it. She did so without question, but still looked confused. "Why? What is it about—" He held it up, nodding toward it. "There's something in there your wards don't like. They don't want it inside your house." "What are you talking about? You mean those things you said you saw around the house that keep evil out?" "Yes." "So, something in that bag is evil?" She looked at it fearfully, then back inside the house. So far, there was no sign of her grandmother. "Probably. I haven't looked yet." He swiped his free hand across his forehead, which was dripping sweat down into his eyes. He had to sit down. "Give me a moment. I'll put a simple little protective charm on the bag. It should fool the ward long enough for us to get inside, at least." "Can you do that?" She regarded him doubtfully. "You look like you're about to faint." "I am, but no helping it. I'm not leaving the bag in the car. Just let me concentrate for a moment." She stood, stationing herself in the doorway where she could keep watch. "Hurry up if you can before Abuelita hears us." Stone tightened his unsteady grip on the bag's strap. Concentration was even harder now. Forming the pattern for even a simple short-term ward was like trying to do complex mathematics in his head in the middle of an underwater rave. Finally, he closed his eyes to block out the worst of the outside stimuli and focused on the simple, clean form of the spell, weaving it around the bag and blocking off the malevolent magical aura seeping from inside it. It wouldn't hold for long, but it wouldn't have to. After a couple of minutes, he slumped back against the outside wall. "There," he whispered, offering the bag to her. "Try that." She took it and took a step inside. "Better," she said in relief, coming back out to help him. "Let's get inside. Maybe she's asleep and won't even notice us." Or perhaps she's out playing bingo or something, he thought. No such luck. As soon as they got inside the living room, the old lady was coming in from the back hall, launching off into rapid-fire Spanish before they'd made it 3 steps. The way she glared at Stone, whose arm was draped over Grace's shoulders, he was glad she wasn't holding any sharp objects. The metaphorical daggers shooting from her dark eyes were quite sufficient. Grace said something sharp in Spanish and made a get-out-of-the-way gesture with her free hand. Abuelita's eyes widened in shock. It didn't take an understanding of the language to tell that her granddaughter had never spoken to her that way before, but she stepped aside and allowed Grace to shepherd Stone over to the sofa. "Lie down," she ordered him. "Miss Ruiz, please, I can—" If they'd just leave him alone for a few minutes, he was confident he could heal himself sufficiently that he could function. Mostly confident. Halfway confident, anyway. "Please don't argue, just lie down and let me take a look. I have a little first aid training." Stone did as he was told, after letting Grace slip his coat off and toss it aside. She said something in Spanish over her shoulder to her hovering grandmother, who nodded grudgingly and headed off to the kitchen with a final sharp admonishment. "What was all that about?" Stone asked through his teeth. "She's gone to get tea. She doesn't think it's proper for you to be so close to me, but I told her you were injured and needed help." "I can take care of it. I just need a few uninterrupted minutes." "You can take care of it? You mean—" He nodded toward his arm, where the scar from the slash he'd gotten at Mr. Juarez's house had already faded to near invisibility. She looked troubled, but nodded. "All right, but let me take a look. Where does it hurt worst?" He pulled up the side of his t-shirt. Already bruises were flowering all up and down his left side, from his chest to just above his waistband. Grace stared. "What did he hit you with?" "That was with the shield up," he said, with a chuckle that quickly turned into a wince. "I think you've got cracked ribs, or worse." "I concur. And you can fix that? If you let me concentrate, yes." She glanced toward the kitchen. "Okay, I'll try to keep Abuelita busy." "Miss Ruiz?" "Yes?" "I know you don't believe me, but humor me, please. Stay here and pray. Do what you did for Father Reed at Mr. Juarez's house. Do you think that will help?" "I do. If you do. You saw what happened with the father." She looked dubious, but pulled up a floral hassock and sat down next to where he lay. "Is it okay if I touch you? Abuelita won't approve if she sees us, but it sometimes helps." "Do what you need to do," he said, wincing. "Just try to keep your grandmother from distracting me, or chucking anything heavy at me for the next 10 minutes or so." "I'll do my best," she said, with a nervous chuckle. "Just lie back. Relax." Stone did as instructed, closing his eyes and focusing on directing the magical energy inward. He wasn't sure he'd be able to fully heal something as bad as cracked or broken ribs, but at least he could encourage them in the right direction. It was getting bloody inconvenient to be as rubbish as he was with healing magic. Perhaps he should consider heading down to Ojai to see if he could convince Edna Soren to give him a mini course in the techniques she was teaching Verity. Even if he didn't have his apprentice's natural affinity for that kind of magic, Edna could probably show him a few things that would make it easier for him to patch himself up when he ran into trouble. If he planned to keep up his more active use of his magic, and really it wasn't whether he planned it, but rather more whether circumstances planned to let him stop, better healing magic wasn't something he could afford to be without in his toolkit. As he settled into the meditative state that helped him focus on the area in need of healing, he felt Grace's hands, sure and gentle, settle on the bare skin of his side, and heard the low murmur of her prayers. He shivered despite her hand's warmth, but quickly shifted his thoughts back to the pattern. He couldn't let it slip now, or he'd have to start over, and he didn't think he had that in him. The warmth increased. Was he imagining things, or did it seem to be flowing from her hands, first into his skin, and then into the bones and muscles beneath it? The throbbing pain lessened, and he gradually found the pattern easier to visualize and hold as he directed the magic where it needed to go. He realized he was holding himself stiff and tense, and let the tension flow out of him, allowing his body to sag back into the sofa's soft cushions. The pattern shifted and began to drift away, but this didn't trouble him. It felt right somehow. The pattern was just a framework, like a form you poured concrete into. You didn't truly need it if you already knew what you wanted the finished product to look like. His mind drifted with the pattern as it floated like dancing light on a gently flowing creek. How good it was to not feel the pain. Dr. Stone? He snapped awake to the sound of Grace's soft voice. What? She'd backed off, no longer touching him, but instead watching him from her perch on the edge of the hassock. You fell asleep? So I did. Experimentally, he sat up and took a quick inventory. She'd pulled his t-shirt back down and covered him with an intricately embroidered quilt. His head still hurt a little, but the spiking pain in his side was gone. He probed at it with care, and when nothing flared, lifted his shirt for a look. The bruises were gone. That was unexpected. No way he could have done that on his own. He didn't have that kind of control. He sat up the rest of the way, looking at Grace with new respect. Whether she wanted to believe him or not, she was definitely a wild talent, and likely a strong one. Thank you. I didn't do anything. I know, God did, but thanks to both of you. He glanced up and spotted Grace's stern-faced grandmother lurking in the doorway from the kitchen. How long was I out, and why do I get the feeling she wants me dead? Only a few minutes, and she just wants you out, Grace said. She still doesn't trust strange men around me. Yes, I think we've been over that, he conceded, looking around for the leather bag. But tell her I'm leaving. I've got a long night ahead of me. You should rest. You've been through a lot tonight. Nothing I haven't been through before. You should rest. I can't even imagine how difficult this all must be for you. You saved my life, or at least kept me from quite a lot of trouble, twice tonight. Don't think I'll forget that. Just let me know what you find out, she said, nodding toward the bag. And please, call if you need me. I'm holding you to that promise. I will. He stood and picked up the bag. How do I say, I'm leaving, in Spanish? She chuckled. Me voy. Stone waved at Abuelita. Me voy. Gracias. The old lady muttered something Stone couldn't hear. He didn't ask Grace what it was. He was pretty sure he didn't want to know. Chapter 48. Stone considered it a triumph over his pathological curiosity that he managed to make it home before checking out the contents of the leather bag. It wasn't easy. 3 or 4 times during the trip he wanted to pull into the nearest parking lot and start reading. Archie had attacked him for the information in that bag, and Grace's wards hadn't wanted to let it through. Before he even started looking at it, he suspected there was more in there than the Goodwins' account of how they vanquished the demon. This time he didn't take chances. He carried the bag, along with an industrial-strength cup of coffee, upstairs to the townhouse's attic, which he'd converted into a heavily warded ritual space. Whatever nasty things were in that package would have a much harder time getting away if they became problematic. He closed the door on a curious and indignant raider, who'd followed him upstairs even after he'd put a bowl of food down for the cat. "Sorry, raider," he said. "If I need a familiar, you'll be first on my list for the job. I suggest you start working on your CV, but not tonight." He cleared off the space on his work table and pulled the oilcloth-covered package out of the bag. Whoever had wrapped it had done a good job of it, overlapping the cloth and then tying it up tightly with twine. By now the twine had nearly rotted away. It broke easily with barely any pressure. Stone carefully unfolded the cloth, feeling not unlike a child with a long-anticipated gift. He simultaneously wanted to rip the cloth away so he would get at what was inside and make the suspense last as long as possible. The last fold fell away, revealing 2 sturdy envelopes made of heavy cardstock. Both were yellowed with age, and neither had any writing on the outside. One was significantly thicker than the other. Stone separated them and switched to magical sight. The thicker of the two was the source of the malevolent energy. It glowed with a dull red hue, shifting and squirming, making him almost queasy to look at it. The glow was familiar. A much stronger, more concentrated version of what he'd sensed in Dennis Avala's apartment. Whatever this thing was, it had a strong connection to Archie. Stone got up and walked the perimeter of the attic, double-checking the wards for weak spots. Between the more powerful versions here and the normal wards around the house, he doubted Archie and his crew could get inside even if they found the place. But this wasn't the time to take chances. If Archie could hit hard enough to crack ribs, even through Stone's protective shield, that probably meant that gaining a physical body had made him even more powerful and dangerous than he'd been as a spirit. Satisfied that he was as safe as he was likely to get, Stone sat back down and regarded the two envelopes. Which one should he open first? Finally, unable to decide, he levitated an ancient coin on the edge of the table and sent it spinning into the air. Heads, the smaller one; tails, the nasty one. The coin spun end over end and clattered to the table. When it settled, the stern, bearded profile of a centuries-dead mage regarded him. Before his mind could offer up any reasons why that was a bad choice, he grabbed the thinner envelope and unwound the string holding it closed. Inside were 2 sheets of fine, heavy parchment, each covered on both sides in handwritten text and carefully drawn diagrams and figures. His hands shaking with anticipation, Stone set them next to each other and began by examining the figures, which had been drawn by someone with considerable artistic talent. He knew he was on the right track because he recognized most of them. The first depicted a wooden cross, carved with the same Enochian script he'd encountered in the photos from Dennis Avala's suicide scene. The second obviously represented the stone box. It showed only the end and one side, but the figures on it matched up well enough with those from the one in the picture to leave Stone no doubt he was looking at the same thing. The third was a map. This one was more difficult to read as the area had changed since Goodwin's day, and Stone wasn't even very familiar with its modern-day counterpart. But it appeared to indicate where something had been buried. He noted the word penitencia written in tiny script near the marker showing the location of the burial. The fourth was the one Stone spent the most time staring at. It was an accurate, anatomically correct drawing of a heart, done in black ink with rusty red highlights. Blood? Possibly, but far too old to retain any magical aura. So he was right. This confirmed it. The Goodwins had placed Archie's heart in their consecrated protective vessel and buried it, probably beneath or near the long-destroyed penitencia. He turned the pages back to the first one and began reading, occasionally using his magnifying glass or jeweler's loupe to make out particularly illegible or obscured text. This account was written on the 17th day of November, in the year of our Lord 1872, by Robert George Goodwin. Last night, Father Eustace and I were at last successful in defeating the demon which has entered into our midst and corrupted so many of the people in the area. Father Maltby is dead as well, God rest his soul. Father Eustace attempted an exorcism, but both the demon within him, a minion of the corrupter, and the father himself resisted with great violence, and the process proved too taxing for Father Maltby's ravaged flesh. I regret to say that his earthly body was torn asunder by the demon's resistance, and the vision will, I am certain, haunt my nightmares for the remainder of my days. We have buried him in an unmarked and unconsecrated grave, as there is no doubt in either my own or Father Eustace's mind that Father Maltby chose his fate, and in fact invited the demon's minion to enter into him. My studies, along with Father Eustace's prayers and rituals, have finally proven effective, at least to an extent. I fear that there is no way to truly destroy the demon on this, our earthly plane. The most we can do, and all we were able to accomplish, is to imprison that most central and indestructible part of its earthly remains, the thing that tethers it to our plane, in the hope that it will lie beneath the consecrated earth, undiscovered and undisturbed for the remainder of days. I fear what might occur if our efforts were to be discovered or unraveled. I leave this account only for the benefit of my son and his sons after, in case such an eventuality were to occur. The stronger the demon is permitted to become, the more vile murders it is permitted to perform and innocent souls it is permitted to corrupt for its unholy ends, the more difficult those who come after us will find it to do what is necessary. Again, I stress, both Father Eustace and I believe that it is not possible to destroy the demon permanently on the earthly plane, but even in all my research and study, I have not succeeded in discovering a method for traveling to its home domain. Father Eustace, of course, distrustful of my methods even as he is forced to depend upon them to aid him in his efforts, believes it would be sheerest folly to even attempt such a thing, since his faith assures the demon's domain certainly to be hell itself. As I do not believe in hell and have been privy to far greater mysteries of the universe in the pursuit of my art, I am not of this mind. But it is of no matter, since I do not have the means or knowledge to investigate further. I believe at minimum the demon's true name would be required, and the wily fiend has never seen fit to reveal it. Perhaps my descendants will discover more should the need arise. I pray they will not be required to do so. For now, I believe it is safe to lay down this burden for a time. I will remain in the area and keep a watch for unusual behavior among the local population, but, if God is willing, I pray this puts an end to the fiend's dominion. The rest of the pages contained detailed descriptions of the spells, prayers, and enchantments both Goodwin and Eustace placed on the box and the cross. A translation of the Enochian script, Stone's own translation had been largely correct, and a write-up of the ritual the mage and the priest had used to remove Archie's heart from his physical body, seal it in the box, and bury the box in the consecrated ground near the penitencia. Also present, though maddeningly in considerably less detail, was description of Goodwin and Eustace's battle with Archie. Goodwin didn't seem to feel that was the important part of his account, and described the process as simply a melding of my art and Father Eustace's holy faith. Great. Did that mean he wouldn't be able to take Archie down without joining forces with someone slinging faith-based magic? He was fairly short on those right now. Grace was the obvious choice, but from Goodwin's descriptions, Father Eustace had been fully on board with, and well versed in, the use of his abilities. Grace had neither the training nor the inclination to pit herself against a foe of Archie's caliber. And he suspected whatever the demon's plans were now that he had an earthly home, he wasn't going to stand around and patiently wait while Stone figured out how to get her up to speed, assuming she was even willing. So the bottom line was, he knew what he needed to do, but wasn't sure he could do it. Frustrated, he slipped the papers back into the envelope and pulled the thicker one to him. Maybe getting what Archie was up to straight from the horse's mouth might give him some more insights, assuming he could even force himself to study it long enough to gather any. Even holding the envelope in his hands made his skin crawl, as if he were gripping two handfuls of writhing, bloody maggots crawling over sheets of flayed skin. Where the hell did that thought come from? Before any other thoroughly disgusting mental images put him off the idea, he unwound the string and opened the envelope. Inside was a stack of... what? Not exactly paper. Whatever it was too thick to be paper. Pale tan in color, it resembled heavy parchment, each sheet mostly rectangular, but with a certain roughness around the edges, as if perhaps it had been cut by hand with a knife or dull scissors. He slipped his hand inside the envelope and prepared to pull the stack gently out. As soon as he touched it, he knew what it was. It took an effort of will not to recoil, to yank his hand back and toss the envelope to the other side of the desk. He didn't do that, though. Instead, he pulled the sheets out and laid them down in front of him, staring down in horror at the precise sigils and diagrams that covered their every inch, written in rust-colored ink. The sigils were familiar, more carefully written and refined than those from the recent murder scenes, but nonetheless clearly the same language. And now Stone knew what Archie had been doing with all the skin and blood he'd had his henchmen collecting from their victims, and why he was so motivated to get his slimy hands on the contents of the bag that he'd risked showing himself in public. To finish that which I have started. These pages represented his efforts the last time he'd been on Earth, efforts that had been interrupted when Goodwin and Eustace had finally managed to defeat him. Stone had no idea how much of Archie's work these pages amounted to, but no doubt if the demon could get hold of them, it would put him that much closer to whatever his ultimate plan was. Stone's first impulse was to destroy the pages. It was difficult to resist the temptation to simply burn them. From the feel of the magic around them and even the crawling sensation he got when he touched them, he was sure they were too evil to be allowed to exist. He couldn't do that yet, though. For once, it wasn't because of his insatiable curiosity to learn about everything that came within his sphere. Not much, anyway. He wasn't sure he even wanted to read these things, to allow the vile rituals they no doubt depicted to pollute his consciousness. He had no idea how Archie had managed to corrupt Father Maltby and the other people in the area, and no illusions that the demon wasn't frighteningly powerful. He'd have to be very careful. But he couldn't destroy them yet, for two reasons. The first was that he had to have at least a general idea of what Archie was planning, if he had any hope of interfering with it. The second, and more dangerous, was that if he could figure out Archie's plans, perhaps he could use the pages to bait a trap, to lure the demon somewhere when he was prepared. He was tired of Archie jumping him at unexpected times and places. It was time to go on the offensive. His mind went back to the words from Robert Goodwin's documents. His speculation that since Archie's heart was indestructible on Earth, the best way to deal with him would be to go to his own home plane, if he had any idea where it was located and how to get there. Perhaps Archie's foul work would contain such a thing, something that might suggest where to start, at least. He didn't expect to find Archie's true name buried in the bloody sigils, but the demon had never expected anyone else to see the writings. Anything was possible. Magic was a very personal thing. It was, at least in Stone's experience, impossible to create this kind of intricate spellwork without putting a piece of yourself into the effort. He retrieved his notes from his meeting with Ward and Eddie, along with Beale's research, spread it all out on the table, and pulled the first page of Archie's document toward him. It was going to be a long night. Chapter 49. Friday morning, Stone called the Stanford department office and got Laura. "Listen," he said, "I'm going to need to take one more personal day. I was up all night working on a project, and I'm hoping to finish it up this weekend. Can you ask Kendra to take my 1 o'clock today?" "Of course," she said. Her tone changed to one of concern. "Are you all right, Alastair? You sound odd. I can't blame you, though, with people getting murdered right here on campus." "I'm fine," he assured her. He liked Laura, but when she got up a head of steam, it was hard to get a word in. "As I said, just tired and quite busy on something time-sensitive. I'll see you Monday." "All right, then. Have a great weekend." "We'll see if I'm even alive after this weekend, then I'll let you know." Before he headed to his lunch meeting with Beale, he gathered up Archie's papers and Goodwin's, put them back in their respective wrappings, and stowed them in a double-warded safe he kept in his attic workspace. The documents wouldn't be as secure there as they would if he took them home to England, but Archie or his henchlings would have to get through 4 levels of warding and the safe itself in order to get at them. He hoped Simon Beale's new information would prove useful somehow, but didn't expect it would. If it didn't, he'd have to study the material he had with even more care and see if he could get something else out of it. Perhaps he could come up with some kind of ritual that would let him tie the writings to Archie, especially if the demon had written them himself. If nothing else, it might lead him to Archie's earthly location. For now, that might even be more practical. Aside from the overworld that connected the teleportation portals, he'd never traveled to another plane. He knew the theory and had some good reference material on the subject, but the practice was difficult, dangerous, and almost never offered sufficient benefit for him or anyone else, as far as he knew, to attempt it. Not for the first time since he'd gotten involved in this whole Archie situation, he wished either his old master Desmond or Stefan Kalinsky were available for consultation. Of all his mage associates, those two were probably the ones most likely to know about interdimensional travel. Well, them or Trevor Harrison, but he was even more unavailable than Desmond or Kalinsky. He was on his own with this one. So, what else was new? He verified that his mobile phone was charged, made sure Raider had food, water, and a clean litter box, and headed out. It was a good thing the cat genuinely seemed not to mind being alone a lot. He felt guilty for being absent so often, and made a mental note to see if he could find someone else who might give Raider a better home after all this was over. He didn't want to admit it, even to himself, but he actually might miss the little beast. He'd never understood the appeal of pets before. Aubrey had a cranky old beagle who never did anything but sleep, which seemed rather pointless to Stone. But his time with Raider had shown him that having another living creature in the house, especially one who made few demands on his time, was self-cleaning, and who provided a handy sounding board when his human confidants weren't available, wasn't altogether unpleasant. Beale was waiting when he arrived at the hotel. He was dressed in his usual fuddy-duddy style and carried the leather briefcase, as always. Stone wondered if he slept with the thing. "How are you?" Beale asked. "Did you find Mr. Goodwin's papers? I was so excited when you told me you might have a line on them. After all these years, it would be like finding hidden treasure." Beale's enthusiasm amused Stone. The gnome-like old man was like a little kid when it came to anything to do with his pet subject, which seemed strange given that his pet subject was an ancient language supposedly created by demons. Still, it wasn't anything he hadn't seen before. He'd once known a professor who practically emitted visible rays of happiness any time someone showed the slightest interest in a particular obscure species of prehistoric mollusk that he'd dedicated his entire professional career to studying. Academics could be like that. Even so, he couldn't very well tell Beale that he'd broken into someone's home and cracked a magical safe under the kitchen floor to obtain the papers. "I'm afraid it turned out to be a bust," he lied. "They weren't where they were supposed to be. But I've still got a couple more leads, so I'll let you know if I turn anything up." "Oh, that's unfortunate," Beale said. "You must have been so disappointed." "It happens. I'm sorry I don't have anything new to share with you, but I hope you'll still show me what you've found out about the demon." Of course, of course. And you must let me buy lunch today, since you did yesterday. What's good around here?" "Oh, it's quite all right. I'm happy to do it. Have you got a preference?" "I'll eat anything," Beale said. He clutched the briefcase. "I'm just excited to show you this new information and see what you make of it. I've even made you a copy." They ended up at a little bistro off University. Stone picked it partially because the food was good, but mostly because it wasn't a popular lunchtime hangout for the student crowd, and therefore wouldn't be as packed. He slipped the hostess an extra 20, and asked her for a larger table in the back so they'd have more room to spread out their papers. Beale had barely sat down before he was digging in his briefcase. "I'd completely forgotten about this," he said. "I'm sure I must have read it at some point, but as Patricia probably already told you, up until your call I'd put this research on a bit of a back burner since I wasn't finding any new material. It was misfiled, which is why I missed it the first time when I was looking for information about the demon legend." He frowned as he held it up, peering at it through his owlish glasses. Also, to be completely honest, most of it doesn't make a darn bit of sense to me." He pushed it across the table. "This is the original, in case it matters, but as I said, I've made a copy for you." Stone pulled it over and glanced at it, expecting to see either more mostly useless bits of speculation about the demon, or repeats of accounts he'd already read. Instead, his gaze sharpened. This one was different from the ones Beale had shown him before. For one thing, it wasn't written in the old man's crabbed, precise script. It also wasn't in English. He picked up the 2 sheets. On a quick skim through, he identified bits of Latin, other bits in an obscure Latinate language used by some mages, and some of the sigil-based demonic language. The sheets also included a diagram which looked very much like a crudely drawn ritual circle. He looked up at Beale. "Where did you get this?" The waitress came by at that moment. Beale waited until they'd given her their orders before replying. "I don't even remember, to be honest. I think it came with some other material I got a couple of years ago, but I put it aside since, aside from the sigils, it wasn't the direction I was looking to go. I can read the Latin, of course. I assume you can, too?" Stone nodded distractedly, still fixed on the papers. "But I don't know what that other language is. It looks rather like Latin, but it's different enough that I can't read it." "It's an occult language," Stone said. "Used by so-called magicians, mostly back in the Middle Ages, to keep their spells and rituals from falling into the wrong hands." "Indeed. Fascinating." Beale perked up and pulled out the second copy of the pages. "Can you read that, too?" "Yes." Stone could barely keep his mind on the conversation as his gaze darted back and forth across the pages. "It talks about the demon coming to Earth, and his plans to corrupt as many humans as he can manage when he gets here. Something about how he gains more power as he gathers more worshippers." That fit with what he'd learned from his study of Archie's spells last night. As nearly as he could tell, it appeared that each spell in the collection was inscribed on the skin taken from a single victim, and written in that victim's blood. So if that were true, then Archie was doing double duty with his murders. He was killing the victims to harvest their skin and blood to provide raw materials for his little project, and to collect their body parts to construct his custom-made earthly vessel. That meant it was possible he wasn't done with his killings yet. Even though he had a body now, he might not have enough blood and skin to supply him with materials he needed to complete his work. "Fascinating," Beale said, trying to follow along. "This really is fascinating." "It is indeed," Stone said. "I'm beginning to think I might get quite an impressive paper out of this. Naturally, I'll give you all proper credit, Mr. Beale. He stopped. "Dr. Stone?" Stone didn't answer. He'd been focusing on the text, but suddenly a bit of detail in the crude ritual circle diagram had caught his eye. It included a word he didn't recognize, repeated several times around the outer edge of the circle, and once in the center. It wasn't a word he was even sure he could pronounce, but as he pictured it in his mind, he could feel its magical resonance. He didn't have to pronounce it. Visualizing it would be sufficient. Had he just discovered Archie's true name? "Dr. Stone, are you all right?" "What?" He'd forgotten Beale was there. "Oh, sorry, just give me a moment, trying to work something out." He'd seen that word before, somewhere in the text. He flipped through it twice before he finally spotted it near the bottom of the second page, buried in a long paragraph of the magical Latin. "He, the one whose name we do not speak, and they who attend him, and he who betrayed him, the demon," followed by the name he'd seen in the circle. Well, damn. Disappointment washed over him as quickly as the excitement had. It looked like it wasn't Archie's true name after all. He was sure that designation had to go along with "he, the one whose name we do not speak," but apparently that of some demon that broke ranks with him thousands of years ago. Unfortunately, though, the circle didn't look useful. Stone had seen hundreds of ritual circles in his magical career, and this one didn't look like a summoning circle, or even one used to contact the demon in question. If anything, it looked like a layman's idea of what a magical circle might look like, complete with mismatched symbols, incorrect markings, and flourishes added for no other reason than to make it look more impressive. Junk occult shop stuff, good for nothing but fooling the rubes. But even so, a demon who had betrayed Archie, if the name were correct... "Dr. Stone?" Beale was looking at him with a mixture of concern, curiosity, and frustration. "Do you see something you'd like to share?" No, sorry." He pointed at the circle. "I got a bit excited for a moment when I saw this, but on closer examination it's not a proper circle. It doesn't mean anything, clearly drawn by someone who wasn't familiar with occult practices. Pity, because the rest of this is bloody interesting." Beale chuckled. "Not to worry, Dr. Stone. Believe me, I'm quite familiar with the thrill of discovery. In fact, I'll let you keep the original if you like, since it's not helpful to my own research." He began gathering his other papers and carefully filing them away in the briefcase. "I want to thank you again for getting me excited about my research again, and I'm so glad I could be of some small help to you as well. I think I'll probably head back to Los Angeles today or tomorrow, but you have my contact information. I'd love to hear from you, especially if you locate Mr. Goodwin's papers." "Of course," Stone said, "and I'll send you a copy of my paper when it's finished. Thank you for everything, Mr. Beale." He dropped Beale back off at his hotel after they finished lunch. After the old man assured him he didn't need a ride back to the airport, he headed back home. Already the beginnings of a plan were forming in his mind. It was a reckless, dangerous, and potentially suicidal plan, but given that he had no way to locate Archie, didn't want to give him time to commit any additional murders, and, if Goodwin's description could be believed, couldn't destroy him even if he managed to find him, it might be the only option he had. Chapter 50. Grace Ruiz stared at him in horror. "I'm sorry, Dr. Stone. I know I said I'd help you, but I won't help you do that. I can't." They were at the park across the street from St. Joseph's, where she'd agreed to meet him late that afternoon. She sat on the picnic table near the Quetzalcoatl sculpture. He paced back and forth like a caged cat in front of her. "Why not? I'm not asking you to help anyway, just to sort of monitor things, in case anything goes wrong. You're the only one around here I trust to do it. I have other friends I could call, but it would take too long for them to get here. It needs to be done soon, before Archie kills anyone else. I want to do it tonight." She crossed herself and met his intense gaze with her own adamant one. "There's got to be another way. You shouldn't be doing this either. Do you realize what you're saying?" "I know exactly what I'm saying, and no, I don't think there is another way. If you've got one, I'd be happy to hear it. I'm not exactly over the moon about this myself, but something's got to be done." "You're talking about summoning a demon. A real demon. And if that's not bad enough, you want to... Do I understand this? You want to bind it and force it to guide you to wherever Archie is in hell so you can fight him?" She gripped the edge of the table. "Do you realize how insane that sounds?" He let his breath out in a long, slow sigh. "Yes, I know exactly how insane it sounds. But I also know it's my best chance of dealing with him. I don't think he'll expect me to show up on his doorstep. If I'm lucky, I can hit him before he realizes what's going on. I can hit hard when I'm prepared. If I can destroy him on his own plane, it won't matter that he's here. He'll either die, or we'll be able to take out his physical form much more easily here as well." She shook her head, looking first down at her lap and then back up at him. Her voice shook. "It's blasphemy. It goes against God's will. It goes against all of his teachings. I said before that I believe whatever you're doing isn't magic, that you're fighting magic, and that you're on the side of good. I still believe that, but this is just wrong. I can't be part of it. You're putting your immortal soul at risk, Dr. Stone." "I do that 3 or 4 times before breakfast every day." "Don't joke about it," she said with sudden vehemence, her eyes blazing and brimming with shimmering tears. "It's not funny. This is as serious as it gets. If you commune with demons, use them to help you, they'll destroy you. That's what they do. They've been corrupting humans since the beginning of time. What makes you think you're any different?" He sighed. "Ms. Ruiz, I won't argue theology with you. I wouldn't presume to do that. Your beliefs are your own, and it's not down to me to say whether they're right or wrong. But I do have experience with this sort of thing. I've studied it for many years. I've even done it a time or two. Never quite so extremely true. I've never gone to a spirit's home plane, but I have summoned them and bound them to help me. I wouldn't be going to hell because this isn't really a demon I'm summoning. It's more of a spirit, so I'd be going to its home dimension. It doesn't matter, she said. Spirit, demon, it's still against God's will to have anything to do with them. You're not even supposed to commune with your own dead relatives. The Bible's very clear on that. I'm not asking you to do anything like that, he said. He stopped pacing and faced her. Do you think I would ever put you in that kind of danger? I don't want you to help with the ritual at all. You don't even have to look at the spirit if you don't want to, but... He spread his hands. I'll admit it. I'll be separating my spirit from my body and traveling somewhere I've never gone. Somewhere quite likely extremely dangerous. I'd be lying if I said that didn't scare me. It does. I just don't want to do it completely alone. He didn't meet her gaze as he said it. The admission was a difficult one for him. Asking for help had never been something he did easily. In truth, asking Grace had been a last resort after running through and dismissing all his other possibilities. All of them were either unavailable, would take too long to get here, or would take too long to explain things to, if they'd even be willing to help at all. That, and after reading Robert Goodwin's account of his and Father Eustace's final battle with Archie, he was convinced that a vital part of dealing with the demon involved someone with both strong faith and magical ability. Aside from his acquaintance back east, whom he'd tried to contact and been unsuccessful, that left only Grace. But if she wouldn't help, if he'd finally reached the end of her willingness to reconcile what she was doing with her strong faith, he couldn't force her. He wouldn't, even if he could. She'd already helped him more than she knew. Hell, she'd almost certainly saved his life at least twice, possibly 3 times. He hadn't been ready for Archie to show up in person last night. If she hadn't been there to drive him off, not only would he probably be dead, but Archie would have his previous work and be that much closer to achieving his plans for large-scale corruption. "All right," he said, letting his hands fall to his sides. "All right, Miss Ruiz. I understand. It was wrong for me to even ask you to do such a thing." He faced her again. "I wish you well. If I'm successful tonight, then you'll likely never hear from Archie or his lot again, and you can put the whole unpleasant business behind you and get on with your life. If not," he shrugged, "be careful. That's all I can say. Thank you for everything. It's been an honor to know you." "I'll be praying for you, Dr. Stone," she said. "I promise I will. I wish I could help you more." He nodded. "So do I, but I understand." He paused, and then, "There is one thing you can do for me, if you'd be so kind." "What is it?" He reached in his pocket and pulled out the spare key to the townhouse, then scribbled his home address and a phone number on the back of one of his business cards. He handed it to her along with a $20 bill. "Come by my house tomorrow, and if anything's gone wrong, make sure my cat's seen to. He'll need a new home. Take care of him. He'll probably be fairly traumatized. The money's for a cab. The other phone number is a friend of mine named Jason Thayer. He knows about me. Call him too and let him know what's happened." Tears glimmered in Grace's eyes as she took the items and stowed them in her pocket. "I will. But not to do all of that, just to see you. You can tell me about how it went." "Yes. Let's hope that's the way it works out." "Here," she said suddenly, reaching into her own pocket. "Take this, please." In her open hand rested a silver crucifix, larger and more elaborate than the one she wore around her neck, on a heavy silver chain. Instead of a Christ figure in the center, it included a stylized representation of a heart with a crown over it. He shook his head. "You keep it. I don't think it will do me any good." "I think it will," she said firmly. "I've prayed over it. It might help you." "Even if I don't have any faith in it?" "I have faith in it," she said. "God loves and watches over all his children." He hesitated a moment, then took the crucifix and put it in his pocket. "Thank you." He still didn't think it would help, but he supposed it couldn't hurt. He turned and headed back toward the car, already going over what he'd need to do. The ritual was a long and complex one, requiring 2 parts: the actual summoning, which he'd done before, and the travel to Archie's home plane, which he hadn't. He wasn't even entirely sure he could do it. He had the theory, but he would need a lot of help from the spirit he summoned. That meant he'd have to put far more trust in the spirit than he felt comfortable with, but he didn't see any way around it. He turned back once when he reached the car. Grace still sat where he'd left her, perched on the picnic table. She was staring down at her hands, looking as if the weight of the world rested on her thin shoulders. He watched her for a moment, but she didn't look up. He got in the car and drove off. Tonight, it would be him or Archie. Chapter 51. Magical practitioners had known about other planes of existence for hundreds of years. The working theory was that an infinite number of them coexisted with the material plane, each one occupying the same space, but shifted in reality. For some planes this shift was slight. For example, the overworld that modern-day mages used to travel quickly in minutes between specially constructed gateways around the globe, or some of the planes from which mages sometimes summoned spirits to do their bidding or to aid them in their magical study. For others, the shift was, theoretically anyway, since as far as Stone was aware no one had proven it yet, so profound that it wouldn't be possible for humans to survive on them in spirit or material form. Some, such as the home plane of the evil, were so foreign that even if it were possible for the body to survive without being torn to pieces by the local residents, the mind would break in short order. In the modern day, when the study of magic was on the decline, and even most people who possessed the talent didn't take the time to train it to the extent required to perform advanced-level techniques, summoning spirits was rare and dangerous. Among those who risked it, most were of the black magic tradition. As Stone had once told Jason Thayer while he prepared to summon a demon to help them locate Jason's sister Verity, spirits hated being drawn from their home planes to play flunky to some human practitioner, and thus did everything they could to thwart the summoner's will. Most successful summonings Stone had heard of or participated in had involved multiple mages, but over the last few years he had spent a fair bit of time working on techniques that would allow him to safely summon spirits, at least minor ones, on his own. A part of these techniques involved using small bits of the strange magical tradition Trevor Harrison had shown him, the one that involved pulling power from yet another plane of existence rather than drawing it from within himself, as he did with white magic practices. He'd finally, over the last few months, gotten to where he could use tiny bits of the energy in a highly controlled setting without burning out his magical abilities. He still couldn't do it for anything but rituals. The last time he tried casting a minor spell with it in the wild, he'd still burned himself out for a couple of hours. But even that small bit of progress had encouraged him. The other factor that had aided in the improvement of his summoning techniques was a tome he'd gotten in Ojai from a woman named Suzanne Washburn. Suzanne was a mundane, but she had a strong interest in the occult and the supernatural. She'd purchased the book at a used bookstore after finding it in a collection that ended up being donated by the unwitting mundane relatives of a local deceased mage. After he'd helped deal with a renegade spirit she and her friends had managed to summon using a sort of all-purpose ritual that relied on the wishes of the summoners to help define the type of spirit that showed up, she'd been only too happy to hand the tome off to him. Stone had never attempted traveling to another plane, though, except for his jaunts through the overworld when using the portals. He wasn't even certain how to do it, not on his own, anyway. His hope was that combining a bit of Harrison's magic, a modified version of the all-purpose spell from the tome, and what he hoped was the true name of Archie's demon enemy, he could summon the demon, bind it, and force it to escort him back to its home plane and take him to Archie. Hell, if it truly still hated him, it might even be willing to go along with the plan voluntarily. Not bloody likely, but he could hope. The part he wasn't so sure about was what he'd find when he got there. The plane could be incompatible with human life, spirit or physical. He doubted it, since Archie was a classic demon defined by human ideas about what demons should look and act like. That generally corresponded to a plane that was fairly close in phase to the material plane, rather than somewhere so out there that the denizens would be incomprehensible to the human mind. He also wasn't sure Archie would even be home when he got there. He suspected that something of him would be there, since spirits tended to be dual-natured beings that could exist in more than one place at once. Robert Goodwin and Father Eustace had destroyed Archie's physical body, leaving only his indestructible physical heart on the earthly plane. Did that mean the rest of him existed on his own plane, and his spirit had simply returned there when his body was destroyed? If Stone was wrong, he'd show up and discover that Archie's spirit currently resided fully in the physical body he'd made for himself. If that happened, he'd have to destroy Archie's body before he could destroy the spirit, which meant he'd have to find Archie's body first. And since Archie had no aura and was clearly an ancient and powerful practitioner, Stone had no way to do that. No pressure. When he got back home, Raider greeted him at the door. He picked up the cat and looked into his big green eyes. "Well, Raider, it's been lovely knowing you. You're not a bad little beast at all, and I apologize in advance if I end up traumatizing you again. Ms. Ruiz will take good care of you if that happens." Raider said nothing, but stretched out his neck and licked Stone's nose. Chapter 52. Stone spent far longer setting up the ritual than he technically needed to. Whether it was due to a certain reluctance to get on with it, or because he was taking extra care to ensure he didn't mess anything up, he wasn't sure. Probably a bit of both. Whatever it was, though, nearly 3 hours had passed by the time he stood back and examined his handiwork, satisfied that he could do nothing more to ensure things went as planned. This was the extent of what his ability and research could manage. If it wasn't sufficient, he'd find out soon enough. He'd cleared out the entire middle area of the large attic he used as a ritual space, leaving an expanse of wooden flooring roughly 20 feet square. The circle itself took up a little over half of that, consisting of the permanent part he'd painted shortly after he moved in. He was glad his landlord lived on the opposite coast. He'd never even met the man, and because he paid his rent well in advance and took care of any minor household emergencies on his own, there was no need for any unexpected visits. And the ritual-specific parts he'd added using a combination of chalk, tape, candles, and crystals. In the center, he'd placed a large standing mirror with a table in front of it, with chalice, a knife, and a tome on a stand. The final circle was not beautiful. In fact, it had a certain rough, crude quality, as befitted the type of being he wished to summon. It included several of the demonic sigils around the outside, and he'd carefully copied the mishmash of ugly lines representing the demon's name on a piece of paper on the table next to the tome. After finishing the setup, he paced around the circle several times, checking for breaches, errors, or other potential problems. The one thing he couldn't allow was a way for the demon to get free if something went wrong. If it broke his control and killed him, well, that would be unfortunate, certainly, but it was part of the risk one took when summoning such dangerous beings. But letting it escape and hurt other people, that was another matter entirely. "You're stalling," he told himself. It was true, of course. He didn't want to do this. He certainly didn't want to do it alone, but waiting wasn't an option either, since even if Archie was done killing people for office supplies, he still clearly planned to initiate his corruption scheme on a large scale, and soon. His last attempt at doing something to avoid this ritual had been to call Maria Alvarez, to see if she'd managed to contact the woman who had Dennis Avala's box. If he had that, he might be able to use it to trace Archie, since it had been in contact with his heart for so long. But Maria had no good news. The other professor was out of town for a conference, and she wasn't sure when she'd be back. She promised to see if she could convince the woman's assistants to allow some time with the box, but she wasn't sure when she'd have an answer. Stone paced the circle again, then stopped on the side facing the mirror. He examined his reflection. His pale face floated against his dark hair, the deep hollows around his eyes, and his black Queen t-shirt. He did a few stretches, as if he were planning to go for a run, rather than summon a demon that would most likely rather eat him than help him. Yes, that's it. We'll just go for a run together and then pop by Pete's for a latte after. Very civilized. Oh, stop stalling. Get on with it. He glanced at the phone on the table. He wouldn't admit it, but part of why he'd been stalling was that he'd been hoping Grace would change her mind and contact him. Having her here, given her apparent effect on Archie and his crew, would have been comforting and potentially helpful. But the phone remained resolutely silent. He'd thought about calling Jason, almost did it a couple times, but finally decided against it. Unlike Grace, Jason wouldn't have been able to do much if anything got out of hand. The extra power would have been nice, true, but his friend was a minimum of 5 hours away, even if he left right away. At this point, for good or ill, Stone just wanted to get on with it. He walked over and switched the phone off. Once he started the ritual, he didn't want to be distracted by somebody wanting his opinion on gutter cleaning options. But that also meant that if Grace did plan to call, she wouldn't be able to reach him. He pulled his mobile phone from his pocket, switched that off too, and set it next to the other one. It felt like a gesture of finality. That's it then. It's just you and old whatever the hell his name is. He was about to walk back to the circle when his gaze fell on the crucifix Grace had given him, there on the table next to the phones. He stood there a moment, studying it, and then picked it up, slipped the chain over his neck, and put it under his shirt. It sent a brief shiver through him as it touched his bare skin, but quickly warmed. He doubted it would do him any good, but Grace had been insistent. He could humor her, at least. It's not as if it would do any harm. With one more deep, cleansing breath, he stepped into the circle and took his place in front of the table, facing the mirror. He picked up the knife and contemplated his reflection one more time. "Here we go," he said aloud, and then shifted to magical sight and began the summoning incantation. The ritual was a modified version of the one he'd done with Jason to find Verity. If all went as planned, the demon would appear in the mirror at the end of the summoning, but unlike the previous ritual, in this one he wouldn't simply bind it temporarily and send it off to locate someone. Instead, he would bind it much more securely and compel it to open a way to its own home dimension. The mirror, instead of merely acting as a means of communication, would become a portal between the two planes for a couple of seconds. If he'd done the ritual wrong, the demon could come through to his own side. That was where all his care in casting the circle had come in. If it did that and the circle was sound, all it could do was rip him to shreds, not escape into the world. It wouldn't need the portal to get back to its own plane, so eventually it would probably get bored and go home. Not an optimum outcome, certainly, but better than the alternative. If he'd done the ritual correctly, however, he would force the bound demon to take him to its plane and, once there, lead him to Archie. After that, his plans grew much murkier. He didn't have a specific idea how he planned to beat Archie once he found him. He'd done the best he could to prepare, charging up all his focus items, even though he wasn't sure they'd work on Archie's dimension. Beyond that, he'd have to play it by ear, using his control over the demon to learn as much as he could about the new environment so he could catch Archie by surprise. He was at a disadvantage, sure, but this also wasn't his first rodeo. Besides that, there still was always the chance that if his summoned demon hated Archie as much as he did, it might even help him do the job voluntarily. Not something he'd in any way count on, but definitely something to keep in the back of his mind. First things first, though, before he could do anything else, he had to get there. He continued the incantation, filling his mind with both the image of the demon's name and thoughts of control, binding, cooperation. The most important part was that his resolve couldn't waver. These kinds of rituals were as much about mindset as they were about actual practice. That confidence was one of the most difficult things for apprentice mages to learn, and the reason why most of them didn't progress beyond the basic levels of the art. If you couldn't convince yourself that you had control over the forces you were trying to manipulate, how could you ever convince some powerful being to do your bidding? He cleared all the extraneous thoughts from his mind, focusing his confidence. The demon would answer his call. He could bind it and keep it controlled. No doubt was permitted. The incantation was reaching its end now, the point of no return. Without taking his eyes off the space reflected in the mirror, he gripped the knife, lifted it, and sliced the blade across his palm. When the blood welled up, he turned his hand over and dripped it into the chalice, where it joined the other reagents he'd already prepared. Almost immediately the mixture began to bubble and smoke. In the periphery of Stone's vision it rose up out of the chalice, both on the table in front of him and in the mirror image. In a few seconds he would know if he'd cast the first part of the spell, the part to do the actual summoning, properly. The reddish smoke rose and swirled higher, taking up a larger volume of space than suggested by the small amount of material in the bottom of the chalice. For a couple more seconds the smoke in the real world moved in perfect synchronization with the smoke in the mirror, but then the two began to diverge. The real-world smoke drifted toward the mirror, and the mirror smoke slowly formed into a humanoid figure, rising up out of the mirror chalice. Soon all of the real-world smoke had disappeared, sucked through the mirror to join its reflected counterpart. Stone gripped the table, heedless of the pain in his hand where he'd slashed it, focusing all his will on the figure. The smoke coalesced more, shifting and forming into a more coherent humanoid figure. Tall, male, its slim, sinuous, naked body covered in something that suggested fur. Its fingers ended in sharp claws. It glared at him with burning red eyes and then reached out, tentatively tapping at the other side of the window formed by the mirror. Its lips curled around words, but no sound came through to the other side. This was the crucial time. If Stone couldn't bind it in the next 20 seconds or so, he couldn't be sure he could keep it under his control long enough to send it back. He kept his gaze locked on the demon's eyes and continued reciting the words of the binding incantation, booming out the pseudo-Latin words in a strong, confident voice. The demon pounded harder on the mirror with both fists, continuing to fix Stone with a stare as sharp and wicked as the knife he'd used on his hand. The mirror rattled in its frame, shaking the objects on the table like a tiny earthquake. The knife walked its way to the edge of the table and crashed to the ground. Stone ignored it, keeping his grip tight and his focus fixed. He repeated the binding ritual, even more forcefully than before, keeping the demon's name firmly fixed in his mind's eye. Sweat ran down from his forehead, but he ignored that too. And then, suddenly, the demon stopped pounding. It took a step back, lowered its hands to its sides, and regarded Stone as if he were a particularly interesting specimen under a microscope. "What do you want?" it asked, in a growling voice. It didn't speak English, but it didn't have to. The fact that Stone could understand its voice in his mind told him that the binding had succeeded. No time to cheer now, though. That was just step one, the step he understood. Everything from here on would be uncharted territory. "I want you to take me to your former boss," he said. "Open a way for me to your plane and take me to where he is." "You don't want to meet him," the demon said. "He'll kill you." "Not if I kill him first," Stone said. "Don't argue, do as you're told. Open the way." The demon appeared to fight the compulsion again, But after a moment it let out a very human-like sigh.
"Fine," it said. "Hey, I'm all for killing that bastard. I've wanted to do it for, a few thousand years now, but I'm warning you, you'll regret it. He's in a bad mood. Seems some annoying mage is getting in the way of his plans."
He shot a sly, sideways glance at Stone. How unfortunate for him, Stone said. His voice hardened. "Stop stalling. Open the way."
"Can't blame me for trying," it said.
It took a step forward and made an elaborate gesture, tracing some kind of sigil in the air. A burning line followed its finger, each bit of it fading out after a couple of seconds. When it finished, it reached out its clawed hand, pushing it through the mirror and into the real world.
"Take my hand," it said. "I'll pull you through. Make it fast. I can't hold this for long."
A part of Stone wanted to turn and run, to get the hell out of there, and certainly not to touch that calloused red hand with its long, gnarled fingers and pointed talons. This is stupidity, the wise part of his mind told him. If Grace had been here, she'd probably be grabbing his other arm and trying to drag him out of the room about now. But then he thought of all the nameless, faceless victims of Archie's mad little plan. Of Dennis Avila, who'd been guilty of no more than too much curiosity about the intriguing object he'd dug up on his job site. Of Johnny Chang and the 2 Stanford students, all 3 dead because of Stone's involvement. Of all the people who might be on the chopping block if he didn't stop Archie. Mortensen and Hubbard, Laura, Jason and Verity, Grace Ruiz. When he stretched out his hand to grasp the demons, his arm didn't shake and his gaze didn't waver. "Do it." Chapter 53. The demon gripped his arm, digging its claws in, and pulled hard. Stone felt his feet leave the ground as he was dragged across the table. There was a brief, disquieting sensation of utter nothingness, and then he crashed face first into hot, arid ground. He quickly scrambled to his feet, looking around. The ground, as dry and cracked as if it hadn't seen water in decades, stretched out for what looked like miles in every direction, flat and otherwise featureless. Far off in the hazy distance, dark mountains rose. The sky was a nauseating shade of salmon pink, 2 suns hanging red and swollen high above. He took a couple of experimental breaths. The air was as hot and dry as the ground, and tasted of dead things, but at least it was breathable. The demon stood a short distance away, watching him, its long arms crossed over its bare chest. Its long, thin, furred face wore a calculating expression. "Take me to Archie," Stone said again. "I don't want to stay in this cesspool any longer than I have to."
"Just hold on,"
the demon said, raising a hand as if admonishing a child.
"Like I said, I'm down with killing that arrogant motherfucker, but we can't go yet. We have some things to take care of first."
"What things?" Stone shifted to magical sight just to make sure his magic still functioned here. The demon didn't have an aura, but his own aura blazed its familiar purple gold, dimmed a little by the reddened sky. He'd have liked to take more time to look around. Even if this was the home of demons, it was still another plane of existence, and therefore interesting. But that would have to come later.
"You can't just walk into his place. He'll rip you to shreds, and once we leave here, seeing what this place really looks like will put your tender little human mind through a food processor."
Stone wondered where an extra-dimensional demon had learned about food processors, but that hardly seemed relevant at the moment. "What are you talking about? This place is dead boring."
"It's boring here,"
the demon agreed.
"It doesn't stay that way."
"So why warn me? Why not just let me walk into it with my eyes open?" The demon shrugged.
"Like I said, if you want to take him out, I don't mind helping you out for a while. And anyway, you summon me. You bound me. If you don't know how this works—"
Stone did know how this worked, at least the way he'd done it before. Summoned creatures almost always did their best to get out of the summoner's control and usually kill him in the process, if they could get away with it. But as long as they were bound, they couldn't do anything to actively harm the summoner. "All right," he said carefully. "What do you have in mind?"
"This is sort of an antechamber," the demon said. "Someplace you can relate to. But if you want to get to, what do you call him, Archie? That's weird, but whatever. You have to be able to relate to everything. I can help you with that."
"How?" Stone asked suspiciously.
"With an illusion. Sort of an overlay to make the place comprehensible. A reality translator, you might call it."
"What sort of an illusion?" Stone didn't like this at all. Being forced to perceive things differently than their true nature went against every instinct he possessed.
"That's entirely up to you."
The demon grinned, showing yellowed fangs.
"Everybody's different. I won't even know what you'll get because it's all coming from your own mind."
It reached into a pocket, which was even more unsettling given that it was naked and shouldn't have pockets, and pulled out a black knife.
"It's not safe here. You and I might be best friends until we take out Archie, and I can figure out a way around your binding spell. But everything else here wants to slice you up and eat you with a side of fries. That's part of what the illusion is for. It not only tweaks the setting so you can understand the place, it also makes it so everything else here thinks you belong."
"Even Archie?" Stone asked.
"That's the plan."
"Well, I suppose I don't care whether he knows I'm here. Once I've found him, I want him to know I'm here."
"Well then, it sounds like we're on the same page," the demon said. "And this way, maybe you can get a little closer before he catches on. So, what do you say?"
Stone didn't like it, but he didn't see an alternative. As long as the binding remained solid, the demon couldn't hurt him if he stayed sharp. He'd just have to keep his guard up and make sure nothing slipped. He could say he trusted the demon as far as he could throw it, but that wasn't accurate. If sufficiently motivated, he could probably manage to pick it up and toss it a few feet, and he didn't even trust it that far. "What do I have to do?"
"I need to put a mark on you," it said. "You have two choices. I can either carve it into your skin, or you can wear it on a chain around your neck under your shirt."
Stone glared at him. "Why would you think I'd trust you to carve anything into my skin?"
"Hey, I didn't think you'd go with that option, but I offered it because it's safer. If it's carved into you, nobody can remove it unless they cut your skin off. And if they're doing that, you're in a lot worse trouble than losing your disguise."
"Just the same, I'll take my chances with wearing it," Stone said. "You're not getting near me with that knife, so you might as well put it away."
"Suit yourself."
The demon stowed the knife back in its skin pocket and pulled out something else which it offered to Stone. He examined it in the demon's palm. It was round, black, about the size of a $50 coin, and featured a complex sigil carved into its shifting surface. It made him uncomfortable to look at directly, but not as much as Archie's sigils had. It hung at the end of a slender, sinuous black chain that lay in the demon's hand like a tiny, coiled snake.
"Put it on,"
the demon said.
"You wear it next to your skin. It will take effect once it's in place."
"Do I have any control over what this reality translator looks like?" Again the demon shrugged.
"Who knows? It comes from your subconscious. I hope you have lots of dirty little secrets,"
it added with a leer. "Let's get on with it," Stone said. "You're stalling again." He grabbed the pendant from the demon's palm while doing his best not to touch its skin. After another moment's hesitation, he put the chain over his neck and stuffed the pendant beneath his shirt. Instantly his chest erupted in white-hot pain, and his brain with an explosion of horrific, discordant images. He yelped and staggered backward, crashing to the hard ground and clawing with frantic urgency at his chest. He pulled the pendant free and yanked it back over his head. "What the hell was that?" he yelled, leaping back to his feet and flinging the thing at the demon. The pain faded as soon as he had the pendant off, except for a few vestigial twinges, but he felt as if he'd just awakened from the worst nightmare he'd ever had. For a moment, he could just stand there, panting and glaring. The demon, oddly, looked as confused as Stone did.
"That's not supposed to happen,"
it said.
"You got something else under there. Lift up your shirt."
Stone did as he was told. As soon as he had it pulled up, the demon recoiled in disgust, pointing.
"What the hell, man? Get rid of that thing. No wonder the symbol fucked you up."
Stone glanced down at what the demon was pointing at, but he already knew. Grace's crucifix hung there against his chest, its faint glow visible even without magical sight. Damned. Or I suppose it ought to be blessed in this case, he thought wryly. If the thing wasn't doing something after all, even for an avowed heathen like him. He shook his head. Sorry, it stays. We'll need an alternative solution, I guess. The demon shifted from foot to foot, looking uncomfortable.
"Just keep that thing covered up if you insist on wearing it
said, shuddering. It thought for a moment, then bent down, picked up the pendant Stone had thrown at it, and studied it for a moment.
"I can make it into a bracelet,"
it said at last.
"It won't work quite as well for making your reality all rosy and squeaky clean if it's not as close to your heart, but, hey, you're a mage. You should be able to handle a little weirdness in your life. Anybody ever tell you you're a pain in the arse, too? If I didn't want to take down that bastard so bad, I'd tell you to go fuck yourself, binding or no binding."
Just get on with it, Stone said. I want to get this over with as much as you do.
Yeah. Give me a second.
The demon focused on the pendant in its hand, and after a moment the snake-like black chain began to shift and morph.
There. Wear the symbol over the underside of your wrist where your pulse is.
It tossed the new item at Stone. With its black snakeskin strap and round symbol, it now looked like a strange wristwatch. Stone slipped it on and settled the symbol as the demon had directed. This time there was no pain. Instead, an odd crawling sensation immediately began working its way up his arm. When it reached his head, a gray fog rose in his vision, obscuring the demon except for a faint, indistinct outline.
"It'll get weird for a second,"
the demon said.
"Just roll with it. It'll be over soon."
The gray fog grew thicker, submerging sight, sound, even the sense of standing on solid ground. For one uneasy moment, Stone felt as if he were floating in a vast nothingness, as something big and impossibly dangerous approached him with slow, inexorable resolve. Just as he was about to say something, the fog receded, sinking back into the ground much more quickly than it had risen.
"Well, that's a new one," the demon said. "Wouldn't have expected that."
Chapter 54. Around Stone everything had changed. The arid landscape with its sickly pink sky and pendulous blood-red twin suns now resembled nothing more than an idyllic English countryside at twilight. Thick copses of trees and overgrown tangles of undergrowth sprang up on either side of the narrow lane Stone now stood in the middle of, all spread under a cloud-choked dark gray sky. The whole thing, bounded on both sides by waist-height hedgerows, meandered up a gentle hill and then disappeared over the rise. The only things that looked out of place were that the ground covering vegetation and the trunks of some of the trees looked weird and twisted, and the hedgerow seemed to have been attacked by some kind of blight, leaving intermittent bare dead patches along its length. That and the demon. It still stood there, or at least Stone was pretty sure it was still the demon, but no longer was it red, naked, or covered in fur. Now it looked like a skinny, rat-faced boy of perhaps 13, dressed in a navy blue blazer and gray trousers. A blue and black striped tie hung untidily around its neck, and the embroidered crest patch on the jacket's breast pocket depicted the same symbol Stone wore on the bracelet the demon had given him. The boy eyed Stone, head tilted, but said nothing. Stone looked down at himself. Instead of the black t-shirt and faded jeans he'd been wearing before, he was now dressed in a uniform identical to the one the demon wore, complete with sigil pocket crest. The snakeskin bracelet with the symbol on it was now a wristwatch. His arms and hands looked thinner, and when he took a step forward, he stumbled.
"Careful,"
the demon boy said. He now sounded like a teenager whose voice hadn't quite settled into its adult tones yet.
"The height change takes a little getting used to, but we need to get going. We can't stay here long."
"Where are we going?" Stone asked, and was surprised to hear his own voice sounding higher than normal as well.
"And what the hell have you done to me?" "Not my fault,"
the boy said.
"Like I said, it's your subconscious. I guess you had some deep-seated school days issues. Come on."
"I hope it's a co-ed school at least,"
he said, with a salacious eyebrow waggle, and started off down the road in the direction of the rise. After a moment, Stone hurried to catch up with him. It felt odd, trying to move fast when all his limbs seemed too long, too thin, and too gangly. Judging by what he could see without a mirror, he guessed the body he occupied was his own at about age 14, shortly before he'd begun his apprenticeship with William Desmond. He hadn't quite reached his full height by that point, and was smack in the middle of his adolescent scarecrow period before he'd filled out in his late teens.
"Where are we going?"
he asked again.
"Where's Archie?" "He's at the school,"
the kid said, without slowing down or looking back.
"Thought you figured that out already. Come on, man, you'll need to be quicker than that if you're going to take him."
Of course. The answer slipped into place easily. The reason why his subconscious mind had imposed this particular reality over the demonic landscape. He'd chosen to call his foe Archie because he reminded him of a kid he'd gone to school with, a boy 2 years ahead of him who was known equally for his bullying ways and his smarmy ingratiation with the staff and older students. Wealthy and well-connected Archie, the student, not the demon, and his little gang of hangers-on had gotten away with far more than they should have been able to. Stone hadn't had many run-ins with him, since he'd never exuded the victim vibe that seemed to draw him like a shark to chum, but everybody in the school knew about him. When he got close to the top of the rise, the demon kid stopped.
"Listen," he said. "This is going to be tricky, so you need to do what I say. If we screw this up, it's not just your arse in the sling. Remember, he ain't too fond of me either."
"Why will it be tricky? Does he know we're coming?"
"I don't think so. If he did, he'd be sending his guys after us already. But if we're going to get close enough to him to get a shot, we'll have to play it cool. Remember, you blend in. So do I. Use that. Don't tip your hand too soon. Just play along and you'll know when to hit, okay?"
"As long as you play straight with me," Stone said. So far, the demon showed no signs that the binding had slipped. He felt the periodic faint tug that indicated it was testing its boundaries, but that was normal and expected.
"How long is this going to take?"
"Not long. Shh, we're getting close now. Just follow along and don't say much."
Stone didn't move.
"Before we go, is there anything else you can tell me or offer me to help? Remember, you want him dead too, so it's in your best interest to help me succeed.
Plus, you can't lie to me as long as you're bound." The demon shifted from foot to foot.
"Not much to tell. Archie's tough, not going to lie. And he's not going to be alone. I hope you're as tough as you think you are, or we're going to have problems."
He looked as if he were about to say more, but was trying to fight against it.
"Come on,"
Stone said. "Out with it."
"Yeah."
The demon sighed, reaching into his jacket pocket, and pulled out a short-bladed sword that was none the less far too long to have fit where he'd taken it from.
"Use this. It was forged here, which means it will hurt him more. The stuff from wherever you come from, I don't know. It might work, it might not."
Stone took the sword. It was badly balanced and weighed more than he expected, but the hilt pulsed in his hand.
"You weren't going to say anything about that then, were you? You didn't ask before?"
The demon glanced nervously ahead.
"Come on, the longer we screw around, the more chance somebody's going to notice us."
As they topped the rise and approached the school, a wave of eerie nostalgia washed over Stone. The buildings spread out over the small valley below, surrounded by more of the weird twisted trees, looked very much like Barrow, the boarding school he'd attended for several years before his unauthorized experiments with magic had gotten him expelled. for conducting so-called satanic rituals in forbidden areas, and brought him to William Desmond's attention. On the surface, it looked every bit as idyllic as the landscape. Brick buildings, neat pathways meandering through tree-lined park-like grounds, well-kept athletic fields on the outskirts. But when Stone looked closer, he could see the weak spots in the reality-filtering illusions. Places where the bricks were missing or discolored, more twisted, blighted trees, small figures running headlong across the campus, pursued by gangs of larger ones. He wasn't sure, but he thought it might have grown darker since they'd started walking.
"Nice place," the demon boy remarked. "So, you went to school there, huh?" "Sort of," Stone said. "Where's Archie?" "Keep your pants on. Try not to talk to anybody."
The road ended in a tall stone wall with a spiked wrought iron gate. Rust clung to the gate. One side hung open, broken on its hinges. The others had something roundish and rotted impaled on one of its spikes. On the wall next to the gate, a pitted, corroded metal plaque hung. It had text on it, but it was in the demonic sigils, and Stone couldn't read it. He paused a moment to check the binding, but nothing had changed. Inside the gate, the weed-choked road stretched off toward the buildings. Stone noted that everything here seemed closer together than it had at the actual school, which had spread out over several acres. Off in the distance he heard yells, a scream that was abruptly cut off, and what sounded like a muffled gunshot. Careful, he told himself. He couldn't afford to draw too many parallels between this place and his real school. Everything here was potentially dangerous, and forgetting it for even a second could be disastrous. By now it was fully dark. The only illumination came from intermittently placed decorative light poles along the pathways and the cold glow from some of the windows. Stone picked out dormitories, classroom buildings, the central dining hall, the auditorium, and what looked like faculty residences. The shadowy forms of more buildings rose up in the distance, but he couldn't make them out. A cry rang out, and a second later a small form darted out from behind one of the nearby buildings and dashed toward them. "Help me!" he called, skidding to a stop in front of them and glancing frantically back over his shoulder. He couldn't have been more than 9 or 10, wearing the same uniform as Stone and his demon escort wore. His eyes were wild with terror. "Please!" A couple seconds later, 2 other boys, much larger and heavier, burst from the same place where the boy had come. Both of them were grinning. "You can't run forever," one of them yelled. "We're gonna catch you." "Please," the boy begged. He grabbed Stone's arm, scrambling around to hide behind him. "They're gonna kill me if they catch me." Stone focused on the oncoming bullies and raised his hand, almost unconsciously. The demon grabbed his arm and wrenched it down hard. "What are you doing?" he demanded. "You want to give yourself away already? Come on, let's get out of here before they come after us." The younger boy, as if sensing that the 2 strangers wouldn't be any help, took off, back the way Stone and the demon had just come from. The bullies pelted by, one of them smacking the demon boy hard in the head as he went past. "Good call, wankers," the other one called. "Maybe we won't come after your asses later." They swept on by and disappeared into the darkness after the running kid. The demon boy rounded on Stone. "What were you going to do? Help him? How pathetic is that?" "I don't like bullies," Stone said, glaring right back. "It doesn't matter what you like. Don't you get it? Everybody's a bully here. That kid probably pulls the legs off mice when he's alone in his room. Everybody picks on anything smaller than them. You're in hell, remember?" "This isn't hell," Stone said with contempt. "There is no hell. This is just some wretched plane full of sadistic little sods." "Is there a difference?" the demon asked, shrugging. "Either way, there ain't room for heroes here. You're just going to get us both killed, or worse. Now, come on. I know where he'll be, unless you're changing your mind." "I'm not changing my mind." He started off after the demon again, trying to ignore the occasional rotting body or multi-legged thing slinking through the shadows beneath the trees.
So what did you do to get on Archie's bad side, anyway?
The demon made a sound.
It ain't hard. He sent me out to do some job. I don't even remember what it was anymore. It was a long time ago. I tried to do it, I really did. I was such a loser back then, but he didn't think I did it right, so he sicked his hit squad on me and left me to die. Problem for him anyway, I ain't so good at dying. So I sold him out to somebody tougher than him. At least, I thought it was somebody tougher than him. Didn't work out that way.
Archie killed this other demon.
Yeah, ripped him to pieces. He ain't the toughest guy in the block, but he's smart, and of course he knew exactly who sold him out.
I'd think you'd be doing your best to get away from him, Stone said. The demon boy looked at him like he was a slow-witted child.
What do you think I've been doing for the last few 100 years? Not many places to run around here, believe me, I tried. But hey, if I got the chance to take him out, that means I don't have to be looking over my shoulder all the time. I just hope you know what you're doing, because if you don't, we're both in a world of hurt.
They were passing more bodies now, piled up against the buildings. Some of them looked fresh, dressed in their blue and gray school uniforms with their abdomens sliced open or their heads missing. Others were little more than skeletons wrapped in scraps of cloth, their twisted forms contorted into odd positions. Stone tapped the business end of his reality shifter bracelet, and the whole place shifted and fuzzed like an old-style television trying to lock in its horizontal hold. Some of the bodies faded out, but the oldest ones remained.
Are you sure you're not just stalling? You certainly seem to be showing me the scenic route. Where is Archie? If you think about it, you should be able to figure it out on your own, the demon said. Where would a guy like Archie most likely hang out?
Stone was about to snap at the demon again, but then he realized it was right. Of course, it was the only place that made sense. And then, as if it had been waiting for him to work it out, there it was. He wasn't completely sure if it had been there all along and he had missed it, or if it had come into being at the moment he visualized it. But either way, the answer was obvious. When he'd been a student at the far less creepy version of the school, Stone hadn't spent much time at the chapel. Unlike many schools of its type, Barrow had never required regular chapel attendance, much to Aubrey's consternation. The only times he had ever visited were during infrequent special assemblies and the required Christmas services. Even so, he was certain that it had never looked anything like this. For one thing, it hadn't been the largest building on the real campus. For another, it had been a pleasant brick structure, several hundred years old, with the comfortably lived-in look that could only be attained by several generations of care. It certainly hadn't been enormous, looming, and constructed of jagged bricks the color of obsidian. Stone stopped, staring. Along the wall, 3 stained-glass windows depicted unspeakable scenes of torture. Naked, screaming humans being ripped to pieces, stabbed with knives, and otherwise ravished by leering demons. As if to punctuate the scenes, more actual bodies in various stages of decomposition littered the area around the wall. On top of the chapel, a massive steeple rose, topped by a crudely carved, upside-down cross.
Well, Stone said, he's certainly spared no expense on the imagery, has he?
The demon didn't reply. Stone glanced over at him. Suddenly the kid's former bravado seemed to have deserted him. His weaselly face looked nervous as he stared up at the horrific edifice.
You sure you want to do this? The demon asked. You do have a plan, right? Please tell me you have a plan. Because if you don't, this is the last chance to back out before you get us both killed. And trust me, it ain't going to be pleasant. Killed makes it sound like it'll be nice and quick, but trust me, it won't.
He indicated the area around the chapel.
His choice of decorations might give you a clue about what we're in for if you fuck this up. You let me worry about the plan,
Stone said. It wasn't as if he could sneak up and peer in through the stained-glass windows to see what Archie was up to. No, this was going to have to be fast, sudden, and hopefully sufficiently surprising to catch the big boss unawares long enough to improvise something effective. He looked around. Nobody else seemed to be in the area. No demons, no students, not even any of the shadowy things he'd seen lurking in the bushes earlier. It was as if the whole place were holding its breath, waiting for him to act. He took a couple deep breaths, and with the hand that wasn't wearing the symbol, reached up and touched the crucifix beneath his shirt. It felt comfortingly warm even through the fabric, and he almost thought he could sense Grace Ruiz's presence. For perhaps the first time in his life, he wished that something as simple as the talisman could give him the kind of comfort that it gave to her. For now, though, he would have to settle for leaning on her faith where his own was lacking. He took a couple more deep breaths, gripped the sword tighter, and gathered magic to him. A different kind of comfort settled over him, one he understood far better. He thought about the murder victims, about what Archie had done to Johnny Chang and the Stanford students because of him, and let his anger and resolve fill him. Either he'd take Archie down with magic or with the sword. His exact plan would have to depend on what he saw when he opened the doors. But one way or another, Archie was going down. "Let's go." Then, without a sideways glance at the demon boy next to him, he strode toward the chapel. The double doors were made of some kind of gnarled wood, its entire surface roughly carved with the same familiar demonic sigils. In fact, as he got closer, he could see that every brick in the chapel's construction was likewise decorated with tiny versions of the same sigils. He couldn't see the roof tiles or the detail of the upside-down cross well enough to tell if they, too, featured the symbols, but he suspected they probably did. If this was Archie's stronghold on this plane, of course he'd have it well protected. So, of course, it would be impossible for some upstart mage to just blow his way through the doors like he owned the place. That would be absurd. Stone stood in front of the closed doors, gathered power, and focused all of it on a concussion beam aimed at the seam between them. The twisted wood disintegrated, flying into thousands of rotted shards. The doorway, bathed in sickly red light, yawed open before him. He didn't hesitate this time. With a flick of his mind, he called up his protective shield, then marched through the door. Inside, the chapel wasn't larger than it had looked from the outside. It wasn't full of demons lining the pews or crowded in to hungrily await Stone's arrival. In fact, the pews, made of the same blackened, gnarled wood as the door, had all been jammed up against the walls beneath the grotesque stained-glass windows, broken and tumbled, leaving a cleared space in the middle of the floor. At the front of the chapel, on a dais wreathed in shadows, stood a tall pulpit carved with glowing blasphemous images and more demonic sigils. A lone figure rose up behind the pulpit. The lights came up, revealing the figure. Instead of the cadaverous, skeletal form he'd taken in London, he now appeared as a tall, beefy 16-year-old boy. Handsome in the dissolute manner of wealthy people accustomed to excess and privilege in every aspect of their lives. He loomed over the pulpit with an indolent grin, gripping its sides with both hands, leaning forward as if passing judgment on everything before him. He was dressed not in his long black coat and white shirt or the school uniform, but in an unholy parody of old-style priests' robes. They must have been a thing of beauty at one time, intricately embroidered, finely made of bright white linen, elaborate in a way that was only used during the highest of ceremonies. Now, though, they hung ripped and tattered, stained with blood, mud, and worse. The symbol around his neck was not a cross or crucifix, even an upside-down version, but rather another of the demonic sigils. "Alastair Stone," he said pleasantly. "The most useless loser at Barrow. I'm surprised you even made it this far." Stone didn't reply with words. He focused all his rage on Archie's smarmy, grinning face and let loose with twin beams of pure magical energy aimed at the center of his chest. As they had when he'd attacked Archie at the Rose Garden, the beams hit something in front of the boy and dissipated, creating an impressive light show when combined with the chapel's ambient, sickly red illumination. Archie laughed. Is that the best you've got, Stone? Stone raised his hand and telekinetically wrenched the pulpit from the dais, lifting it and driving it backward into Archie, intending to crush him against the chapel's back wall. His magic sang through him, barely tiring him at all. He couldn't stop now, couldn't rest. Archie couldn't stop everything he threw at him if he kept throwing it fast enough. Or could he? The boy waved a languid arm, and the pulpit split in two before it struck him, each of its sides spinning off to opposite sides of the chapel and crashing into the corners. He made no move to retaliate, but merely stood there, that maddening smile still plastered on his face. Stone glanced over his shoulder, back toward the door. Where had his summoned spirit gone? It was supposed to be helping him in the attack. He hadn't felt the binding sever. It would have been obvious, even in the midst of all the magic he was throwing around. If the binding was still intact, the spirit shouldn't have been able to disobey his orders, and it certainly shouldn't have been able to run away, so where was it? "Looking for your little friend?" Archie asked. "Maybe he got smart and took off, just like you should have done. I guess you're not very good at holding on to friends. Not like I am. Boys?" He raised both hands above his head like a preacher or a conductor. The lights came up on either side of the chapel, and the illusions fell away from the scattered, broken pews to reveal the walls lined with other demons dressed in school uniforms, each one with the same leering, knowing smile on its face. Behind Stone, the double doors slammed shut. So magic was out. That left the sword. No problem. With a roar, he called up a levitation spell and threw himself at Archie, both hands on the sword hilt and pointing the blade straight at the demon's chest. Archie made a gesture, plucking him out of the air and flinging him backward. He landed hard and slid, hitting the closed doors. As he leapt back to his feet, the sword clattered to the floor in front of him and dissolved into dust. Archie laughed. "You should pick your friends more carefully, you know. You're far too trusting." "Ain't that the truth?" said a voice behind Stone. His missing demon escort sauntered past him and took his place next to Archie. "You should have seen him, boss. He really thought that stupid sword was going to work. He thought he had me bound the whole time. It's just really too bad he didn't know he was using the wrong name in his ritual, and we were playing along the whole time, ain't it?" "Yes, too bad," Archie agreed. "Bad mistake to make. Sloppy, and look where it's got him now." The other demon made a mock, sad face. "I'd say he's pretty well fucked." Chapter 55. Stone took a fast look over his shoulder again. The rest of the demons had closed ranks behind him, and they now formed a grinning ring, yelling and jeering like a bunch of schoolboys getting ready to watch the class bully beat the stuffing out of his latest victim. This was not looking good. Time to go, then. He kept his gaze locked on Archie until the last instant, then spun to the side and aimed a full-strength concussion beam directly at the centermost of the 3 stained-glass windows. Without waiting to see the spell's full effect, he launched himself in the same direction, past the nearby circling demons that were blown aside like bowling pins. If he could get outside the chapel through the open window, then he'd have a chance to... His feet lifted off the ground, and suddenly he was suspended in mid-air, 5 feet off the ground. He wrenched himself first to one side and then to the other, fighting to focus, to break the spell's hold. But he couldn't manage it. As he drifted back toward the center of the room, he flung more spells, concussion, lightning, fire. But everywhere they landed, they bounced off invisible shields and fizzled. All around him, the demons roared with laughter. Finally, when all he could do was hang there and glare, Archie strode forward. The circle parted for him. He gestured, and the invisible force holding Stone vanished, dropping him to the ground in a heap. He scrambled back up. Immediately 2 of the larger demons grabbed him in iron grips, yanking his arms behind his back. Archie looked him up and down. "I thought you'd be more of a challenge," he said. "But I'll admit I never thought you'd show up on my doorstep. That takes courage, I'll give you that. Stupidity for sure, but courage too. Plus it makes things much easier for me." "Take his jacket off," he ordered the demons. They did so, wrenching him out of it and tossing it aside. Archie paced, walking all the way around Stone. "You have some things I want, and having you here will make it easier to make sure I can get them." The demon's grips were so tight that Stone couldn't turn to follow Archie's progress if he wanted to, so he didn't even try. "I know what you want. You want your little class project, but you aren't getting it. Your lackeys couldn't get it away from me, and having me here won't change that. It's hidden where you'll never find it." Archie's smile widened. "I wouldn't be too sure about that, but that's not all I want, not by any means. Of course, I'd prefer to have those documents back. To be completely honest, I didn't realize they still existed until you unearthed them. I thought those fools from the church must certainly have destroyed them. That's what I would have done. I should be thankful for foolish human curiosity, I suppose. Having them back will hasten my plans considerably, since I won't need to redo the work I've already completed. But no, they're not the main things I need from you." "Oh?" Stone tugged at the demon's grasps, but they held tightly. "Well, then, what do you need? I'm surprised you haven't figured it out yet. But then I suppose you have had a lot on your mind of late. Are you going to tell me, or shall we play guessing games? Apparently I'm not going anywhere. I do hope you've got decent refreshments round here." Archie ignored that. "Oh, I'll tell you. I'll even give you a little time to think it over." He moved closer until his face was only inches from Stone's. He leered. "I want your body, Dr. Stone." Stone narrowed his eyes. "What?" "Well, more specifically your skin, and your blood." He backed off and began pacing again. "Those pages you have, I'm sure you've figured out that they're part of a collection of spells. Each one of those people I killed, even the ones I used to create my own earthly body, made a contribution. Each of their skins provides a page, and their blood provides the ink to inscribe the spell on that page. Powerful stuff, as I'm sure you know." "So I'm to be just another page in your little magnum opus, then?" Stone asked. "Given how easily you've chosen your victims in the past, you seem to be going to quite a lot of trouble for me. Should I be flattered?" "Oh, you don't understand," Archie said. "You're not going to be a page. All of those dull, mundane humans are fine for providing raw materials for spell pages. But the cover, the thing that pulls everything together, requires a special contributor. Someone with significant magical abilities. I'd hoped to use that fool Goodwin if he and his pathetic priest friend hadn't got the better of me before I'd completed my plans. But that's all right. I'm back now, and you'll do quite nicely." Ah, it all made sense now. "There's only one problem with your little plan," Stone said, "and I'm surprised you haven't figured it out yet." "Do tell." Archie resumed his pacing, back and forth, back and forth. Stone shrugged. "Well, you've got me here, that's true enough. But the problem is you don't have all of me here." He fixed Archie with a smile very much like the demon's own. "Unless you've worked out a way to get skin and blood from a spirit, it sounds to me like you haven't thought your plan through." Archie returned to his spot in front of Stone. "A minor problem, and one I shouldn't have much difficulty solving. I might not have your body here, but I think I can convince you to cooperate anyway." "I wouldn't be so sure about that," Stone said. "I think you'll have quite a lot of trouble getting to my body." Archie chuckled. "I might if I had to go and physically retrieve it, but I'm not going to do that. You're going to give it to me." Stone raised an eyebrow. "You should get out of here more often, Archie. This place is giving you delusions. May I suggest a vacation? I hear Hawaii is nice this time of year." "Go ahead, make jokes. Convince yourself that you have any control over the situation, but I don't think you'll be laughing as much when I start dismembering your friends one by one. I could use a few more pages for my work." He tilted his head. "Who should I start with, do you think?"
The grey-haired woman? Your friend in Southern California? The old fool who thinks he can understand my language?" His eyes widened in a mock dramatic expression. "I know. I'll start with the girl. She thinks I can't hurt her, but she'll soon learn that she's wrong." "You keep threatening to do that, but so far I haven't seen you make good on any of those threats. And in any case, even if you kill my friends, that still doesn't get you any closer to my body." "We'll see. I've got other options to start with. They may be enough." He took a step closer to Stone and reached out his hand, claws extended from his fingertips. "I may not be able to hurt your body, but I don't want to do that anyway. What use are damaged goods? This way I get the best of both worlds. I get to make you suffer, and I still end up with a pristine body to use for my work. Isn't it elegant how these things work out?" Boss?" The demon boy who'd been Stone's escort stepped forward. "Yes, what do you want?" Archie sounded annoyed to be interrupted. "I'm just saying, you may not want to touch him." "And why not?" He turned his cold gaze on his minion. "Speak quickly." "He's wearing this thing under his shirt." He shuddered. "I couldn't get him to take it off." Archie got into Stone's face again. "Apparently you're just full of surprises. What are you hiding?" He produced a knife from somewhere in his putrid vestments and carefully sliced through the knot on Stone's tie. Then, with equal care, he ran the blade down the front of Stone's shirt, cutting each button loose. He nodded to the two demon captors, who ripped the shirt free and tossed it to the side. Archie recoiled when he saw the crucifix, but recovered himself quickly. "Well," he said, "I had no idea you were so devout. I was under the impression that you were quite the agnostic." "Oh," he added after a moment. "I understand now. That was a gift from your little girlfriend, wasn't it?" Stone didn't answer. He didn't miss the fact that the two demons holding his arms appeared to be doing their best to stay as far away from the crucifix as they could. He tried once again to take advantage of their unease and wrench free, but their grips tightened, their fingernails digging into his arms. Archie stood back, arms crossed over his chest, contemplating. He didn't look directly at the crucifix. "This makes things a bit more complicated, but not much. You," he said, pointing at Stone's erstwhile escort. "Get that thing off him." The demon stared at him in wide-eyed shock. "Boss, I ain't touching that thing. Get somebody else." "I gave you an order." Archie's eyes glowed red. "Follow it." The demon swallowed hard. All around, the others backed off, looking apprehensive, as if fearful of drawing Archie's attention themselves. None of them looked at Stone. "Go on," Stone taunted the demon boy. "You see how much your boss gives a damn about your well-being. Are you really surprised? Take it, if you're brave enough." The demon's gaze shifted back and forth between Stone and Archie. He swallowed hard again, clearly weighing which of the two represented the bigger threat. Then he skittered forward, slipped his hand inside the sleeve of his jacket, and reached out to grip the chain on which the crucifix hung. As soon as he touched the chain, the crucifix began to glow, brighter and brighter until the white glare it emitted grew more intense than the sickly red light in the chapel. All of the demons staggered backward, raising their arms to cover their eyes. Even Archie flinched away. Stone seized his chance, tearing himself free of the two demons holding him in place. If he could get to the window before the demons recovered, he could pull up an illusion and hide until he could figure out how to get back home. He almost made it. He would have made it, except his demon escort was made of stronger stuff than he'd expected. The Weasley boy managed to keep his grip on the chain even as he was recoiling from its light. He yanked hard, and the chain broke, pulling away from Stone. As soon as the crucifix lost contact with his chest, the light faded and died. The demon boy screamed and flung it aside an instant before his body erupted into white-hot flame.
and disintegrated into a pile of dust on the floor. Archie recovered faster than any of the others. He roared out a command in a language Stone didn't understand, and a shimmering barrier appeared between the mage and the window he was trying to reach. For just a second, reality seemed to shift. The chapel, the school uniform-clad demon teenagers, and even Archie's unholy vestments fizzled and faded, replaced by a world of twisting, bizarre shapes, clashing colors, and discordant shrieks of agony. Stone's demon sigil bracelet grew suddenly hot, feeling as if it were burning itself into his flesh. The barrier itself was still there, but instead of a featureless, transparent wall, it changed to a solid sheet of something black with spikes sticking out of it. Stone slammed into it headlong and staggered backward, stunned. The two demons grabbed him again, pulling him up short as Archie came back into view. Reality tilted again, and the chapel scene was back. Archie wasn't smiling now. A bit of the skeletal face showed through that of the handsome boy, and his eyes glowed bright red, even brighter than the surging light in the chapel. "That was a mistake," he said, in a tone of deadly cold. He raised his hand and gestured, and suddenly Stone couldn't breathe. "Prepare him," he ordered the two captured demons, as the mage dropped to his knees. He bent down to grip Stone's chin and leaned in close. Hot, fetid breath washed over him as he struggled not to black out. "We'll talk later," he said. "And you've just ensured that when I kill your friends, that little Mexican bitch will be the first to go." He shoved Stone backward as he continued gasping for breath that wouldn't come. As the blackness took him, the last thing he felt was his two captors dragging him across the floor. Chapter 56. When Stone awoke, his body was twisted, his limbs folded into an uncomfortable, near-fetal position. He could still sense the hellish red light even through his closed eyelids, but now the air was cold. He shivered. Beneath him he felt cold metal against his bare skin. Wherever he was, the ground swayed occasionally, as if in a gentle breeze. Something creaked above his head. Experimentally, he cracked his eyes open just a bit. He was still in the chapel, that much he could see right away. Archie had repaired the loathsome pulpit, the top of which loomed into his limited field of view. He also saw a curved row of sturdy iron bars between himself and the rest of the world. He was in a cage, then. Were the demons still here? Did they know he was awake? Perhaps if he could manage a spell— "Welcome back," Archie said. "I hope the accommodations are to your liking. We set them up just for you." Titters came from somewhere below. Stone opened his eyes the rest of the way. He was right. He was in a cage. A very small cage. The circular metal bottom, rusty and crusted with God's knew what, measured perhaps 4 feet in diameter. They'd had to fold his long limbs painfully to fit him inside. The bars, far too close together to slip through, rose up and formed a dome several feet above him. Above that, he could barely make out the reason for the swaying. The cage was suspended from the ceiling by a stout metal chain. He gripped the bars and pulled himself slowly and painfully up. He was back to his normal body now, no longer a gangly teenager, and he was naked except for the snakeskin demon sigil bracelet still clamped tightly around his wrist. Every few seconds a blast of chill wind blew through the chapel, slicing like knives through his unprotected skin. Though his limbs ached from shivering and from the contorted position he'd been in, he saw no other immediate signs of injury. Archie, still in his teen bully priest getup, lounged against the podium watching him. A lit cigarette dangled from the corner of his mouth. The other demons, also still wearing their human guises and school uniforms, sat around on broken pews. Some of them leered up at him, while others seemed to be involved in their own pursuits. His clothes lay in a shredded pile along one of the walls. "I don't see what you expect this will get you," Stone said. His voice came out ragged. "You can keep me here for the next 100 years, and I won't let you have my body." "I don't think it will take nearly that long," Archie said. "I don't think your mind is nearly as strong as you think it is. No mortal's is. I've been doing this for thousands of years. I've gotten rather good at it by now." Stone didn't answer. Instead, he shifted his focus and tried to visualize his aura to see if he still had any magical ability. No purple gold nimbus appeared around his hand. Archie grinned. "I didn't think it would take you long to test that out, though. The cage isn't just because we all like looking at you. It's an effective anti-magic field. As long as you're in there, you're as mundane as a rock, and you won't be getting out of there, not until you agree to take me to your body." Stone leaned back against the cold bars. "Then it looks like we're at an impasse then, aren't we? I'm not getting out, and you're not getting my body." "It's so amusing that you think so," Archie said. He nodded toward the cage. Heat seared Stone's bare feet. He yelped and leapt upward, catching the curved bars at the top of the cage and hanging there as the bottoms of his feet continued to sizzle. Below him, the metal cage bottom glowed a dull orange. "How long do you think you can hang there?" Archie asked, amused. "Want me to heat up the bars on top, too?" He waved his hands, and the bars began to glow. Stone fought it as long as he could. He gritted his teeth and clamped his eyes shut, focusing his mind on the meditation techniques he used to prepare for rituals. Eventually, though, the searing pain and the sensation and cloying aroma of his flesh sizzling on the metal bars broke even his control. He cried out and dropped, landing on the still hot floor, fighting to remain upright as his feet began to burn again. Archie let it go for several seconds that felt like an eternity. Then, as suddenly as it had begun, the heat was gone. Stone sank down to the floor, drawing his knees up and wrapping his arms around them, clenching his teeth against the sob of pain he would not give the demon the satisfaction of voicing. Archie laughed. "Ready to give up already? If you can't even take that, your skin will be covering my grimoire before the end of the day." When Stone didn't reply, he said, "All right, then. You just sit there and think about it for a while. Be ready, though. Don't get too comfortable. I might decide to heat things up for you again. You never know, I'm unpredictable like that, and if you decide you just want to give up, yell. I'll be around." Behind him, several of the sycophantic demon boys guffawed. Stone remained where he was, head bowed and eyes closed. His hands and feet still throbbed with pain, but he could already feel it dissipating. It didn't surprise him. It was quite possible to do permanent damage to a spirit, but you had to specifically intend to. He didn't think Archie would do it, though, because damaging the spirit damaged the body as well, and the demon wanted his body unmarred. On the one hand, that was good. No matter what Archie did to him, it wouldn't last. On the other hand, it was bad because the demon could draw the tortures out for a much longer time. Not forever, though. Eventually, if his spirit remained separated from his physical body for too long, it would die. He wasn't entirely sure how long that was, since most mages didn't risk more than brief jaunts, but the literature suggested he'd have a few days before he had to worry. Archie could do a damn good job of making him miserable in a few days, possibly even miserable enough that he'd give in. His willpower was formidable. It had always been one of his strongest traits when learning and practicing magic. On several occasions in his career, including during his apprenticeship, he'd managed spells and techniques he shouldn't have been able to perform, largely by applying a dose of sheer cussed stubbornness to the problem. But even he had his limits, and he wasn't arrogant enough to think he could stand up to a millennia-old demon indefinitely. Eventually, Archie was going to hit on something that would get past his defenses. In all likelihood, that something wouldn't be more personal torture, but rather making good on his threats to harm Stone's friends. He had to figure out a way out of here before that. Something poked him hard in the back, and then the cage began first to spin, then to swing wildly back and forth, pitching him forward and backward into the bars. He hauled himself back to a standing position and scanned the chapel. Archie seemed to have departed, leaving the inmates in charge of the asylum. 3 of the larger boys surrounded the cage and were engaged in a game resembling tetherball, where they pushed Stone's cage around a circle between them. They laughed and grinned as they did it, with several smaller boys cheering behind them. Occasionally one of them would fling something at Stone, a rock or a piece of broken furniture, and the cheers grew louder when one managed to hit him through the bars. Stone braced himself against the cage and did his best to ignore them, taking the time to scan the chapel. Everything looked the same as he'd remembered it. The pulpit still stood at the front, the broken pews were still heaped along the side, and the stained glass windows, Archie had apparently repaired the one he'd broken, still depicted blasphemous and horrific scenes of torture and dismemberment. The pile of ashes and clothing remnants that had once been his demonic escort still lay in the middle of the floor. His own shredded clothes were still in a heap in the far corner. Idly, Stone noticed that none of the demons stood near his clothes. In fact, a full 10-foot radius around them was completely devoid of them. Even when they chased each other around the chapel, they steered clear of that space as if it were full of radiation. Perhaps it is. Was that where his escort had flung the crucifix before he died? He couldn't see it, but maybe when they'd taken his clothes and destroyed them, they'd used them to cover the thing so they didn't have to look at it anymore. Even if that were true, though, what could he do with the information? He had no magic, so we couldn't bring it to him. He doubted he could convince any of the demons to touch it, given that doing so would likely kill them. For now, he filed the information away for later. Something larger flew through the bars and hit him in the leg, opening up a small gash. One of the demons cheered. "Got him!" Stone snatched up the object, a fist-sized rock, before it could roll back out of the cage. It probably wouldn't do him any good, but it was the only weapon he was likely to get. Think. Anything at all could be important. He couldn't afford to forget any details. His gaze fell on the bracelet around his wrist. Why had they left it on him? His demon escort had said it was the reality translator, helping his mind comprehend the plane as something it could relate to. Clearly, Archie had a reason, not only for not removing it himself, but for making sure Stone didn't remove it either. He tried, slipping his fingers under the leather strap and trying to break it, but it wouldn't budge. He tapped it again, and once more the strange, horizontal hold effect made the scene shift and buzz. Even whacking the demonic sigil with the rock did nothing more than make his wrist hurt. "Using your time constructively, I see," Archie said. He was back in front of the pulpit. Stone didn't know how long he'd been there, or even if he'd walked in from some unseen back room or just zapped himself into the middle of the space. "You didn't give me much to play with," Stone said. "I'm improvising." Archie leered. "I know what you're trying to do." "Do you?" Stone leaned against the inside of the cage and regarded the demon with a raised eyebrow. "That'd be one of us, then, because I haven't the faintest idea." "You're trying to stall. You know if you wait long enough, your body will die, and then it won't be of any use to me any longer." He stepped forward and began pushing the cage, swinging it back and forth as the demons had done. "You know I won't let that happen, right?" Stone shrugged. "You can keep on trying to hurt me. You can cut me, burn me. No doubt you can come up with all sorts of punishments that I'd never think of. I'm sure you're quite creative. But I'm not one of your mundane victims. I know that no matter what you do to me, it's not real. I think I can hold out for a few days." "It's possible you can," Archie said. "And I'm sure you know as well that it's impossible for me to bring your friends here, so I can't rip them to pieces in front of you for my entertainment." He stopped swinging the cage and stood below it, looking up at Stone. "But one thing that makes this era much more convenient than the last time I was on Earth is your wonderful technology. I can't bring them here, but I can have my way with them on your plane while filming the entire process. What do you say? Shall we have a movie night? I'll even bring the popcorn." He gestured, and an old-style film projection screen appeared in front of the pulpit. Another gesture toward the back of the chapel, and one of the demon boys flipped on an equally ancient movie projector as the red light dimmed. Images began to flicker on the screen, looking as if they'd been captured by a bad 70s Super 8 camera. Aubrey screaming silently as demons eviscerated him. Jason struggling and thrashing as more demons ripped his eyes from his head. Verity and Grace terrified and backed into a corner as leering, naked demons. Stone turned away, gripping the bars at the cage so tightly that his knuckles whitened. "Oh no," Archie admonished. "No looking away allowed. These are just the previews. If you can't even handle these, how will you deal with the feature presentation? Boys, make sure he watches the show." Several of the demons hurried forward as the cage lowered until it was only a foot or so off the ground. Each of them pulled out a weapon. Some had knives, a couple had swords, and a few wielded pointed wooden sticks. And at Archie's nod they all began to poke and slash at Stone's unprotected skin, laughing and joking with each other as they did. One of them grabbed his hair and yanked his head up, pointing it in the direction of the screen. Stone wrestled against them, struggling to find a place where they could not reach him. But the cage was too small. "Oh, I know what the problem is," Archie said. "There's no sound. Let me fix that." The air filled with the sound of screaming. Stone could pick out the individual voices. Aubrey, Jason, Verity, Grace. All of them shrieked in incoherent agony. But in between their screams, each of them hurled accusations at Stone, cursing him for his cowardice, for sacrificing them to save himself. "Al, you bastard!" Jason yelled. "If those things hurt V because you're too chicken shit to be a man, so help me all." "Sir, please," Aubrey cried, his eyes full of terror. "For God's sake, help me." "What do you think, Stone?" Archie asked, swinging the cage again. "That's just a taste of what I'll do if you don't cooperate with me. Sure, you'll be dead, but you really have no idea what happens after you die, do you? You think it will be over? Why not just give in? It will be easier for you, and you'll spare your friends a lot of misery." Stone gripped the bars. He looked into Archie's smarmy, sneering face, and suddenly the feeling that filled him wasn't despair, but anger. Rage, even. At that moment, he didn't care what Archie might do to him. He just wanted to wipe the smile off that maddening, taunting face. Before he could consider the wisdom of his action, he bent and snatched up the rock that had been rolling back and forth across the cage bottom where he'd dropped it. In one smooth motion, he hurled it with all the strength he could muster directly at the demon. Stone wasn't the strongest of men, but some force out there must have taken pity on him. The rock flew cleanly between the bars and smashed into the middle of Archie's face before he could dodge or get a shield up. Archie screamed in rage, his hands flying to his face. Blood erupted from the teen bully's pug nose. "You will regret that," he thundered. The mask dropped away for an instant, revealing his skeletal, red-eyed form. The chapel faded, reformed, faded again, and finally locked back into place. Archie raised a hand, and every bar in Stone's cage turned white-hot. Stone's screams rose higher than Archie's, as suddenly he had nowhere to go. The floor and the bars seared his flesh, the heat inside the cage becoming nearly unbearable in only a few seconds. He felt like his body was being consumed from the inside out, the nauseating stench of cooking flesh filling his nostrils. "Not real," he kept telling himself. "Not real. Not real. It was getting harder to believe it. But even if it were somehow real, at least it would be over. He passed out almost instantly, but not before he noticed something. When the rock had struck Archie and his mask had slipped again, when reality had slipped again, it had been just like the last time. Both times, it had been when Archie had lost control of his temper. That had to mean something. Chapter 57. Stone awoke to the sensation of his arms being wrenched from their sockets. Two other realizations came simultaneously. He wasn't burned anymore, and he was hanging from the top of his cage, his wrists shackled to chains attached to the overhead bars. He quickly scrambled to get his feet under him to take the pressure off his arms, but he still felt like a spider that somebody was trying their best to pull the legs off. "Back with us, I see," Archie said. He was once again wearing the schoolboy mask, with no sign of rage or trauma marring his smooth features. He nodded toward the chains. "Sorry about the new addition, but if you can't be trusted not to throw your toys, then I had to make sure you weren't allowed to." Stone hadn't thought he could feel any more vulnerable than being stuck naked in a tiny cage within stabbing distance of a room full of demons. But he'd been wrong. "It was worth it," he said. "You should have seen her expression when I hit you with that rock." Around the room the demons muttered and glared. Some of them still held their weapons, but nobody approached the cage except Archie. Archie only smiled his smarmy smile. That thing was getting old. "It's all right, get it out of your system. By the way, I thought you might like to know that while you were sleeping off your tantrum, I sent my helpers to kill someone else." Stone froze. "Don't worry," the demon said. "It wasn't one of your close friends. That will be next. But I want you to know that you're the reason she's dead. I hear she left behind a grieving husband and an adorable little 2-year-old daughter. Such a pity." He pulled a photo from some inside pocket of his stained priest's robes and held it up for Stone to see. He looked. He couldn't help it. At first he didn't recognize the woman, since Archie's hench-things had done their usual thorough job. Like the others, the body was skinned and drained of blood, though this time they had left her intact. Stone studied her face while trying not to look at the rest of her, then bowed his head and closed his eyes as recognition came. She was one of the baristas at University Brew, a coffee shop where he often stopped on his way up to campus. Last time he'd seen her was a week ago. She always had a cheerful smile and remembered the way he liked his extra-strength coffee. "You recognize her. Good, good." Archie put the photo back in his pocket. "So that's another one for your conscience to grind over. How many is that now? 4? Stone didn't answer. Cheng, the 2 at Stanford, and now this poor woman, all dead because of him, because he'd gotten involved in this whole mess. Damn it, he had to get out of here. Cheng and the others were dead. He couldn't bring them back now, no matter how much he wanted to, but he could bloody well kick his brain into gear and figure out a way to deal with this. "You've been saying that all along," said a little voice in his head. "Face it. You've got nothing. You're not going to stop him. Look at you. You're pathetic. Chained up like a prized hog because you couldn't manage to—" Wait. He blinked. Had that been a flash of light over near the chapel's back corner where the demons avoided? He blinked again, certain he'd been seeing things. It had been an illusion or a trick of the weird red glow interacting with the light coming in through the stained glass window. But no, there it was again. A tiny white bright glow coming from somewhere beneath the pile of shredded clothes the demons had tossed in the corner. "Are you going to cry?" Archie asked, and the other demons snickered. "Do you need a tissue?" Strange. None of them seemed to notice the glow. A couple of the sharper ones had even followed his gaze into the corner, but they reacted as if they'd seen nothing out of the ordinary. The glow brightened steadily. Now it was so bright that it shone clearly through the ruined clothes, like a tiny sun in the middle of the hellish dimness. How could they not notice it? He sneaked a look at Archie, who was still watching him as if nothing had happened. The demon held out a dirty handkerchief with a sly smile. Stone ignored him, bowing his head in frustration. The thing in the corner was Grace's crucifix. It had to be. He had no idea why it had suddenly begun to glow after all this time, but there was no other reasonable explanation. But even if it were true, what did it matter? He was stuck in this cage, shackled, without his magic. There was no way he could get to it. But maybe there was. Maybe there was. He'd have to take a big chance, one that would probably get him killed if it didn't pan out. But if it did... There were things about him Archie didn't know, couldn't know. Maybe he could catch the demon by surprise after all. He rattled the chains, holding his arms up. "I'm not surprised you did this, you know," he said, injecting as much mocking sarcasm into his tone as he could manage. "I gave you the right name, you know. Archie. The real one. He was just like you. He strutted round the school like the biggest rooster in the barnyard, but everybody laughed at him behind his back. Do you know why? Because he was a cowardly little wanker, that's why. That's what most bullies are when you get down to it, aren't they?" Archie's eyes narrowed, and the little red pinpricks flowered in his pupils. "Careful, Stone. You're hardly in a position to be slinging insults." His gaze traveled up and down Stone's body. "I could do all sorts of unpleasant things to you, and you couldn't do a thing to stop me." "No," Stone agreed. "Of course I couldn't. You've taken my magic. You've put me in a cage and shackled my arms. Hell, you've even taken my clothes. How bloody cowardly is that, then? I must really frighten you if you've got to have me in this state before you can even get near me. What are you afraid of, Archie? What do you think I'll do to you if you give me a chance?" He looked up and past Archie, deliberately ignoring him, directing his words at the other assembled demons. "Why do you lot follow him, anyway? He's already killed one of you right under your noses, and for what? That one did exactly as he was told to. He lured me here so Archie could truss me up and pretend to be a big deal. If doing your job gets you killed because your boss has lost the plot, how do you know he won't suddenly kill one of you just because he's decided he doesn't like your face today?" The tone of the rumbling, murmuring demon voices changed subtly. A current of uncertainty ran through it now, and several of the demons sneaked nervous glances at Archie. "Shut your mouth, Stone," Archie said, his own voice taking on a dangerous edge. The red pinpricks grew brighter. "I might just forget myself and kill you anyway. I can always find another mage to use for my grimoire. But you don't want another mage, do you?" Stone tilted his head, grinning. "You want me. And you want me precisely because you can't have me. Because you can't force me or trick me into giving you what you want. That just eats at you, doesn't it, Archie?" "I'm not going to warn you again." Archie's fists clenched, and his eyes glowed even brighter. He swept his gaze around the room. "And the rest of you don't even think of betraying me. I can kill you all where you stand, and you know it." "They do know it," Stone agreed. "That's why they're afraid of you when I'm not, because I want you to kill me. And that's exactly what you don't want to do. If you kill me, you lose, Archie. Have you worked that out yet? If you kill me, you're telling the rest of your little mates here that there's someone out there who won't fall for your act. I wonder." He looked around at the other demons. "You're right, you probably can kill them where they stand, but can you kill them all at once? Can you kill them all before some of them get wise and band together to take you down?" He rattled the chains. "Show me I'm wrong, you coward. Let me out of this cage and face me. Give me back my magic. You know you can beat me, right? Don't you?" The demons muttered and shifted from foot to foot, backing up a little. Stone widened his eyes in an exaggerated expression of surprise. "You don't? You're afraid of me. Look at him," he called to the demons. "Look at him. He won't let me out because he's afraid of what a mere human might do to him." The bottom of the cage began to heat up. The insides of the manacles sprouted spikes, digging into Stone's wrists. Blood ran down his arms. He gritted his teeth around a wider, fierce grin. That's it, shut me up, make me suffer. That's all you can do, isn't it? But it hasn't worked before. Why do you think it'll work now? He gripped the chains and tried to pull himself up off the blistering floor. Do it, Archie. Let me out of here, face me. Or is the grand and powerful Oz nothing more than a sad little man hiding behind the curtain, hoping that no one will notice how pitiful and impotent he is? Archie roared and raised his hands. The bars and the chains burst into flames. Stone screamed as pain worse than anything he'd felt before ripped through him. But the scream was of triumph, too. As Archie once again lost control of his illusion and reality slipped sideways, Stone gathered power to him. Power Archie didn't even know he had. Power that came from another plane of existence that he was banking Archie had never even heard of. Maybe the demon could stop his normal magic, but could he stop Harrison's, too? White-hot power shot from his hands, obliterating the chains, the bars, the entire front of the cage, blowing Archie into the pulpit. Both crashed backward in a heap. The demons shrieked in shock and dived out of the way. Stone ran. He knew he didn't have more than a couple of seconds. He couldn't use his other magic even when free of the cage because Harrison's magic had burned it temporarily out. He couldn't risk using more of Harrison's if he didn't want to make the temporary burnout permanent. He had to take a last, wild chance. He leapt forward, bowling over demons with a desperate strength he wouldn't have thought he had, and dived toward his shredded pile of clothes. The glow of Grace's crucifix still shone bright and strong, a pulsing, welcoming beacon beckoning him forward. Archie recovered fast. "No!" he roared, his thundering voice echoing up into the rafters. He flung a sheet of solid flame at Stone, obliterating several of the demons between him and his quarry. Stone threw himself down next to the pile. The flame's heat seared his unprotected back, and once again the sickly odor of crackling, burning flesh rose on a wave of agonizing pain. He screamed again, but his arm didn't waver. He plunged it into the pile, and his hand closed around the crucifix as he collapsed to the filthy floor. The thing felt warm and pleasant in his hand, a tiny oasis in the middle of the horror all around him. The chapel rumbled ominously and began to shake. The stained glass windows exploded, killing several more demons. Overhead, a stout roof beam broke, sending what was left of Stone's cage crashing to the floor. The remaining demons yelped and stampeded toward the doors. Stone rolled the rest of the way over, heedless of the white-hot pain shooting through his ravaged back, and glared up at Archie. "You lose, Archie," he rasped. "No," Archie growled. He was fully back to his skeletal form now, the ruined clerical robes hanging on him like the shredded curtains of a slaughterhouse. "You lose." He pointed his hands, and some kind of energy that looked like black fire shot from them toward Stone. Instinctively, instantly, Stone knew if that black energy hit him, it would be the end. Archie wasn't playing any longer, or caring about preserving his physical body. His eyes showed nothing but hatred. Stone braced himself for the black flame's impact. At least he'd robbed Archie of what he wanted. All things considered, he'd take that as a win. Chapter 58. "Dr. Stone, please, you have to wake up." Awareness returned with the insistent voice, and the sensation of someone gently slapping his face. He rolled his head back and forth and mumbled something incoherent, and then his eyes flew open. Grace Ruiz knelt next to him, her dark eyes huge, her face full of concern, bordering on terror. When she saw he was awake, she let her breath out in a rush and bowed her head. "Oh, gracias a Dios. Gracias, Madre Maria." Stone blinked. What? Nothing was making sense. How was Grace here? Where was he? Why wasn't he dead? Oh, bloody hell, Grace is here and I'm stalkers. He jerked up, enough so he could look down at himself, and relief filled him. He wasn't naked. He wore the same jeans and t-shirt he'd worn when he'd begun the ritual. The crucifix she'd given him still hung around his neck on its heavy chain, warm against his chest. Further, as far as he could tell, his body showed no signs of any injuries Archie had inflicted on him. The burns were gone, at any rate. He lay on his back without pain, something he couldn't do if his skin were cooked. He sat up the rest of the way as she scooted back and continued to eye him as if expecting him to disappear any second. He was in his attic sanctum, sitting in the middle of the circle next to the table. The chalice had been overturned, the mirror shattered into hundreds of pieces that still hung in the frame, and the lines of the circle blurred and obscured, but everything else looked as he had left it. "What time is it?" "Almost 7 a.m. She swallowed. "Dr. Stone, what did you do?" He ignored the question. 7 a.m. meant that the ritual had been going for as long as 9 hours, depending on how much of that he'd been unconscious. "How did you get in here? Why did you get in here?" "You gave me your spare key," she reminded him. "I prayed for you for a long time, then tried to sleep for a while, but I couldn't. I kept having these bad dreams. Maybe they were visions, I don't know, but I couldn't shake the feeling that you were in trouble, but I couldn't reach you. So I called a cab and came here to check." "But—" Stone's brain still wasn't firing on all cylinders. His mind felt muddy, and he was having trouble holding a thought. "How did you get here?" He indicated the space around them. "Nobody's supposed to be able to get up here. I didn't adjust the wards to let you in." She shook her head. "I don't know, I just walked up. Your cat was waiting in front of the door." She pointed across the room, where Raider sat perched on top of Stone's desk, looking pleased with himself. "I found you lying on the floor, passed out in the middle of that horrible circle. I thought something had gone wrong. I thought you were dead." The memories were coming back now. He pulled the crucifix from beneath his shirt and stared at it in wonder. It wasn't glowing or shining now. It looked as normal and inert as any other piece of jewelry. "I have to thank you for this," he said. "I think it, and you, might have saved my life." She got up and went to the desk, still looking uncomfortable. She stroked Raider, not looking at Stone as she spoke. "When I got here, I prayed again, and this time I could sense you. I was sure you were in trouble, but I couldn't wake you up, so I prayed harder. I prayed I could reach you. What did you do?" she asked again. "You did reach me," he said, getting up too. He moved slowly, his limbs stiff from lying too long on the hard floor. "And it's a good thing you did." "Did you contact the demon? Did you make some kind of deal with it?" "Sort of," he said. "I had to find Archie, so I had to find a way to go where he was so I could try to defeat him on his home ground." "You did that?" she asked, shocked. "You actually went to hell?" "No, I told you, it's not really a demon. It just dresses up like one because demons frighten people. It wasn't hell, but it might as well have been. Things didn't go as planned." "Why not?" His answer was reluctant. "The spirit I summoned betrayed me. Archie knew I was coming all along. It pretended to let me summon it, but I didn't have its name right, so I never had any power over it." Grace bowed her head and mumbled some words Stone couldn't hear, then crossed herself. "That was very foolish of you," she said. Her gaze came up. "So you didn't defeat him, then?" "No, I barely got out of there alive without giving Archie what he wanted from me." "What did he want?" He didn't answer. "Dr. Stone?" He looked away. "He wanted my skin and blood to provide the cover for the grimoire he's creating. From my physical body, which he couldn't get to, so he had to try to convince me to let him have it." "He tortured you, didn't he?" she whispered, eyes wide. "It's over now, I'm fine." She didn't look convinced, but neither did she push it. He also wanted the pages I found at Goodwin's place. They're more spells he'd written up, using the skin and blood from victims he killed last time he was here. That reminds me. He strode over to the double-warded safe, thankful that after he'd burned out his powers for several days using Harrison's magic, he'd tweaked his wards to respond to him whether he used magic or not. He opened the safe, pulled out the pages, and slammed it shut again before Grace could see what else was inside.
"Are those skin?"
Grace asked in horror. He nodded, dragging a large brazier into the center of the room. "Hand me that lighter on the desk, will you?"
"You're going to burn them?"
"Yes. Part of me wants to study them more, but I can't take the chance on Archie getting his hands on them." She looked troubled as she passed him the requested lighter, looking from the sheaf in his hand to his face.
"Those," she said, pointing. "Each of them is from a different person? Their skin and blood?"
"Yes. I'm sorry, Miss Reese." He placed the papers in the brazier and flicked the lighter to life. "If you'd prefer to wait downstairs."
"No, it's just that... Will you let me pray over them before you destroy them? Those people he murdered, they didn't deserve to die like that. I wonder if anyone even said a prayer for them back then."
Sure. Go ahead." He heard a small noise and glanced over toward his desk. Raider was batting his jeweler's loop around the desktop. "I'll see this one out while you do it. He's not supposed to be up here." He scooped the indignant cat up and carried him downstairs. He returned to find Grace staring down into the brazier, where curls of smoke wafted up toward the ceiling. "Did you burn them yourself?" he asked, surprised.
"No, they just did that when I prayed over them," she said,
looking as surprised as he was.
"They burst into flame and went up in a couple of seconds."
Stone came up next to her and looked inside. All that was left of the pages were a heap of ash and a few tattered corners. "Well, that's done then. At least Archie won't be able to get them." Grace stepped back.
"What will you do now? You're not going back there, are you?"
He shuddered. "No, that's not something I plan to do."
"What then?"
"I have to do something," he said. "I've put myself well and truly in Archie's crosshairs now, which means I can't just let him get on with what he's doing, especially now that I know what he's up to."
"You mean besides killing people?"
"That's just a side effect. He's looking for worshippers. The more people he can convince to follow him, the more powerful he'll become, and he can be very persuasive. I have to stop him before he gets going on that, even if just temporarily until I can work out something better."
"Temporarily?"
"The way Father Eustace and Mr. Goodwin did it, by destroying his physical body and putting his heart under wraps." He turned to face her, gently gripping her shoulders. "I may need your help with that bit, Miss Reese. Robert Goodwin was a powerful mage, but he couldn't do it alone. He needed Father Eustace's faith to go along with his magic. Can I count on you?"
"What would I have to do? No more demon summoning?"
"No more demon summoning, but I think I'll have a much better chance of beating him if I've got you backing me up. It could be dangerous, though. I hate to even ask you, but—"
"I'll help," she said firmly. "I don't care if it's dangerous. We're doing God's will, I know we are. He protects his warriors. Just tell me what you want me to do."
He squeezed her shoulders. Damn, he wished he could convince her to study magic properly, even with someone like Reverend Blodgett. Her bravery and conviction could help her become a formidable practitioner someday. That was a conversation for later, though. For now, they had things to do. "Right now," he said, "if you wouldn't mind waiting downstairs while I make myself presentable, I think I want to go get a cup of coffee." He sobered. "I need to check on something. Then we'll look at our next steps." Chapter 59. Surprisingly, Stone found a parking space right in front of University Brew. But when he shut off the ignition, he didn't immediately get out of the car. Instead, he sat for a moment, gripping the steering wheel, head bowed, and tried not to think about what he might find out when he went inside. "Are you okay?" Grace asked. "I'll let you know," he said, and opened the door. When he turned on the local news while getting dressed after a quick shower, there hadn't been anything about another murder. Perhaps that meant they were keeping a lid on it until they had more details, or perhaps they hadn't found her yet. His hand shook as he opened the coffee shop's door. This early on a Saturday morning, the place wasn't standing room only like it was on weekdays. But even so, almost every one of the tiny tables was occupied by older people, morning runners, and others from Palo Alto's large early bird community. Because he considered himself barely functional before 10 a.m., Stone normally never encountered any of these people. Joining the short line waiting to order, he scanned the area behind the counter. The barista helping the current customer was familiar. A stout, goateed black man named Clarence. He didn't see any other workers in the immediate area. "Hey there," Clarence said when he reached the front of the line with Grace. "Don't usually see you this time of day. Having your usual?" He looked far too jovial to have just lost a co-worker to a brutal murder. "I was right. They haven't found her yet, or they haven't told anyone here." "That's fine, and whatever the lady is having as well, Sir?" Stone had stopped as another figure emerged from the back room carrying a sleeve of to-go cups. He gripped the counter, the relief that washed over him so profound that his knees sagged. Grace took his arm. "Dr. Stone, what's wrong?" She was regarding him with wide-eyed concern, as were the next few customers in line. "Do you need to sit down?" He recovered himself quickly, closed his eyes for a moment, then smiled. "No, I'm fine. I'm brilliant." From behind Clarence, the other barista, the woman Archie had shown him the grisly photo of, recognized Stone. "Hi," she said cheerfully. "This is early for you, isn't it?" "It's a lovely day," he told her. He was probably grinning like an idiot, but at that moment he didn't give a damn. He paid for the coffees, and despite Grace's frequent questioning looks, refused to say anything else until they picked up their orders, and he allowed her to lead him to one of the small tables. "What was all that?" she demanded. "You look like you've seen a ghost back there." He paused for a generous sip from his strong black coffee before replying. "In a way, I did. Oh, rather, I didn't." "You do know you're not making sense, right?" He nodded toward the barista. "When I was with Archie, he told me he'd killed her last night. He even showed me a photo of the murder scene, told me he'd killed her because she was someone I knew, and that he'd get around to my closer friends next." Grace stared at him, sneaked a glance at the woman, then crossed herself and swallowed. "So, when you came here, you were expecting to find out she'd been murdered, yes?" He took another long sip. "But he lied to me. Of course he did, because that's what he does." "Demons lie," she said gently. "I'm really glad they do, this time. I'm glad he didn't hurt your friend." "So am I." He tightened his hand on his cup. "And he's not going to kill anyone else. This ends today. I'm going to find him, and I'm going to deal with him." "We're going to," she reminded him. "But how? How will you know where he is?" "I'm going to do something I didn't want to do because it might put a friendship in jeopardy. But this is bigger than that now. Give me a minute." He pulled out his mobile phone and punched in a number. It rang for a long time, and when it picked up, he got voicemail. "Maria? It's Alastair. Listen, I know this is going to sound a bit daft, but I really need to know where that box is. I know you said the professor is out of town, but if you can get me in touch with her assistant so I can talk to them, I'll owe you a huge favor. Anything you want, just name it. But it's vitally important I reach them today. Call me back as soon as you get this message, please." "You're going to use the box to trace the demon?" Grace asked when he put the phone away. "That's the plan. His heart is the only part of him that can't be destroyed on Earth, so it's got to be brimming with magical energy. Since it was inside that box for over 100 years, it's almost certain that some of that energy leached into it. Enough for me to track him, at least. He nodded at her cup. Finish up here. I've got some things I need to do at home to prepare. Do you want me to take you back to San Jose? You won't be able to help me until later today at the soonest.
Why is that?
He glanced back and forth to make sure no one else was listening to them. My magic's a bit on the blink right now. A side effect of what I had to do to get away from Archie. It's already coming back, but there's no way I'm facing him at less than my full power.
Can I just come with you? I told Abuelita I'd be gone all day. I don't think she's too happy with me, and I'd rather not have to deal with her for a while.
Of course, he said, with a chuckle. I don't blame you. She's quite a formidable old lady, and I can't even understand a damn thing she's saying. Maria Alvarez returned Stone's call as he was driving back to the townhouse. I'm not even going to ask, she said, without a greeting. Hello, Maria, how are you? Exasperated, but I shouldn't be. This is just you being you. I think I'd blocked it out after all these years. Guilty as charged, he said. At this point, he'd admit to just about anything to get the information he was after. So, can you help me? Her sigh was loud enough to hear through the crackle of the cell phone line. Yes, I'll talk to Professor Ocampo when she gets back, but if you absolutely have to talk to someone today, I'll give you her assistant's number. I'm not sure it will help, though. He told me, thanks, Maria, you're a love, he said, sticking the phone between his shoulder and his ear, reaching in his pocket for a notepad and steering with his knees. Grace, alarmed, snatched the notepad out of his hands and pointed sternly at the steering wheel. Another sigh from Maria. Are you ready? Stone gestured at Grace until she followed his pantomime and dug in the glove box for a pen. Ready. Go. She rattled off a number, and he repeated it so Grace could write it down. Brilliant. Oh, thanks, Maria. I meant it about asking for anything. If it's in my power to do, just ask. Next week, though. All right? That will give me time to come up with something good. Have fun saving the world. Me, I'm going to try to finish reading the paper in peace before the kids wake up. Stone waited until he got home before he called the number Maria had given him. Grace sat on the sofa and played with Raider while he paced the room. While the phone rang, he focused on his hand and tried to view his aura to see if his magic had come back yet. He got a faint glimmering, but that was all. Based on past experience, he guessed it would be at least 3 or 4 hours before it was at full strength. Frustrating to have to wait so long, but there wasn't anything he could do about it. Hello? The voice startled him. After all those rings and no voicemail, he'd been convinced the man wouldn't answer. Yes, hello, is this Carter White, Professor Ocampo's assistant? Yes. Who's this? The voice sounded half confused, half suspicious. My name's Alastair Stone. I'm a professor up at Stanford and a friend of Dr. Maria Alvarez. She might have mentioned me when she spoke to you? Oh, right, you're the occult guy, right? The one who wants to look at the old box from the construction site? The very one, yes. I know Dr. Ocampo is away, but I really need to get a look at that box as soon as possible. Today, if you can manage it. The suspicion was back. Why? That thing is over 100 years old. Why the sudden immediate interest? Like I told Dr. Alvarez, Dr. Ocampo will be back on Monday. You can talk to her then. Stone shook his head in frustration at Grace. Mr. White, I know this sounds very odd, but it's rather imperative I get a look at it. I'm going out of town myself soon, and it may hold the answer to some very important questions I need to answer before I go. Is there any way you can help me? I'm absolutely willing to compensate you for your time and inconvenience. Great. Now he was trying to bribe the guy. Listen, Dr. Stone, I'm really sorry. White sounded frustrated, too. I was just about to leave for the weekend myself, but I couldn't help you even if I wasn't. Dr. Ocampo's got that thing locked up tight in her office. I couldn't get to it if I wanted to. Apparently it's on loan from the San Jose Police Department or something, so she's keeping close tabs on it. You're just gonna have to wait until she gets back. I gotta go. Have a good weekend, Dr. Stone. The line went dead before Stone could say anything else. Bugger! He yelled, flinging the phone across the room into a chair. Raider immediately leapt off Grace's lap and pounced on it. No luck? Sometimes it's really a pain in the arse not being able to explain why I want these things. He picked up the phone, shooed Raider off the chair, and flung himself down into it, shoving his hand through his hair. Oh, pardon my language. She chuckled. I grew up in East San Jose, remember? Though I'll admit I've never heard anybody in my hood say bugger. Anyway, what are you going to do? I'm going to get that box. But you said it's locked up in Dr. Ocampo's office. Time to dust off my breaking and entering skills again, as soon as my magic's back. She stared at him. You're going to steal it? Dr. Stone, you can't. I'm not going to steal it. I'm going to borrow it for a while. I'll put it back when I'm done. She tilted her head at him, regarding him with suspicion. Really, I am. I'll do the ritual right there in her office. It will be more difficult, but I've learned some new tricks. Fortunately, since his heart's been in the damn thing for as long as it has, it should mean I can find him even through magical protections. I'll have a better chance if you help me, though. He got up. I hate to ask you to... I told you I'd help, she said. Do you promise you're not going to steal anything? I promise. Then I'm in. Stone allowed himself a momentary twinge of guilt about corrupting this innocent, young, almost a nun into his nefarious ways. But then he remembered what Archie would do if he wasn't stopped. It would be much easier if he could just grab the box and take it somewhere convenient. But Grace's help would be too valuable not to accept. Excellent. We'll leave as soon as my magic's back. Chapter 60. You know you're doing almost 90, right? Grace asked. Stone grunted and lifted his foot fractionally off the gas pedal, dropping the BMW's speed back down to a pokey 85. Oh, that's much better, she said, rolling her eyes. He didn't answer except to glance at the clock on the dashboard. Almost 6 p.m. They'd wasted over 6 hours waiting for his magic to take its sweet time about coming back. He must have underestimated the amount of Harrison's mojo he'd used to get out of Archie's trap. Either that or magic worked differently in the demon's plane. Either way, by the time he was back to full power and had taken the time to charge up a couple of focus items, it was already 5:30. He'd spent the day obsessively pacing, incessantly checking the news to make sure Archie hadn't killed anyone else, reading and rereading his notes on the sigils, and generally being a pain in the ass to be in the same room with. He had to acknowledge that Grace must truly be a saint to have put up with him without chucking something heavy at his head by around 3 o'clock. But with every hour that passed, he became more and more convinced that Archie had sent his dust devils out to make up for lost time. When he'd finally pronounced himself ready to go, he wasted no time in getting on the road. Fortunately, he knew where the anthropology faculty offices at San Jose State were located, and, even more fortunately, they made it there without Stone getting pulled over on the way. Are you sure you want to do this? He asked Grace when they arrived. I don't technically need you for this bit, if you'd rather just wait for me. I've had enough waiting for the day, she said, already opening the door. Let's go. Hold on a moment. You can pass for a university student, but I don't want to take the chance of anyone recognizing me. He slipped his disguise amulet over his head. He tweaked the amulet a bit. Its illusionary disguise now made him appear to be a tall, blond man in a San Jose State hoodie and jeans. I like this one better than the other one. Grace looked him up and down. Thank you, he said, pitching his American accent lower than his normal voice. Part of his disguise made his briefcase, which was full of ritual components, look like a backpack slung over his shoulder. One small advantage of arriving on campus this late was that the building was deserted. They got inside without anyone noticing them, and Stone, after consulting the directory, hurried upstairs to the second floor. A few moments later, he and Grace stood in front of the office of Dr. Nancy Ocampo, professor of anthropology. Stone slipped on his thin leather gloves and, after a quick glance both ways to verify that no one was watching, popped the door. He motioned Grace inside. Ocampo's office was a little larger than Stone's, decorated with Mexican art prints, woven wall hangings, and primitive sculptures. Stone ignored most of these, focusing on trying to find anything that could be locked. That could be the desk, the credenza behind it, or the file cabinet on the far side of the room. None of them looked as if they were made for heavy-duty security, though the file cabinet looked formidable.
"Do you have to open them all?"
Grace asked, glancing nervously toward the door.
I hope not. Give me a moment and don't touch anything.
He moved to the side of the desk where he could see all 3 pieces of furniture, then shifted to magical sight and examined each in turn. It took him a moment to spot it since the office wasn't dark, but soon a faint, muddy red light seeping out from the middle drawer of the file cabinet caught his attention.
Got it. Let's just...
Grace was peering through the narrow strip of window alongside the door. She waved an urgent hand at him.
"Somebody's coming."
What?
Who could be coming? No one was in the building.
"It looks like the janitor. He's pushing a cart or something."
Oh, bloody hell. Now? He didn't need Archie to put obstacles in his path. The universe seemed to be doing a bang-up job of that all by itself.
Come over here,
he whispered, beckoning.
Maybe he won't come inside if he doesn't.
A key rattled in the lock. Grace hurried over to Stone, a terrified, what do we do now look on her face.
Stay close,
he whispered quickly, and pulled up an invisibility spell around both of them.
And stay quiet.
A second later the door swung open. A chubby, 50-ish man wearing a gray uniform entered, looked around for a moment, then picked up the wastebasket on the floor next to the desk and carried it toward the door. Stone remained still, concentrating on holding the spell. He could feel Grace's warm, trembling arm pressed to his. Just a few more seconds. The janitor disappeared through the door. He returned a moment later and replaced the wastebasket, whistling a toneless tune under his breath. Grace's stomach let out a loud, gurgling rumble. The janitor stopped halfway back to the door, a confused look crossing his face.
Huh?
He asked. Stone held his breath. Grace gripped his arm so tightly her fingers threatened to leave bruises. The janitor took a couple steps in their direction, then stopped again. He crossed the room, ducked down, and peered under the desk. Then he shook his head, muttered something, and left the room, closing the door behind him. Grace let her breath out in a whoosh.
"Can we please do what we came in for and get out of here? I was scared to death you'd find us."
You weren't alone.
I had no idea failing to make sure you'd had lunch today would be such a bad decision. Stone glanced out through the little window to make sure the janitor had moved off.
We may need to borrow that box a bit longer than I hoped.
I'm not going to risk doing the ritual in here. It's too small anyway, and the window means anyone walking by could see what we're up to. Here, keep a lookout, will you?
"Where then?"
she asked, moving to take his position. Not sure yet. I don't think there are any lecture halls in this building, and I'd rather not break into another. Might need to do it in one of the bathrooms.
"You're going to track a demon in the men's room?"
We can use the ladies if it will make you feel better. Stone concentrated for a moment until he heard the file cabinet's lock disengage. He opened the middle drawer and looked inside. There it was. The thing that had started this whole mess. Sitting there, nestled inside a cardboard box, its lid closed, it looked exactly like it had in the photo Detective Cheng had given him what seemed like a very long time ago. Outside the drawer's protective confines, the muddy red magical energy hung around it like a noxious cloud, combining with the vestiges of impressions from Dennis Avala's suicide. Dried blood still stained its sides. "Hurry up," Grace urged. He glanced around for something to pry it open with, and brought a letter opener over from Ocampo's desk with a gesture. "I hope the cross is in here too," he said, as he carefully levered the top free. Jackpot! Inside the box, the wooden cross had been carefully wrapped in red cloth. Stone pushed the cloth aside to verify this, noting the Enochian script. "Got it," he said. "Let's get out of here." They made it back into the hall and locked the door behind them without spotting the janitor or anyone else.
"He's probably just doing his rounds and getting out," Grace said. "I bet he wants to get home to his family."
Stone hurried to the hall's far end, where he'd spotted a pair of restrooms. "Ladies or gents?"
"Ladies," she said firmly. "How are you going to keep anybody out?"
"Let me handle that. Go on in and make sure nobody's around." After she disappeared inside, Stone paused to weave a quick illusion of a closed for cleaning sign and place it outside the door, then followed her in. "Drag that bench over by the door," he told her, pointing. "Since we can't lock it, I'll need some kind of early warning if anyone tries to come in." She did as requested.
"What are you going to do? And how long will it take?"
"The energy on this thing's pretty strong, so I'm hoping it won't take too long once I get the circle set up." Already he'd opened his briefcase and begun setting out materials along the shelf over the sink. "I'll have to be more careful than usual, though, since I'll need to do a modified version of the ritual."
"Why is that?"
Grace was looking distinctly uncomfortable at all this talk of rituals and circles. Stone began drawing a circle on the tile floor with a grease pencil. "Normally the tracking ritual consumes the tether object. I can do one that doesn't, but it's more difficult. I don't want to destroy the box since I promised I'd return it."
"Is there anything I can do to help?"
"I didn't think you'd want to," he said, without looking up from what he was doing.
"I don't really, but this is more important than that. If I can do anything—"
"No, just make yourself comfortable. This will take a while. Expect to be here at least an hour." She settled herself on the bench in front of the door with a sigh. Her stomach rumbled again. "There's a vending machine just down the hall," Stone told her. "Might want to get yourself a candy bar or something."
"I'll be fine," she said. "Let's just do this."
He worked as fast as he dared. It wasn't as imperative that he get this circle exactly right as it had been with the one he'd used to summon the demon from Archie's plane. Nobody would die if he got this one wrong. Still, he couldn't shake the feeling that the time they'd been forced to waste today waiting for his power to come back had put them at a disadvantage. He could almost feel Archie plotting, sending his dust devils out to commit more murders, or perhaps even beginning to implement his plan. Not for the first time, he wished Verity were here to help him. She could assist with the circle, or put wards up while he finished. Grace had power, but no understanding of how to use it, which meant he couldn't count on it. He hoped that perhaps at least her presence would be enough to prevent Archie from figuring out where they were and what they were doing. He still planned to put up a minimal ward before he started the ritual, though. Something about trusting in God, but tying up your camel. By the time he finished with the circle, including the simple ward around it, nearly an hour had passed. He stood up straight, listening to the little pops up and down his back. Grace lay stretched out across the bench, dozing. "Wakey, wakey," he called. "It's showtime." She started and sat up with a jerk.
"I wasn't asleep."
"Of course not," he said. "I'm sure you always snore when you're wide awake."
"I do not snore," she said, indignant.
She pointed at the circle.
"So that's it? That one looks a lot more finished than the one I found you in."
"Different purpose," he said. "Listen, I've got to get started with this. If you'd be so kind, can you do whatever you do? Say the appropriate prayers and whatnot? Who's the patron saint of hopeless causes, anyway?"
"St. Jude," she said with a half-smile. "I don't think we're that bad off, though, are we?"
"We'll find out soon. In the meantime, pick whoever you think is most appropriate, and please keep an eye on that door while I work." Stone settled himself into the middle of the circle, sitting cross-legged with the open box in front of him. He closed his eyes, shifting to magical sight and taking deep breaths to help him slip into the meditative state he used during his ritual work. When he opened them again, the ordered lines of the circle and the magic around it glowed brightly, everything in its place and undisturbed. He sensed a few small whirls of disruptive energy, but that was expected. He was in a woman's bathroom at a university, which no doubt meant these walls had borne witness to more than their fair share of emotional heart-to-heart talks and install cries over lost boyfriends, failed tests, and the numerous other issues university students experienced. One by one, he filtered these out as he would unwanted sounds in a recording, until all that remained were the circle's clean, glowing lines, the box with its muddy red energy warring with the purity of its original purpose, and Grace's solid, golden aura over near the bench. Good. Everything was going as he planned so far. He shifted his focus to the box, reaching out with his own magical energy to touch the dull red miasma around it. He had to be careful. Even with the ward up, he didn't want Archie to catch on to what he was doing. The red cloud made him uncomfortable even to touch it with his perceptions, but he didn't pull away. In order to trace the energy back to its source, especially without destroying the box and its contents in the process, he'd need to get in a lot closer. It was exacting work. First, he had to separate the red energy from the box's inherent aura, and the leftover traces of Dennis Avala's pain and fear as he bled out from his self-inflicted throat slash. The former was easy. Whoever had originally created the box had meant for it to be a thing of beauty, glorifying the god he had devoted his life to worshipping. Its pure, golden aura was antithetical to the red interloper. Stone sensed that the two didn't even want to be near each other. The fact that the red energy clung so strongly after all this time attested to Archie's power, and to the fact that his physical heart was the earthly source of that power. The latter was trickier, since Avala's suicide had been so inextricably tied with Archie in the first place. Stone had to pick carefully at it, pulling the traces away one by one. An absurd thought poked its way to the forefront of his mind before he banished it. The process was akin to picking tiny, unwanted toppings off pizza. He had no idea how long it took him to finish separating them. Part of the mental state he entered when he worked divorced his awareness of things like time and the position of his body. But eventually the last piece fell away, leaving the shifting red cloud laid bare and separate from the other energy around the box. Now to find you, Archie. He tightened his perception even more. This would be the hardest part, because the connection wasn't a strong one. Not after all this time. A being or spirit could never truly separate itself from those objects most deeply connected with it. But as time and distance intervened, the connection became ever more tenuous, until eventually it would require more power than even the most potent of practitioners possessed to trace it without a ritual far more elaborate than the one Stone had constructed. He was counting on the fact that when dealing with a being of Archie's power level, the connection would stay stronger for a longer period. Even so, it took him a while to spot the tiny thread. He had to narrow his focus to the point where his magical sight was almost squinting, blocking out everything else around him. When he did spot it, he wasn't sure at first that he wasn't just seeing things. But no, there it was, a tiny, impossibly thin strand, as wispy as a single thread, glowing faintly in the same muddy red as the aura around the box. "There you are," he murmured, unaware and not caring whether he'd said it aloud or only thought it. He latched on to the tiny thread before it could drift away again and began the slow, painstaking process of following it to its terminal point. It could have taken him 10 minutes or 2 hours, he still had no idea. He couldn't go too fast, lest he lose track of the thread and have to re-establish his connection with it, but he moved as quickly as he dared. As he went, the connection got stronger. That was a good sign and made it easier for him to follow the path. He sped up. Wherever Archie was, Stone was sure he wasn't far away. What was he up to? When he reached the end of the line, at first he didn't believe what he saw. It couldn't be what he thought it was. It had to be a mistake. Some of the golden energy from the box had managed to reassert itself, to take over part of the pattern. How else was he seeing a larger version of the same thing he'd seen in microcosm within the box? A warring, swirling conflict between Archie's muddy, potent red aura and the pure gold imparted by the faith of whoever had crafted the box. When the answer came to him, he actually felt his body physically slump in the middle of the circle. No, he muttered. They'd have to go, and soon. Carefully, using all his magical discipline not to sever the tenuous connection too quickly, he made mental notes of where the thread led. He'd be able to follow it most of the way in the car, and once he got closer he could recheck it. He could sustain the magic for perhaps an hour using one of his crystals, but they'd have to move fast. His eyes snapped open. The tiny red thread collapsed in on itself and disappeared along with the twin auras as he shifted back from magical sight to normal. Leaping to his feet, heedless of his stiffening leg muscles, he looked around for Grace. "We have to go," he said. "Help me clean this up. We don't have a lot of time." She hurried over from where she'd been sitting on the bench. "Where are we going? Did you find him?" "Yes. He's in Milpitas. In a church." Chapter 61. "I don't get it. How can he be in a church?" They were back in the BMW, driving up 880 in the direction of Milpitas. It was just after 8 o'clock. The ritual had taken over an hour. "I don't know," Stone said. "That's one of the reasons I'm so concerned about this." He stepped down harder on the gas, goosing the big car up to 80, cruising steadily along in the fast lane without much traffic getting in their way. He hadn't said much to Grace during the time they spent cleaning up after the ritual and returning the box to Dr. Ocampo's office. But by the time they made it back to the car and got to the freeway, she hadn't been able to rein in her curiosity any longer. "Are you sure that's where he is?" she asked, still looking dubious. "I thought he couldn't even go into churches." "I don't think that's quite right. Remember, when he was here before, he was corrupting people in churches, starting with one of the priests. I think he can go into them just fine, as long as nobody's there." He trailed off. "Nobody there what?" "As long as nobody there can do what you can do. You and Father Eustace." She frowned. "I don't get it." "Well, you need to get it, and the sooner the better," he said. He hated the hard edge that had crept into his tone, but he didn't do anything to soften it. "I'm sorry, Miss Ruiz, but if you're going to be any help to me with this, you've got to fully acknowledge that you can do things the average person can't. I know you were moving in that direction before, but I'm not convinced you're completely there yet. If you're not willing to do that, I might as well drop you off at your apartment." She looked down at her hands in her lap. "There's nothing special about me. I know I can do these things, but I also know that anybody could do what I do if their faith was strong enough. God could choose anybody." No, they can't." He glanced over at her, then back at the road. "That's what I'm trying to tell you. I've let you carry on convincing yourself that you're just some kind of conduit for God's power." "I am," she started to protest. "But you have to see that it doesn't matter," Stone continued, with inexorable insistence. "What matters is that you have to know it's you who can do these things. Whether it's something within yourself or God working through you or whatever, you are the one making it happen. Some random person at your church wouldn't be able to do what you do, no matter how strong his faith. Father Reed couldn't. Your archbishop couldn't. Hell, the bloody Pope probably couldn't." She spun on him, eyes flashing in anger. "Don't mock my faith, Dr. Stone. I'm not going to let you do that. I know you don't believe, but that doesn't mean you get to insult me." I'm not insulting you. Stone let his breath out in a long, frustrated exhalation. Believe me, I respect your faith. Just because I don't share it, it doesn't mean I don't think it has value. I'm just trying to tell you that this humility routine of yours is going to get us both killed. If God's trying to work through you, then let him. Accept the fact that there is something special about you. That's all I'm trying to tell you. He gripped the wheel, shifted to magical sight for a moment to check the location, then pulled off at the next exit toward Milpitas. Do you think Archie's evil? Of course I do. He's killing people. He's using their skin and blood to make horrible magic. How can that not be evil? Do you think God wants you to oppose him? To fight him? I already told you I did. I don't think it, I'm sure of it. Well then, this is the time to commit. He glanced at her again. Listen, I'm trusting quite a lot to you. I'm not good at that. It takes me a long time to trust someone, especially when I'm putting my life in their hands, but I trust you. Can I count on you? I give you my word, I'll do everything in my power to protect you, to ensure that Archie doesn't hurt you. Honestly, I don't think I'll need to. I'm not sure he can hurt you, but I know he can hurt me. If we're to do this, we'll need to work as a team. I'll bring the pain, and you help make sure we both get out of there in one piece. He reached over and squeezed her shoulder. You can do this. I know you can. That I do have faith in. She didn't answer for several seconds, but then he felt her firm up under his hand. I know I can too. Let's do it. Brilliant. They were close now. Stone could see the lights of the church at the end of the street. I don't know what we're going to see in there. It's possible it might be quite gruesome. Be ready for anything. Yeah. Her voice shook. The church wasn't large, but the parking lot was full to brimming. Stone had to park the BMW halfway up the street. He got out and double-checked that his purple ring and the crystals he put in his pocket were at full power, then slipped on his long black overcoat. That's quite a crowd, Grace said. Indeed. I thought most churches met on Sundays, not Saturday evenings. It's not unusual to have a Saturday Mass, she said. Don't know if that's what this is, though. I'm not familiar with this church. Let's find out. Stay sharp, though, and expect anything. You're not going to use your disguise this time? No need. He'll know I'm here soon enough. They headed through the deserted parking lot toward the big double doors, which were closed. Stone was struck by how much the little church resembled the chapel from Archie's domain. It was much larger, of course, but had the same basic structure. Steeply pitched roof, double wooden doors, stained glass windows with faint light shining out through them. It would have been an attractive, inviting-looking little place, except for the cross on the steeple. It was upside down. Grace gasped and gripped Stone's arm, pointing up at it with wide eyes. Stone nodded. He's here, all right. No one was stationed outside the doors, which were closed. Stone tried to open them. Locked. They'd never lock a church door during a service, Grace whispered. Stone didn't answer. He concentrated on the door, hoping Archie hadn't used magic to lock it. But no, the mechanism flipped under his own magic. He wreathed both of them in the disregarding spell and opened the door just wide enough to let them in. Let's see if we can slip in without being noticed, shall we? Chapter 62. Inside, the small church was as packed as the parking lot. Every pew was full of people, with more standing in the back of the room. Stone and Grace took places behind this standing crowd, peeking through the spaces between them at what was going on up at the stage. Grace gripped Stone's arm again, tighter this time. Her hand was shaking. He didn't look at her. The house lights had been dimmed, so it was impossible to pick out any detail in the crowd. They looked like an enormous, many-headed gray creature, leaning forward slightly but otherwise sitting almost perfectly still, their attention focused completely on the figure at the front. Archie stood on the stage. Stone knew it was Archie, he had no doubt, even though the demon looked nothing like any of the guises he'd assumed before. Gone was the fearsome figure of the tall, skeletal man with the long coat and glowing red eyes. Gone was the student Archie's handsome, fleshy face. No, this version of Archie could have been mistaken for an angel. Tall and commanding, with shining blonde hair, perfectly arranged, blinding white clerical robes, and a beautiful, kindly face, he paced back and forth across the stage while he addressed the crowd. His voice was deep and resonant, with the soothing, hypnotic cadence of a master orator, or every archetypal loving father one could possibly imagine. Behind him, an ornate wooden cross, at least 8 feet tall, had been wrenched free of the wall and rehung upside down, with its pointed lower shaft aimed toward the ceiling like a sword. The cross on the front of the pulpit had been likewise desecrated. Stone shifted to magical sight, and what he saw made him stiffen. Archie's new, fair form was swathed in the muddy red energy, and that was no surprise, but the same energy had crept outward, surrounding not only Archie himself and the area around him, but every member of the crowd. Oh, bloody hell, he's already done it. He grabbed the arm of an elderly man standing in front of him and spun him around to look into his eyes. As expected, they were glazed over, open but not seeing. His mouth hung slack, his hands dangling at his sides. "What's wrong with him?" Grace whispered, her own eyes wide. Already, Stone felt the pull of Archie's words. He shook his head quickly and turned the man back around. "Do you feel that?" "Feel what?" Stone pulled the crucifix Grace had given him from his pocket and slipped it over his head and under his shirt. He wasn't convinced it would work here, but it couldn't hurt. Instantly, some of the hypnotic cadence of Archie's sermon lessened. "I need to end this," he said grimly. "It may already be too late for these people." "What do you want me to do?" Grace asked, glancing around at the hypnotized crowd. "Pray, I guess." "I'm already doing that." "Keep it up, then. And wish me luck." Up front, Archie continued pacing, waving his arms and booming his message out to the congregation. "This is what you want," he was saying, his soothing, powerful voice easily projecting to the church's back wall without need for a microphone or speakers. "This is what you deserve. Don't allow the toxic messages of the weak and the misinformed to keep you from what you're due. This world belongs to you. It's yours for the taking. The only thing that stops you is the false morality taught to you by weaklings and those who can't succeed. They don't want you to succeed either. Don't let them win, friends. Don't let them defeat you. Remember, you deserve what you want. All you have to do is let me show you how to claim it." Along with his words, more of the red energy seeped out from him, settling over the crowd, reinforcing whatever spell he was weaving over them. Stone closed his eyes for a moment and pulled up his protective shield, powering it with one of his crystals. He stepped forward, gently pushing aside 2 standing congregants. They moved out of his way without resistance. Stone strode up the aisle between the 2 sets of pews, stopping halfway up. "Archie!" The demon stopped, and a slow smile spread across his face. "Ah," he said, "we have a visitor, a most distinguished visitor." He returned to the center of the stage, directly in front of the pulpit, and spread his arms wide. "Ladies and gentlemen, may I present Dr. Alastair Stone. He is an unbeliever, A blasphemer who has come among us like the serpent in the Garden of Eden, to lure you from your appointed path." A low, muttering undercurrent began at the edges of the crowd closest to Stone, and radiated outward toward the sides and back of the room. Stone didn't have to look at them to feel the suspicion and unrest aimed at him. He'd have to play this carefully if he didn't want to end up hurting these people. "Give it up, Archie," Stone called, taking a few more steps forward. "It's over. You can't have these people. You're not going to corrupt them like you did the last time you were here." Archie chuckled. "See, friends, do you hear him? He's afraid. Afraid of me and afraid of you, because he knows you are on the path of righteousness, and his wicked sorcery is powerless against you." He raised his hands again. "Should we show him the error of his ways, show him the power of true righteousness?" The mutters of discontent grew louder. Every member of the crowd, moving almost as one, turned to face Stone with their dead, fixed stares. "Show him!" Archie cried. "That is your first step, friends. You must cast the unbeliever from your midst. Cast him into the pit where he belongs and remove him from your place of worship. Do it now." The crowd's torpor broke. "Get him!" yelled a man. "Cast him out!" cried a woman. "Drive out the blasphemer!" They surged forward toward Stone, converging on him. The first few hit his shield and bounced off, but the others quickly took their place, pounding and screaming. Their faces, pressed against the shield's protective bubble, looked like mad things. These weren't dust devils with their supernatural strength, though. They were a collection of normal people, many of them middle-aged or elderly, and in no shape to be exerting themselves like this. Worse, as some of the first to reach Stone had bounced off the shield, they'd fallen in a flail of arms and legs. The next wave of mindless attackers, heedless of what they were doing to their companions, trampled them in their single-minded rush to follow Archie's orders. Their screams of pain mingled with the rest of the crowd's angry shouts, while above it all the demon's voice rose, still fully audible as he continued to exhort his followers. Stone couldn't even see Archie anymore. The crazed congregation had surrounded the bubble, burying him 9 or 10 people deep in writhing bodies. When they couldn't reach him to pound on the bubble, they pounded on each other, trying to get through. The ones behind pressed the ones in front in a breathless crush against the shield. If this went on much longer, somebody was going to get hurt or even killed. He'd have to get rid of them somehow, and do it without hurting them. At least, not much. He gathered his energy, focusing on control rather than power, and sent a wave of gentle concussive energy out in all directions, shoving the congregation back and away from him. They tumbled backward over the pews, confused and still shouting, but didn't immediately regroup and resume their attacks. They weren't completely mindless then. They'd recognized that something had happened to them. Several of those who'd been crushed in the initial surge lay on the floor, moaning. Some of them were bleeding. "Have no fear, friends," Archie was calling to them from the front. "This one is strong and wicked, but he has no power against us, against you. Let me show you what true righteousness can do to the agents of the deceiver." He pointed both hands at Stone, and a bolt of energy flew from his fingers, arcing across the church and slamming into the mage. The force of it took down the shield, blowing Stone off his feet and sending him sailing toward the rear doors. He barely got the barrier back up before he hit, but the impact and the psychic feedback stunned him, breaking his concentration. The shield dropped again. "Get up, damn you." He struggled back to his feet quickly, fighting the explosion inside his head, and once again recast the shield. Where was Grace? He couldn't see her in the dimness. Archie flung another bolt at him, But this time he saw it coming and managed to dive sideways, slamming into a group of suddenly docile parishioners milling around behind the last pew. "You can't win, Stone," the demon called. He was floating above the ground now, looking even more like some kind of avenging angel than he had before. The only thing he was missing was wings. "The wicked shall never prevail. These people will not be denied what is rightfully theirs."
"Oh, put a sock in it," Stone muttered. Pulling power from one of his crystals, he unleashed a torrent of pure magical energy at the demon. Then he dived behind a pew and pulled up an invisibility spell. The bolt hit Archie, but once again dissipated against an unseen shield. The demon laughed.
"Ha ha! See," he called to the group. "He cannot prevail. See how he thinks he is hidden from me. Evil can never hide from the eyes of the good."
Almost casually, he sent another blast, not toward the back of the church where Stone had last been visible, but off to the right side, halfway up the far aisle, directly at him. Stone had no time to get his shield up. He'd been counting on Archie not seeing him until he'd managed to get closer. He dived forward. The bolt hit the pew behind him and shattered one of the windows, sending wood splinters and glass shards in every direction. Stone hit the ground hard and rolled, bleeding from dozens of tiny cuts. He ducked behind another pew, panting. This wasn't going as he'd hoped, not at all. Grace's presence didn't seem to be deterring Archie in the slightest. He hadn't attacked her, which was a good thing, but he seemed to have no problem attacking Stone. That wasn't a good thing. A worse thing was that not only did it appear Archie could see through his invisibility spell, but he couldn't pierce the demon's own shields with his magic. Was Archie really that powerful, even in his corporeal form? If he was, then Stone was in trouble. That last bolt had been one of his strongest. If it couldn't get through Archie's defenses, he didn't have a lot of other options. He could always try Harrison's magic again. That was his ace in the hole. It had been effective when nothing else had, but what if that were only true on Archie's plane? He scrambled forward, these thoughts whirling through his mind as he moved. If he was wrong, if he tried Harrison's magic and it didn't work, or it didn't take Archie out completely, he'd be defenseless. Grace might be able to help, but he doubted she could keep them both safe from that level of power. What about the crucifix? If he could get close enough to the demon, maybe he could use that. With Grace's faith magic behind it, it might be strong enough to do some damage, but Archie would never let him get that close. The pew next to him and the ones directly in front and behind it suddenly rose up off the floor, wrenching free of the bolts holding them down, and sped toward Stone as another of the church's windows blew out. At the last second he leapt upward, his levitation spell taking him above the pews barely a second before they crashed, one after the other, down on the place where he'd been hiding. He flew higher, coming to rest on one of the wide wooden rafters high above. Archie laughed again and pointed his hands upward. "Watch and be amazed, my friends," he cried. Energy gathered around his upraised hands. "No!" cried another voice. Stone clutched the upright beam and whipped his gaze back toward the rear of the church. Grace was striding up the middle aisle, her crucifix held in front of her, her expression resolute and fixed on the floating Archie. Archie smiled. "And what's this? Stone's little girlfriend, all pious and full of God's holy fury." He glanced up at Stone. "You shouldn't have brought her here. Now you can watch her die before I kill you. And it will be your fault, just like all the others. Or maybe I'll kill you first and skin you in front of her." He addressed the crowd. "What do you think, friends? What should I do with the unbelievers?" The crowd began their muttering again, shuffling slowly toward Grace. They didn't seem as focused as before, but Stone could see the dawning of fresh anger in their eyes. Grace ignored them.
"Begone, foul demon!" she called, in a clear, confident voice. "Begone in the name of Jesus Christ! Go back to the pits of hell and trouble us no more!"
Archie shook his head, still smiling, but the smile didn't look quite as cocky as it did before. He waved his hand, and 2 more pews moved in front of Grace. "Stay away from me, bitch," he said. "Friends, you know what must be done. I will attend to this other blasphemous wretch." Without even looking at Stone, and so fast that the mage didn't have time to react, he pointed his hand upward and blew out the entire section of rafter that Stone crouched on. It cracked and shattered, sending him tumbling toward the ground a good 20 feet below. He got the shield up, but this time, while it certainly saved his life and cushioned the blow, it didn't entirely protect him from the consequences of the fall. He crashed, shield and all, into another section of pews. It felt like what he imagined it must feel like to experience a head-on collision inside a van padded with mattresses. Once again, the feedback exploded in his brain, sending jagged patterns of white static cascading across his thought processes like a hail of knives. No, you have to get up. There was a reason he had to get up, but he couldn't remember it. Every time he tried to remember it, something pulled gauzy curtains across his mind. Something about someone getting hurt. Think. "Begone! I order you to depart, demon, in the name of Jesus Christ!" It all snapped back into place. Grace. Her voice still sounded strong, but not as strong as before. He clutched at the top of the pew and pulled himself painfully up, in time to see the crowd converging on Grace. They hadn't reached her yet, shambling like slow-moving zombies, but they would get there in seconds. From where he was, he couldn't use his concussion spell to knock them away from her, since they were all around her. Maybe at his best he'd have had that kind of control, but not now. Archie was laughing. He still floated there at the front of the church, watching the proceedings, his arms spread wide. Stone blinked blood out of his eyes and struggled to think. Were they lost? Would the demon-bewitched crowd take Grace down, and with her his last hope of defeating Archie? Did he even have enough power to hope to injure the demon? So far, even at his best, he hadn't been able to. What made him think he could do it now? The crowd had reached Grace. They raised their hands, and their mutters grew louder, turning to angry shouts. Grace screamed. Stone was about to force himself to leap up and make one last stand to save her, when he saw it. There, behind Archie, hanging there on the wall. Stone spat blood and grinned. It would either work or it wouldn't, but if it did work... He focused past the floating Archie and put all his remaining power into moving fast and punching hard, ripping the upside-down crucifix from the wall behind Archie, orienting it so its bottom shaft faced the demon's back, and sending it flying with every last bit of magical strength behind it. For an instant, he didn't think it would work. It couldn't work. It was absurd to think it could. Surely the demon would have guarded against... The crucifix hit Archie square in the back. His scream as the pointed end impaled him and continued out the other side rocked the church, rising up into the rafters and echoing around the walls. Like a bizarre replay of the scene from the demon's own dimension, the church's remaining windows blew out. Archie crashed to the ground, the crucifix's bloody point poking up out of his chest, the rest of its long shaft keeping his body from fully lying down. He writhed, screamed, and clawed at the thing, shrieking incoherently in a language Stone had never heard before, that hurt not only his ears, but his soul. And then, abruptly, the shrieks and the thrashes stopped. Archie's body went stiff, and then his blood-stained white clerical robes fluttered and collapsed in on themselves. The crucifix likewise fell, laid out flat on the ground. It still pierced the robes, but now, aside from a large quantity of dust and a few lumps, including a quivering, gore-streaked pink brain where the demon's head had been,
Nothing remained within them. Almost nothing. Heart and head pounding, Stone forced himself to move. He vaulted over the pews and ran to where Archie had fallen. "Miss Ruiz?" he called, without looking back. "I'm okay." Her voice shook, but she didn't sound injured. "But the people... they're..." Stone risked one quick look over his shoulder. Every one of the parishioners had collapsed where he or she stood, forming a disorderly heap of bodies on the floor. "Check them!" he ordered, already turning back to his own task. He plunged his hand into the bloody robes, hoping he was wrong. But he wasn't wrong. In the midst of something cold and spongy, his hand fell on something warm that pulsed faintly as he touched it. He wrenched it free and stared at it, already knowing what he'd see. A human heart, blackened and impossibly ancient, shot through with veins of glowing red. Despite the fact that the crucifix's shaft had passed directly through where it should have been, it remained unscathed. It felt profoundly wrong in Stone's hand, as if he were holding a small, rotting animal carcass or a handful of excrement. And he could already feel it trying to reach its vile tendrils into his mind. "Miss Ruiz," he called, "I need your help here, please." She came bounding over, breathless. "They're alive," she said. "At least the ones I checked are. Just unconscious." Catching sight of what he held, she recoiled in revulsion. "Is that... his heart?" "Yes, and as far as I know we can't destroy it, though I'm going to give it my best go before we decide what to do with it in the meantime. I wish we had the box, but I'm afraid we'll have to settle for second best for now." He removed the crucifix she'd given him and offered it to her. "Let me wrap this up and find something to put it in. We'll put that on top of it, and hopefully it won't get up to any more mischief before—" "Dr. Stone?" Stone turned at the sound of the unexpected and familiar voice. Simon Beale stood there, just inside the double doors, dressed in his old-fashioned suit and carrying his briefcase. He stared at the scene, eyes wide and expression incredulous. "What's happened here?" Stone frowned. "Mr. Beale, what are you doing here? Didn't you go back to Los Angeles?" Beale hurried up, gingerly stepping over the unconscious bodies of the parishioners. "I was going to, but then I got a line on another angle for my research. I was trying to contact you because I thought you might be very interested in—" "What is that?" he asked, and his gaze fell on the heart, now nestled in a handkerchief Stone had pulled from his coat pocket. "And what on earth has happened to all of these poor people? Should we call someone?" "Long story. Not really one we can go into right now." "I'll go call someone," Beale said, looking worried. "But first, let me give you this information I found. I think you'll find it very helpful." He opened his briefcase and reached inside. "Mr. Beale, I don't think this is the time to—" Stone glanced down at Archie, half expecting him to be reforming his body or stealthily crawling his dusty remains away. Then something occurred to him. "How did you know where I was?" "Dr. Stone, look out!" Grace's terrified cry came an instant too late as Stone spun to face her. Beale held a large revolver pointed directly at him. His expression wasn't pleasantly dotty now. His hard, cold eyes held a crazed light. Without another word, he pulled the trigger. Chapter 63. For Stone, everything moved in slow motion. A deafening bang, followed by a sudden excruciating pain in the right side of his chest. A scream, muddy and indistinct. The world tilted crazily, and then he was falling. Archie's pulsing heart slipped from his grasp and fell too. They both hit the ground at the same time. He couldn't get a breath. "Don't panic, you can't panic or you're dead." The thoughts seemed like they came from someone else.
His own thoughts darted and whirled, struggling for coherence. Pain was everywhere. Above him, the cracked remains of the wooden rafters rose, blurred and out of focus. Beale's calm face swirled into his field of vision. The old man bent down and picked up something next to him. The heart. He wrapped it in a cloth and carefully nestled it into his briefcase. "Thank you, Dr. Stone," he said. "I'll be taking this with me." Stone blinked, struggling to get a deep breath past the pain and the sudden feeling that he was drowning. He coughed, tasting blood. "Beale," he whispered. "I have you to thank," Beale said. "I'd given up hope that the Master would ever resurface. I've waited for decades, keeping up this research, sending out feelers, hoping desperately to discover something that would lead me in the right direction. When Patricia called me, I hardly dared believe my search might finally be at an end." He stood back up. "Shame we'll have to go through the whole process of rebuilding the Master's body again, but I couldn't risk tipping my hand too soon. I never thought you'd be able to defeat him. Bravo on that. But with me to aid him, it will go much more quickly this time. You won't be here to see any of it, though, so it hardly matters. Unfortunately, the Master will need to find another mage to provide his bookbinding, too. But I doubt that will prove difficult. Goodbye, Dr. Stone." He swung the gun around to point it at the terrified Grace. "And you, my dear. Apparently you've been quite a thorn in the Master's side as well. Best if no one's left, I think, to bear witness to what's happened tonight." Stone didn't think he had anything left. The pain grew more intense with each minute. Blood bubbled from his lips and ran down the side of his face to pool beneath his head, and gray fog began to obscure his vision as he struggled and failed to draw in enough air. But the sight of that gun pointed at Grace fueled his rage at this old man who'd played him for a fool. He fixed his focus on the gun and let the rage provide the power. If it killed him, so be it. Beale jerked as the gun wrenched free and flew out of his hand. "What?" He actually managed to jump, trying to snatch it back before it rose out of his reach, but he didn't succeed. The gun sailed up and settled on one of the wide beams of the rafters. Stone slumped, coughing as the simple effort exhausted him, barely aware of what was happening around him now. Beale looked as if he couldn't decide whether to attack Stone, attack Grace, or get the hell out of there with his prize. After a brief interior struggle, he chose the latter. "Fine," he said. "It won't matter anyway. They'll never find us. And you," he added, nodding toward Grace. "With Stone dead, you're far too meek to ever do anything against the Master on your own." He turned and headed back down the aisle, striding quickly toward the doors. In a moment, he was gone. Around him, the parishioners remained unconscious, showing no signs of waking. Grace fell to her knees next to Stone, looking stricken. "Oh, bendita Madre Maria," she moaned. "Don't move. I need to call an ambulance." She jerked her head around as if expecting to spot a phone inside the chapel. Stone's thoughts moved through mud. His breath rattled and bubbled in his throat as he tried to draw in air. He raised a hand that felt like it weighed several 100 pounds and gripped Grace's arm. "No. No." Her eyes were huge, and even as his perceptions narrowed to a gray tunnel, he could hear the bright edges of panic seeping into her tone. "We have to get you to a hospital." "Too late," he rasped, and coughed again. Jagged knives of pain lanced through his chest, and he fought back a rising wave of fear. He was dying, and if he couldn't make her understand in the next few seconds, there'd be nothing he or anyone else could do about it. Miss Ruiz, Grace, please, help me. They'll never get here in time. I'm trying to help you. Tears ran down her cheeks. Let me call an ambulance. Is your phone in your coat? She moved as if to pull it aside and check. He tried to tighten his grip, but instead felt it loosen as the grayness settled over him and his strength faded. Your magic, your press, please. She stared at him in disbelief. Oh, no, I can't. You're too badly hurt. You can't. He could barely hear his own voice now. He hoped she could. His hand fell away, refusing to obey his mind's increasingly disjointed commands. He didn't even hurt anymore, as his body began to shut down. I have faith in you, he whispered. She swallowed hard, then nodded, bending over him. She took his hand in one of hers and put the other on his chest over the wound. Stone's vision was fading, but he saw her bow her head, and he saw her lips move as she began to speak in breathless Spanish. Her voice shook, but her words came out strong and confident. Her hand gripped his, warm and firm. Almost immediately something began to happen. Stone couldn't understand anything she was saying beyond the occasional Dios or Madre Maria, but he closed his eyes and let the gentle, comforting rhythm of her words flow over him. It didn't make sense to his fogged brain. Words couldn't be warm. Words couldn't slip into his consciousness and support him like the softest of beds. Words couldn't reach into his body and flow around the pain, isolating it, massaging it, carrying it away on a gentle breeze. He had no idea what Grace was doing, but he no longer cared. If she couldn't save his life, at least she could make his death painless and peaceful. It was all he could ask of her. Either one, he decided, would be fine. Something shook him, jerking him out of the gentle, floating apathy that had settled over him. You have to fight, a voice begged. Was it Grace? He didn't know anymore. Don't you dare leave us. Archie's still out there. I can't do this without you. Stay with me. The grip on his hand tightened, and a heavier weight came down on his chest. Archie. What about Archie? He remembered something about someone named Archie. Right. That little git he'd gone to school with all those years ago. Why was this woman going on about him? He's probably an investment banker somewhere by now, if he didn't get himself tossed in jail. No, that type never goes to jail. Something slapped him. Come back, the same voice called. Fight! You've got to fight! He heard himself mutter something under his breath. He had no idea what he'd said. It felt so good to drift. Archie. His body jerked as the realization and the pain flowed back into him at the same time. Archie. Archie was still out there. Beale had taken his heart, which meant if they didn't find him, the whole cycle of murders would start over again. No. I won't let you. That's it. That's better. Keep fighting. And then she was back to speaking Spanish again, and his mind drifted once more on her soothing words. He must have slipped into sleep or unconsciousness because someone was shaking him again. It wasn't sharp or urgent this time, but gentle. Dr. Stone? Wake up! He opened his eyes. Odd. The pain's gone. Am I dead? Grace's worried face swam in his vision, hovering above him. How do you feel? She asked tentatively. She looked tired and scared and overwhelmed. He wasn't sure how to answer that, but he could breathe again and the pain was gone. How could that be? He brought a shaky hand up and touched it to his chest where the bullet had entered. His shirt was sodden, and when he raised his hand back up, his fingers were slicked with blood. More squelched beneath him as he shifted position, and he tasted still more. "Did it work?" she whispered. He risked sitting up. His head spun. Probably blood loss, but no spikes of pain went through him. Around him, the parishioners were still unconscious. Hardly daring to hope, he pushed up his shirt and looked down at his chest. There was blood everywhere, both wet and drying, but when he probed at the spot where the bullet had entered, he felt nothing but smooth skin. He stared at her in wonder. "Let me see your back," she said, already pushing his coat off his shoulders. He slipped his t-shirt off completely and leaned forward so she could get a clear view. His brain still wasn't processing things at full capacity, stuck on a loop between "it doesn't hurt" and "bloody hell, she did it." "How does it look?" She touched him gently at a spot corresponding to where the bullet had entered through his chest. "I think you'll have a little scar here," she said. "Hold out your hand." He did as he was told, moving by rote, and she dropped something into it. A bloody, deformed piece of metal. "Souvenir," she said, "if you want it. How do you feel?" He twisted around so he could see her, clutching the bloody bullet in his shaking hand. "Miss Ruiz, you are a wonder," he said softly. "Truly a wonder." She shook her head. "All the glory goes to God. He did it. But it worked. You're all right?" I think so." Slowly, mindful of his still swimming head, he gripped the edge of a nearby pew and hauled himself up, looking down at the scene. The floor beneath him was covered in blood. Archie's earthly remains, nothing more than piles of dust and lumpy heaps of rotting organs now without the heart to sustain him, lay intermingled with the white clerical robes, the large crucifix piercing them. All around them, the unconscious parishioners were finally showing faint signs of waking. He put a hand to his head and took several deep breaths. He'd never realized before how much he took for granted the simple ability to draw in air without pain, or the terrifying sensation of drowning in his own blood. "We need to go," he said. "Can't have them find us here." She nodded, still looking shell-shocked by all that had occurred. She swallowed. "What about all the blood and him?" "We can leave him here. I need to deal with this blood, though." "Deal with it? You can't clean that all up. You're in no shape for that. Even if you could, it would take ages. Not "Clean it. I need to make sure no one can use it against me. Won't take long. Can you grab some of that dust from Archie's remains, please?" His voice sounded shaky and faint.
"Why?"
She looked like she didn't want to go anywhere near it. "I might need it later." She hesitated a moment longer, then nodded and moved toward the pile. Stone stood a moment, getting his bearings. He still didn't feel good, per se, but given the alternative of being dead, he'd take lightheadedness and weakness every day of the week. He picked up his t-shirt, holding it up for a look. The front sported a small, neat hole, while the back had a much larger and more ragged one. The whole thing was blood-soaked, but fortunately his preference for black meant it wouldn't show it too badly. He slipped it back on, followed by the coat, and set about neutralizing the coagulating puddle of blood on the carpet. He hoped nobody else showed up to threaten them, because that was about the extent of the magic he'd be able to manage tonight. Grace returned, carrying a handful of dust from Archie's body.
"They're starting to wake up. If you don't want them to see us, we better go now."
"Right then. Stone headed for the door, swaying and clutching the backs of the pews as he went to keep from tripping as he stepped over to the unconscious bodies. After a moment, Grace took his arm, helping him stay upright. "You should clean up a little," she said, eyeing him. "You've got blood all over your face and hands." As they exited through the double doors, she pointed toward a drinking fountain just down a side hall, then steered him over to it and helped him get rid of the obvious blood as best they could. It wasn't great, but at least he no longer looked like he'd just crawled out of an abattoir. Outside, the air was pleasantly warm, the silent parking lot deceptively calm. Stone glanced around, looking for any signs of approaching police cars, but saw nothing. "I guess this place is far enough away that no one saw anything from outside," he said. Already he was panting with the effort of trudging back to the car, even with Grace's support. "Can you drive?" she asked, worried. "You're really pale. Are you sure you're okay?" "It's probably just the blood loss. Could be a lot worse. I'll eat something when I get home. That and rest will sort me out." She didn't look convinced, but kept hold of his arm until they made it back to the BMW. By then, they could both hear the far-off sounds of approaching sirens. Someone inside must have finally come to. "Wonder what they'll make of all that," Stone said, as he fell into the driver's seat. "Do you think anybody will remember seeing us?" "Doubtful." He fired up the engine and drove off. Now that he was seated, he didn't feel quite as bad. At least he didn't think he'd faint before he managed to get home. Archie had them all under some sort of hypnotic effect. I doubt they'll even remember him being there. Except for that thing we left behind. She shuddered. That should provide some interesting data for the police, though. How do you mean? It's just a guess, but I wouldn't be surprised if those organs all came from different people. You mean the murder victims? You think those are the actual... She trailed off, crossing herself and murmuring a prayer under her breath. It makes sense, especially given the state they were in. I wonder if they'll find Beale's gun and get any prints from it. They drove in silence for several minutes, back up 880 towards San Jose. Stone tried to keep his thoughts focused, not allowing himself to think about the fact that he'd come perhaps closer to dying tonight than he'd ever come in his life. "You know," he said eventually, "the more I think about it, the more surprised I am that it actually worked." What actually worked? Grace had been staring out the window, lost in her own thoughts, but turned back to him when he spoke. "Running Archie through with that cross. Remember before, I told you that I didn't think it was actual churches or religious items that Archie couldn't cope with, but only things blessed or somehow imbued with power by people with abilities like yours and Father Eustace's." "Maybe you were wrong," she said. "Maybe so. Perhaps I just got a lucky shot in. He was so busy guarding against magical attacks that he didn't bother with the physical. But I wonder." He glanced over at her. "Were you praying that whole time? Is that why I didn't see you?" "Yeah." She looked down at her hands in her lap. "I was in the back the whole time, praying for you to succeed at whatever you were trying to do. I didn't know exactly what that was, so I couldn't be more specific." "I didn't know either," he said with a chuckle. I was starting to lose a bit of hope there at the end. He wondered if, somehow, her magic had been powerful enough to sense his intent and provide support to it, even at such a distance. That was some seriously potent stuff. Another wave of lightheadedness swept over him, and he gripped the steering wheel more tightly. He'd have to think about that later. Right now, getting Grace and then himself home were his #1 priorities. Surviving a gunshot wound to the chest only to be taken out by a clapped-out minivan on Highway 880 would be amusing to the universe, perhaps, but not to him. More silence passed. Stone focused on driving until he'd pulled up in front of Grace's apartment building. She didn't get out.
"What are you going to do about him?"
Grace asked into the darkness.
"About who?"
"Archie."
"What do you mean?"
"He's gone."
She paused. "But he's not. You heard Mr. Beale. This is all just going to start over again."
He didn't look at her. "I know."
"Well, we can't let that happen."
When he remained silent, she gripped his arm.
"Right? We can't. You can't let that happen."
"What do you want me to do, Miss Ruiz?" Stone's voice was tired, ragged. His hands shook on the steering wheel, and once again he wasn't certain he could make it home safely. She looked at him as if he'd suddenly gone mad.
"You have to finish him."
His chuckle was grim. "Suddenly you're on board with my going off to hell, are you?" He shook his head. "No, I'm not doing that. What I'm doing is going home where I'll have something to eat and get some sleep, and then tomorrow I'll track down Beale. If I can get Archie's heart back, you and I can put together another vessel to hold it. Your faith and my magic. This time we'll put it somewhere it will never be found. Find an office building under construction and bury it in a concrete foundation. Attach it to a brick and drop it in the ocean. Hell, we'll play Lord of the Rings and find a bloody volcano to chuck it into. But I'm not going back to that place." She looked down at her hands in her lap, started to say something, and then opened the car door. "I'll call you tomorrow, Dr. Stone," she said tonelessly. "Miss Ruiz?" She turned back toward him. "Thank you for everything."
"Thank God, not me. I'd better get inside. Abuelita is probably waiting up for me."
She closed the door behind her and walked off before Stone could say anything else. He thought about lowering the window and calling to her, trying to explain. But he didn't. Instead, he remained where he was for several minutes until he felt he could drive safely, then headed off toward Palo Alto. Archie, at least his earthly form, was dead. He'd survived a mortal wound thanks to Grace's potent but untrained magical talent. Tomorrow he'd find Beale and end this once and for all. So why didn't he feel better about the whole thing? Chapter 64. Stone awoke early the following afternoon after a night of unsettling dreams to find Raider busily licking dried blood off his arm. He sat up, confused for a moment. Was he bleeding again? Before remembering that by the time he'd arrived home the previous night, he'd been too dead tired and light-headed to do anything but stagger upstairs, shuck off his bloody t-shirt and jeans, and throw himself onto the bed. The hell with the comforter, he recalled thinking. I'll burn it and get a new one. He sat up, testing how he felt. Aside from being ravenously hungry, not too bad, all things considered. The exhaustion and swimmy-headed feeling from the previous night was gone, and he no longer felt sure he'd faint if he tried standing up. He did, however, briefly consider that Raider looked tasty. The clock on the nightstand read 1:24, late even by his decidedly non-early bird standards. He swung his legs around, got up, and padded into the bathroom. The sight that greeted him in the mirror nearly made him jump until his mind filled in that it was his own reflection. Clad only in his shorts, he got a clear and unobstructed view of the dried blood covering most of his chest and abdomen. His back was probably worse. Shower. Now. Then food. Lots of food. He flipped on the little radio he kept in the bathroom and listened to the news as he showered. When it cycled around to the local beat, the church in Milpitas was the top story. Stone leaned out and used magic to turn up the volume. Police are still baffled as to the cause of a bizarre situation occurring in a Milpitas church last night. Parishioners report some kind of mass episode of unconsciousness that affected all of them as they attended a Saturday night service, but none of them can remember anything about what caused it or who was presenting the service. Some of the parishioners were taken to local hospitals displaying injuries consistent with trampling, and the church sustained significant damage. But once again, no one can remember what happened. Anyone who has any information about this bizarre event is urged to phone the Milpitas Police Department. Stone turned the radio back down as the reporter moved on to other stories. Odd. No mention of the pile of rotting organs, or the clerical robe run through with an oversized crucifix. He'd have thought that would be important. Perhaps the police were keeping that bit to themselves for now, though with that many people at the scene, he doubted they could do so for long. He got dressed, threw his bloody clothes and comforter in the bathtub for a later burning, and was about to head out in search of large quantities of food when his mobile phone warbled. He almost didn't answer it until he saw the number. He hit the button as he opened the door out to the garage. "Miss Ruiz, good afternoon."
"Good afternoon. How are you feeling?"
Her voice sounded oddly subdued. "Starving. Still a bit off, but nothing like last night. I was just about to find some place and order about 5 breakfasts. You?"
"I just got back from church. I prayed for you."
"I appreciate that. I should go now, though. I don't trust myself to drive and chat at the same time. At least not until I get something to eat."
"We need to talk, Dr. Stone."
Her voice still held the odd, inflectionless tone. "About what?" He pulled out of the garage, the phone stuck between his ear and his shoulder.
"About Archie. About you. About what we need to do."
"I told you I know what I'm going to do. I plan to track down Beale today and get the heart back. Then I hope I can still count on your help putting it under wraps." "Dr. Stone."
"Miss Ruiz, I told you I can't talk just now. I'm driving. I'll call you later after Abuelita wasn't angry with me last night."
That seemed an odd non sequitur given the way the conversation had been going.
"What?" "She was waiting for me when I got home. She looked really weird. Do you know what she said to me?"
"I've no idea." Stone frowned, making a left and trying to keep the phone in place.
"She said she'd been praying for me all day and that God had given her a message."
"That's great, Miss Ruiz, but I need to—"
"She told me that whatever battle I was facing, I had to see it through to the end."
Stone gripped the steering wheel.
"What?" "Do you feel well enough to come down here for your 5 breakfasts? We really do need to talk."
He didn't respond. Damn it, he didn't want to think about this right now. Memories flashed through his mind, the cage, the torture, the horrific stench of his own flesh roasting.
"Dr. Stone?"
"Fine," he snapped. "We'll talk, but it isn't going to change my mind. Where shall I meet you?"
"Here. Abuelita's already cooking."
Chapter 65. Grace answered the door almost instantly at his knock. The tantalizing, overpowering aromas of Mexican cooking wafted out into the hallway.
"Was the drive all right?"
she asked, standing aside to let him in. She looked none the worse for wear following her experience the previous night, dressed in her embroidered jeans and a pale green Mickey Mouse t-shirt.
"What? Oh, yes."
The food smelled so good he could barely concentrate on anything else. From the kitchen, Grace's grandmother called something in Spanish.
"She says to come in and sit down,"
Grace said, taking his arm. "She doesn't have to ask twice. That smells wonderful." He let her lead him into the dining area and took the seat indicated. Abuelita immediately hustled out, bearing a large platter of huevos rancheros in one hand and another with some kind of spicy sausage dish in the other. She looked Stone up and down and said something else as she set them in the middle of the table, then plopped down into the chair opposite him.
"She says that you look too skinny and pale and that you should eat. Go ahead,"
Grace said, placing a cup of coffee in front of him and indicating the tray.
"We'll talk after you're feeling better."
Gracias, Stone said to the old woman. And then to Grace, please tell her everything looks wonderful and she's far too kind. Grace relayed the message, and Abuelita nodded once, grudgingly. The look of suspicion still hadn't left her shrewd, dark eyes, but she was no longer regarding Stone as if she were plotting ways to kill him and hide the body. She held up a finger as Stone reached for the serving spoon, then pointedly put her hands together, bowed her head, and began what was obviously a prayer. Stone didn't fold his hands, but did bow his head out of respect. He owed them that, even though his hunger, combined with the food's aroma, was making him want to unhinge his jaw and upend the entire tray into his mouth at once. When Abuelita finished, he didn't bother asking Grace what she'd said this time. "Eat up," Grace said. "We've already eaten, so take what you want." Stone did as he was told, loading up his plate with some of each of the dishes. Normally it would have bothered him to eat while two women sat across the table and watched him, but his hunger was so intense that a whole roomful of people studying him under microscopes and offering commentary on his technique wouldn't have dulled his ardor. It took until halfway through his second helping before he began to feel marginally human again and slowed down. "Tell your grandmother she should open a restaurant," he said, satisfied, after swallowing another bite of the excellent chorizo. "This is delicious, and I'm not just saying that because I was so hungry I was seriously wondering how my cat would taste with a bit of salt and pepper." Grace murmured something to Abuelita, who once again nodded, and this time even offered Stone the faintest hint of a smile before getting up. She spoke briefly to Grace, and then left the room. "Why did she go?" Stone asked. "I didn't offend her, did I?" "No. I think she's getting to like you, actually. At least a little bit. As long as you don't get too close to me," she added with a chuckle. But then sobered. "She wanted to give us some time to talk." Stone sighed. He hadn't been looking forward to this bit, but covered it by concentrating on another bite of huevos rancheros. "I spent the whole morning praying," Grace said. "Last night, too, after I got home. I didn't get much sleep." Stone didn't reply. "You have to go after him, Dr. Stone. We can't let this go now. I'll help you, but you have to do it." He flicked his gaze up, setting his fork deliberately on the table and pushing his chair back. "I told you I'm going to find Beale. In fact, I'd best be getting on with that. Thank you very much for the meal. I appreciate both of your kindness, but It's not enough," she said. Her expression was troubled, but her own gaze was steady and resolute. "What do you mean, it's not enough? That's not for you to say, is it? Finding Mr. Beale isn't going to solve the problem. Not permanently." She swallowed. What we saw last night, it was horrible. When we saw the demon in the park, I didn't realize what it was, what it wanted. Not completely. But last night, all those people under his control, that's what it wants to do, isn't it? Take people over and force them to worship it." Stone nodded. "Yes. The more people he can sway to his side, the more powerful he'll become. That was his plan all along. The murders were just the preliminary round, but if I can get his heart back and we can put it somewhere no one will ever find it, then we can stop him. He won't be able to get back here." "No," Grace said, shaking her head. "I don't believe that. I don't think you do either. Demons are powerful, Dr. Stone. They're devious. That thing wants to be found. How do you think this whole thing started?" "It started because some construction workers dug it up," Stone said. "Goodwin and Eustace thought they'd put it somewhere no one would be able to find, but they couldn't anticipate what would happen with the area in 100 years. But if we bury it in a concrete foundation or literally find a volcano to drop it into, we don't know either. How can we know what might happen in 100 years? He's there, Dr. Stone. He's plotting, and this time he knows what happened last time. Can you guarantee he won't find a way to persuade someone else to locate his heart and start this whole thing over again? Can you guarantee he won't take some kind of steps to make sure that won't happen again, even before we manage to drop his heart in the volcano or wherever? You don't know how many other people he's influenced while he was here this time, do you?
Could there be more Mr. Beals out there?
Stone stared down into his plate. Even if that were true, why are you suddenly so determined to send me back to hell? Not worried about my immortal soul anymore? When Grace didn't reply, he looked up. Well?
We have to finish this, she said softly. He isn't going to stop until we do. I'll do everything I can to help you.
She sighed, toying with her fork.
I don't like it either, but sometimes we have to do things we don't like, to do what's right.
Maybe you do, Stone said, getting up. He paced the tiny dining area, his thoughts spinning. Damn, but I could do with a drink, or 3. Convenient that this is something you can't do, isn't it?
I would if I could, she said. You know that. I don't want to, but I would.
But you can't. He spun on her. Do you know what happened to me there, Miss Ruiz? Do you want me to tell you?
Would it help you make your decision?
He turned away, looking out the window. Below, 3 young children kicked a soccer ball around the scrubby grass of the rear courtyard, shouting and laughing. What did you mean about what your grandmother said when you got home last night?
I thought I'd have to listen to a lecture. She still hasn't quite accepted that I'm not a kid anymore, but she was sitting there in her chair in the front room waiting for me. And the first thing she said when I got in was, I don't know what battle you're fighting, mi corazón, but God has told me you must see it through to the end.
She paused, staring back down into her plate.
She's never said anything like that before. Usually she's telling me to stay home at night, that nice girls don't go running around after dark. But this time she didn't even ask me who I was with or where I'd been.
Stone frowned and glanced back through the door where Abuelita had exited. She's never shown any signs before of the sort of things you can do?
Not that I know of. She's never said anything about it. Why?
Stone didn't answer. Was it possible that Grace's grandmother was also a wild talent? Magical ability did pass through gender lines and didn't always hit every generation. Had Grace gotten it from her grandmother rather than her mother? She hasn't got any idea what we're facing, though. She can't.
It doesn't matter, she said. God speaks to her, and he's given her a message.
She sighed.
I was really troubled this morning, so I went to a confession and asked the Father what I should do.
You told him about what happened? Stone asked, alarmed. Letting some mundane priest in on what was going on with Archie couldn't lead to anything good.
Not in so many words. I just asked him what someone should do if they were facing a great evil. But what they'd have to do to fight it might put their immortal soul at risk. Should they do it?
What did he say? The answer didn't matter, though. He had no intention of taking advice from a priest, regardless of his reply.
He said that fighting evil is always desirable, but it's up to each person to decide how far they're willing to go. That's why God gave us free will.
Well, there you go, then. So you won't do it. He didn't miss the disappointment on her face, or the dimming of the light in her dark eyes. Inexplicably, he felt sudden anger rise. You're not going to guilt me into this, Miss Ruiz, he said sharply. He stalked the dining room, moving back and forth across its small space because he couldn't stand still any longer. His voice came out harsh and grating. It won't work. You may worship someone who's willing to sacrifice himself for the good of humanity, but he's a lot bigger man than I am. I've already been to that hellhole once. I did my bit. If it hadn't been for you showing up, and I'll remind you, you told me you couldn't help me because you refused to condone what I was doing, I'd not only have been tortured and bloody roasted alive for who knows how long, but Archie would have eventually worn me down until I handed over my body so he could harvest it for his little psych project. He flung himself back into the chair. It's not as if I'm washing my hands of the whole thing. I'll track down Beale just as I said I would. I'll get the heart back and make damn sure this time that nobody can find out where I put it. Archie's not omnipotent. His power has limits. Don't treat him like he's some sort of all-powerful, all-knowing force of the universe. He's a pathetic sod from a pathetic dimension trying to play at being the great and powerful Oz. I see that now, and I'm not buying his lies."
"You're afraid," she said softly.
"Of course I'm afraid," he snapped. "I don't give a damn about my immortal soul. If such a thing even exists, mine was buggered a long time ago. But I don't fancy waltzing back in for a second go at playing rotisserie chicken for some sadistic tosser with a god complex." He stood. "Look, I appreciate your thoughts on the situation. I hope you'll still help me get the heart under wraps after I've hunted it down, but for now, I've got things to do. I'd better get on with them before Beale hops the next plane to bloody Sri Lanka or something. He might already have done. Please thank your grandmother again for lunch." He was about to head out toward the front door when Abuelita appeared in the doorway. She wore an odd, contemplative expression and carried something long and thin, wrapped in an old, flowered towel. She looked first at Stone, then at Grace, then said something in Spanish, nodding at the bundle. Stone frowned. What did she say? And what's that? Grace looked confused.
"She said she has something we can use for our battle. God told her to pray over it, so that's what she's been doing. She says I need to as well, but God will bless our efforts if we have faith in his guidance."
Abuelita nodded once, walked to the table, and put the bundle down at the end away from the food. She crossed herself, murmured a few words, and then carefully, as if unwrapping a holy relic, she pulled the towel aside. Stone had no idea what he'd expected to see. Perhaps an elaborate crucifix or other religious heirloom. But whatever it was, the item the old woman revealed wasn't it. It was a sword. In a manner of speaking, anyway, a Japanese-style katana made of a cheap metal, already rusting a little along the blade, its wrapped handle repaired with duct tape where the original stained blue fabric had peeled away. Stone had seen dozens of similar things in junk shops in both the United States and England. Beloved decorations for teenage boys' bedrooms everywhere, due in equal measure to their exotic nature and low price. He looked at Grace, raising a questioning eyebrow. Grace wasn't looking at him, though. She was looking at her grandmother. She said something in Spanish that sounded like a question, and Abuelita replied, gesturing toward the sword again. Before Stone could ask, Grace translated.
"I know that sword. It used to belong to my brother Emilio. He bought it at the flea market when he was like 13. Abuelita didn't want to let him keep it, but he begged her since he'd spent all his money on it. She finally agreed. I haven't seen it since before he died. Abuelita found it in his things last night."
Stone covered the fact that he was searching for the right way to respond by studying the sword. It was of even cheaper construction than he'd initially thought, its blade crooked and chipped as if young Emilio had used it primarily to hit rocks.
"Ms. Ruiz," he said slowly, "please thank your grandmother for her input, but even if I were inclined to go back to pay Archie another visit, it certainly wouldn't be carrying that." "Have you looked at it?" she asked softly.
"Of course I've looked at it. It looks like something a junk shop would be embarrassed to sell, and you want me to—" He stopped. Grace and Abuelita were both regarding him with neutral expressions, as if waiting patiently for him to catch up. He let his breath out, turned back to the cheap sword, and switched to magical sight. Given how closely they were watching him, he expected the thing to be nearly incandescent, glowing with a beatific halo of pure white light, its form morphed from a cheap teenager's prop into some kind of avenging holy blade of awesomeness. But no, the sword itself didn't look any different. All the pits and rust and duct tape repairs were still there. The blade was still crooked, its edge chipped and uneven. But around it shone a faint nimbus that he knew he hadn't seen before. It was neither impressive nor particularly confidence-inspiring. As auras went, he'd seen half-dead cats with stronger ones. But he wasn't seeing things.
It was definitely there. Stone shifted back and tilted his head at Grace. You want me to face Archie on his home ground armed with a cheap junk shop sword? She glanced at Abuelita, then back at him. Flashy things aren't always the best things, Dr. Stone. Sometimes something old, something loved, is a better choice when facing something that scares you, don't you think so? He didn't answer. Instead, he picked up the sword. The blade rattled where it wasn't firmly affixed to the handle. The duct-tape grip felt uneven and too small in his hand. He didn't feel any different holding it. No sudden sense of confidence or invincibility infused him. All he felt was ridiculous. And yet... Grace's words had not been lost on him despite his tirade. He'd held Archie's beating heart in his hand last night, before Beale had taken his best shot at killing him. He'd felt the power coursing through the thing, the power and the pure, malevolent energy. Even with his formidable mental barriers, he'd sensed its insidious tendrils, already trying to worm their way into his psyche. He didn't know if prolonged contact would have affected him, or if he could have fought it off. He did know, though, that no matter what he and Grace did with it, no matter how they chose to dispose of it, the chance would always remain that someone would find it, either accidentally or through some subtle call the thing put out as it searched for an unwitting accomplice. It might not happen soon. If he managed to find Beale and reclaim the heart before Archie and his mad old disciple resurrected the demon's physical form again, it might not happen for a long time, perhaps many years after everyone alive today was dead and buried. But did that matter? What about the future victims, or those who'd be brought under the demon's foul thrall if no one opposed him, and he succeeded in his plans for mass corruption? He let out a loud, frustrated sigh. Bloody hell, what am I turning into? He raised the sword in a kind of salute at Grace and Abuelita, who were still silently watching him. I'll need some time to prepare, he said. His voice came out as a reluctant growl. And I'll need your help, Miss Reese. No hesitation this time. If you're not in this 100%, I'm not doing it. She smiled. I'm in, she said, as if she'd known his answer all along. Abuelita smiled too, though it was impossible to tell if she understood more English than she was letting on, or was merely reacting to Grace's own smile. She put her arms around her granddaughter and kissed the top of her head. Then, to Stone's surprise, she walked over and embraced him as well. Since he towered more than a foot taller than she was, he didn't know if she'd intended to repeat the kiss, but she settled for a tight squeeze. Then she stepped back, nodded toward the sword, and said something in Spanish. What did she say? Stone asked Grace. She chuckled. She said she wants that back when you're done with it, and that when we come back she's going to feed you up good. She still thinks you're too skinny. Chapter 66. Stone sat at his desk and downed the last of his most recent bottle of Guinness. You know what you're supposed to do, right? Grace nodded. She was on the other side of the room, cross-legged on a pillow, toying with the crucifix around her neck. I'm going to keep praying for you while you're gone, and stay here so I can provide a way for you to get back if things go wrong. But they aren't going to go wrong. Her voice was serene, untroubled. If she was disturbed by the fact that Stone was once again returning to what she considered to be hell, she didn't show it. Makes it sound so simple, doesn't it? He shoved his hand through his hair, examining the objects he'd spread out in front of him. The junk shop sword, the handful of dust from Archie's corpse, and the crucifix on its heavy silver chain. He still had no idea if any of this would work. The circle was finished. That was what he'd spent the better part of the day working on, when he wasn't finding excuses to go downstairs for another bottle. 4 of them sat empty on the desk's far side, but despite his best efforts he remained completely sober.
The enormous lunch he'd had at Grace's and his own unease combined to make a pleasant buzz unlikely. In truth, he wasn't even certain he'd be able to get back to Archie's dimension at all. With the previous demon he'd summoned dead, he had no others' names to provide another escort across the plains. All he had was Archie's corpse dust, and the vestiges of energy it still held. Setting up the actual circle had taken only an hour. The rest of the time since he'd returned home he'd spent tweaking the ritual to, he hoped, let him cross over on his own. If he had any chance of doing it, it would have to be soon. The energy hovering around the dust was already fading. Tomorrow would be too late, he was sure. He'd stalled all he could. It was time to go. Doing his best to block out the memories of what Archie had done to him before, Stone got up, put the crucifix around his neck, and stuffed it under his shirt, then picked up the sword and the handful of dust. The katana still felt cheap and flimsy in his hand, but he'd watched Grace and her grandmother doing their thing over it for an hour before they'd left the apartment, and watched as its faint initial glow grew into something more substantial. By the time they left, he was thoroughly convinced that Grace had indeed gotten her magical ability from her grandmother. It was so unfortunate that the two of them would never agree to any formal magical training, since neither one believed what they were doing was magic. But Stone supposed they didn't have to believe it. As long as they believed in their abilities, that was all he needed. "Ready to do this, then?" he asked. She nodded wordlessly and crossed herself. With a couple of deep, centering breaths to stop himself from shaking, he stepped into the circle. It was set up much as it had been before, with the table, the chalice, a mirror, a new one this time, since he'd broken the last one, and the tome. The only thing missing was the knife. Since he didn't intend to summon anything, he didn't need to use his own blood this time. Still gripping the sword in one hand and the dust in the other, Stone closed his eyes, then opened them and began the incantation. He read from a modified version of the ritual he'd used last time, which now included bits and pieces of the process for creating a temporary teleportation gateway. When the time came, he dropped the dust from Archie's body into the chalice and fixed his mind on the demon's plane, visualizing the flat, arid wasteland where he'd first arrived. Smoke swirled from the chalice in ropey tendrils, some red, some white, some gray. They floated up and began drifting toward the mirror. At first, the reflection showed nothing but the room behind Stone, and he feared his concerns had come true, that he wouldn't be able to complete the gateway without an anchor to something on the other side to drag him over. But then the smoke swirled higher, the tendrils beginning to join and lose coherence, the three colors blending together as they obscured the mirror's reflection. Now or never. Hardly sure whether he hoped more that it would work or that it wouldn't, he barked out the remaining words of the incantation and spread his hands, pushing the smoke away from the mirror. The familiar cracked plain with its salmon-colored sky and swollen red sun stretched out in front of him. No time to waste. Already he could feel the strain of holding the gateway open even for a few seconds. Without a backward glance at Grace, he levitated his body up and forward, half expecting to smash into the mirror and break it. That didn't happen. He felt the familiar disorientation and then landed on his knees on hard ground. Hot wind swirled around him. He was back on Archie's home turf. Quickly scrambling to his feet, he first looked around for potential threats. The area around him was deserted in all directions as far as he could see. He was dressed as he had been back on Earth, in his black damn t-shirt, jeans, and Doc Martens. He still had the sword, and it still looked the same as it had before, cheap and crooked and pitted. It didn't feel that way, though. Oddly, the grip felt solid and steady in his hand. Grace's crucifix lay warm against his chest, and behind him he could sense, if not see, a slim, strong cord reaching from him and stretching off into the distance until he could no longer feel it. His way back. "Let's get this over with," he muttered. "Come on, Archie. Where are you hiding yourself? Let's finish this, shall we?" He closed his eyes and turned slowly in place, projecting his desire to locate the demon. If he'd learned anything on his last trip here, it was that perception was as important as reality. Perhaps the place didn't even technically exist, but was merely some kind of shared hallucination. If that were so, he'd use it to his advantage. He opened his eyes. Directly in front of him, perhaps a mile off if standard distances had any meaning here, rose a single building that hadn't been there before. He couldn't make out any detail from this far away, but he could tell it wasn't the unholy church from his last visit. In fact, it appeared large, blocky, and almost utterly featureless, its shiny black surface at odds with the organic reds, pinks, and browns of the rest of the landscape. He thought he saw figures clustered around it, but couldn't be sure. He gripped the sword more tightly and began to walk. As he got closer, nothing made any effort to impede him. The ground remained dry and barren, no hedgerows or blighted trees this time. No other buildings rose up to join the one he approached. Despite the heat, he wasn't sweating. All he felt was energized and strangely tense, as if the whole place were holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. Perhaps it is. Closer still, and the figures he thought he'd seen resolved themselves. He stopped. This could be a problem. The figures were demons, and with a certainty he didn't question, he knew they were the same crew from the church. They weren't dressed in school uniforms now, though, and didn't look like teenage boys. Instead, their misshapen, twisted forms ran the gamut from corpulent, naked things with scaly, heat-blistered skin to skinny ones nearly as black as the building they surrounded. All of them lounged against the shiny black walls, regarding him like a gang of surly teenagers outside a mall. They didn't, however, make any move to approach him. He didn't miss that a couple of their gazes flicked nervously toward the sword in his hand. He moved closer until he stood about 10 feet back from the closest of them. "You lot," he called. "Remember me?" They muttered between themselves, but no one answered him directly. "I asked you a question," Stone called, more loudly, looking as if he didn't give a damn if they answered him or not. "You know why I'm here, right? Where's your boss?" More mutters. Stone pointed the sword at one of the larger demons. "You! Where's your boss?" "I'm right here, Stone." The air in front of the demons shimmered, and Archie appeared. Tall, straight, and seemingly uninjured in his red-eyed skeletal form, he smiled and spread his hands. "Welcome back. Ready to pick up where we left off. I'm surprised you were brave enough to even attempt it." Behind him, the demons shifted backward, trying and failing to be subtle about putting as much distance between themselves and Archie as they could manage. "You're looking much better," Stone said. "Of course that's not difficult, given that the last time I saw you, you were a pile of rotten organs buggered by a big wooden shaft." The demons exchanged glances. "What are you waiting for?" Archie demanded. "Take him, and prepare him." "Yes," Stone agreed, raising the sword a little. It wasn't, nor was it meant to be, an overtly threatening gesture. He didn't think it needed to be. "Give it a go, if you want to go on listening to him." He infused contempt into his voice, and he cocked his head toward Archie. "Do it!" Archie barked, his eyes glowing redder. His voice echoed across the plain as he rose a few feet up and loomed over them, spreading his arms. The demons shuffled and muttered some more, half-heartedly stepping out. They still didn't get close to Stone, staying at least 10 feet away, but they did form a ring around him. As they did, they seemed to gain some confidence, their expressions twisting into menacing leers and glares. "Well, look," Stone said. He turned slowly around so he could address them all. "You've got me surrounded. I can't watch all of you at once. I should be worried then, should I? Who's first?" He brandished the sword toward one group, and they flinched back. A couple of the others tentatively moved forward, but stopped after a couple steps. "Take him now," Archie bellowed, "or you'll all suffer the consequences." "I think you've lost control of your fan club, Archie," Stone said. Ignoring the ring of demons, he focused on Archie himself. The floating demon definitely looked none the worse for wear following his previous night's ordeal. Tall and strong, his eyes like two burning coals, he hovered menacingly over the scene below, his black coat flapping in the light breeze. Indeed, he looked quite threatening up there. The demons in the circle, by contrast, looked nervous, like a bunch of children caught between two equally unpleasant potential punishments, and unable to decide which to risk. At Archie's latest command, they'd shuffled forward again, this time moving as a group, as if gaining confidence from each other. But they still refused to get within range of the ridiculous crooked sword. Stone smiled, and it wasn't a nice smile. "Why don't you kill one of them?" he called to Archie. "Teach them a lesson. Show them your power. That might get the rest of them moving." He swept the sword out in front of him, and nearly half the circle of demons flinched backward, nearly falling over themselves in their haste to get away. "Or even better, why do you need them at all? Why not have your way with me yourself?" He spread his arms, noting with satisfaction from the corner of his eye that the group on the sword side took another 2 steps back. Openings were starting to appear in the circle where parts of it fled backward to safety. "Go on, Archie. I'm right here. Burn my skin off, break my bones, toss me back in a cage for your amusement. Show this lot that you're still the #1 demon in this hellhole." He wondered if Archie could hear his heart pounding. He was taking a big gamble, and if he was wrong about what he suspected, he'd end up having to fight his way past not only Archie, but a whole herd of re-energized demon henchmen. He put his odds of success, if he had to do that, somewhere between slim and infinitesimal, even with the sword. But he didn't think he was wrong. "Go on, Archie!" he yelled, his tone full of undisguised mocking now. "Here, let me give you a bit of encouragement." He gathered power. Lightning crackled around his hand and then arced upward toward the floating demon. As he did, he focused his mind on one single point. The lightning hit something in front of Archie and fizzled away, just as it had done every other time Stone had struck at him with his own magical power. Except that it didn't. That was what he'd been focused on, seeing through any illusions the demon might be projecting. And what he saw, just barely, was that the bolt of energy not only hadn't fizzled, but it had gone completely through Archie's body without any sign of injury or contact. Even his clothes weren't frayed. Stone smiled. "Oh, what a shame," he said, looking disconsolate. "You're so powerful, Archie. How can I ever hope to defeat you? What a fool I was to come back here." The demons in the circle muttered and growled and took another step forward, clearly encouraged by what they'd just seen. Stone laughed, sweeping the sword again. "Do it, Archie. Hit me with your best shot. Show your team here that you're still the big man on campus." "Kill him, damn you!" Archie screamed. Stone didn't miss the increasingly unhinged edge in his voice. "Yes, kill me!" he shouted. "But there's something you might want to know before you try." He pointed up with the sword. "The great and powerful Oz is nothing but a big face on a view screen. Your Emperor has no clothes, and in case you lot are too thick to comprehend basic metaphors, this isn't Archie. This is nothing but an illusion. A damn good one, I'll give him that, but this thing trying to make you commit suicide by attacking me is no more dangerous than a handful of steam." "Don't listen to him!" Archie shrieked, desperation blatant in his voice now. "I am your master, and you will do as you are told! Kill him!" "Kill me yourself, you pathetic sack of rubbish," Stone called. He laid the sword at his feet and spread his hands wide again. "There. I don't even have my weapon now, and the rest of you, watch and learn. Your boss is nothing. He's broken. I broke him last night. If I'm wrong, you'll have plenty of chance to have your fun, but if I'm right, wouldn't you like to be rid of him once and for all?" He nodded toward Archie. "Let's see what he does, shall we?" Archie, whether it was the real one or simply a remarkably effective illusion, was nearly apoplectic with rage. His red eyes burned out of their dark sockets, his thin lips skinned back from his teeth in a feral snarl. "You will regret this!" he screamed. "You will all suffer for 10,000 years, every last one of you!" And then he disappeared. Stone bent and picked up the sword. His heart wasn't pounding anymore. He smiled. Without a word to the demons, he turned and began to walk, slowly and deliberately, toward the black, featureless building. He walked as if there weren't several demons still lined up in front of him, and when he approached them, they moved in wordless unison away from him, falling back on either side, a door opening in the circle. There was no muttering now. They all watched him, their anticipation nearly palpable. He reached the building, stopped about 5 feet away, and walked all the way around it before returning to his original position. It rose around 20 feet up, and from this distance he saw what he couldn't have from farther away. Its entire shiny black surface was covered in tiny sigils, similar to those on the church from his previous visit. No visible doors or windows appeared, not even a seam. A bunker, then. Stone's smile didn't waver. The demons hung back, watching in silence. He raised the sword and, starting where the black structure met the dusty ground, used the point to trace a line along the wall. He moved slowly and deliberately, but did not press hard on the blade. He didn't need to. Wherever it scratched the shiny surface, the tiny sigils shrank away from it, crowding against their neighbors much as the demons had done when Stone had pointed the sword at them. When he was finished, he stepped back to examine his work. An arched doorway, outlined in crackling white light, glowed against the unrelieved blackness of the wall. Stone turned back to the demons and made a bow and a flourish with the sword, like a magician who'd just performed a particularly impressive trick. Every one of their gazes was locked on him. None had moved. None made a sound. "Now," he said, "let's all get a peek at what your boss really looks like, shall we?" He faced the doorway and extended the sword, this time toward the center of the area outlined in white light. It seemed absurd that he could budge such a large and solid section of stone, or whatever the building had been constructed of, with the rickety child's weapon. But that was exactly what he did. He put the point of the blade against the newly defined door and pressed. The door fell away into the building and disappeared before it hit the ground. Inside was blackness. "Anyone want to come with me?" Stone called without turning. He waited a moment. When none of the demons responded, he nodded once. "Thought so. That's all right, I didn't expect you would. Keep your pants on then, this shouldn't take long." He stepped inside the building. Instantly the door reformed behind him, dousing even the scant light that had shone in from outside. Darkness so profound that it nearly hurt Stone's eyes wreathed the space. He summoned a light spell around his hand, revealing a room as featureless as the building had appeared from the outside. The walls, floor, and ceiling were all made of the same black material. No sigils in here, though. Stone had wondered if the building would be another illusion, hiding a much larger structure inside, sort of like a demonic version of the TARDIS from Doctor Who. But no. If there was any more to the little building, the entry point was well concealed. When he spotted the figure huddled in the corner, he knew this was all there was.
"Hello, Archie." When he'd said he'd broken Archie, he'd meant it mostly metaphorically. But the crumpled, twisted form that lay in front of him appeared broken in every sense of the word. He moved his hand so the light fell on Archie, and the demon flinched away, at least as much as he could. He wasn't fearsome and red-eyed and skeletal anymore. He didn't look like the self-assured bully from Stone's old school. He didn't even look like one of the misshapen demons outside. Instead, he looked diminished, pale and flabby and infinitely weary. But even so, rage still burned in his tiny eyes. He glared up at Stone and did not speak. "Well, look at you," Stone murmured. "This is what I was afraid to come back and face."
"You should be afraid,"
Archie rasped. His words bubbled in his throat with nearly no volume behind them.
"This isn't over. It will never be over."
"Oh, I think it will. The question is, should I kill you myself, or let your devoted subjects show you just how devoted they are when your intimidation days are over?" He swung the sword casually in his hand, noting how closely Archie's eyes tracked it. "What do you say? Should I call them in here? Perhaps they'll bundle you up in a blanket and bring you some chicken soup. They're a loyal bunch, right? You can go on and kill them whenever you like, and they'll just go right on being loyal, even when you're so weak you can't even get up." When Archie didn't answer, Stone raised an eyebrow. "No? You're not so sure? Oh, right, demons, survival of the fittest and all that." He looked the huddled demon up and down, letting his gaze travel over its form in an almost proprietary manner. "I've got to tell you, Archie, you're not looking too fit right now. Will you trust them not to rip you limb from limb? Shall we go out there and show them what they've been so afraid of all this time?" Archie shifted position, sitting up so he was propped against the wall. His eyes still burned, and now he was smiling too.
"No, I don't think so,"
he said. His voice sounded stronger now.
"I see you haven't figured it out yet."
Figured what out? The demon shook his head as if addressing a slow-witted child.
"Oh, Stone, you've succumbed to your own arrogance. You think you have the upper hand, but what you've really done is walk into my trap with both eyes open."
Chapter 67. Stone stiffened, but didn't let any of his reaction reach his face. What did Archie mean?
"That's a nice sword you've got there,"
Archie continued, indicating it with a pale, flabby arm.
"Did you raid some child's toy box? Is that the best you could manage to come after me with? Oh, wait. Shouldn't it be glowing?"
Stone didn't change position, but he did glance down at the sword in his hand. Only then did he realize that it no longer felt solid and sturdy. He could feel every bit of the ripped wrapping and duct tape on the handle once again. And Archie was right. The blade no longer glowed. The demon sat up a little more.
"I may be weakened, but I'm sure you figured that out. Destroying my corporeal body did grievous damage to my spirit back here, damage that will weaken me significantly until I've recovered. But I will recover. I am ageless and indestructible. The same thing happened when I was bested by that useless priest and his mage lackey. In a few of your days I'll be back to full power, waiting for my loyal followers on your world to set my plan in motion again. And until then, you'll remain here with me. I'm sure we have quite a lot to talk about."
"No," Stone said. "You can't keep me here. Not this time."
"You don't think so?"
Archie nodded toward the mage's shirt.
"Do you expect to use that thing you're wearing to get you back? My trap has neutralized it as well. Nothing from outside this plane can reach into this room.
Stone took a step back as he came to another realization. The crucifix around his neck wasn't warm anymore. In fact, it felt cold against his chest. But that still didn't matter. Neither the sword nor the crucifix had been part of his way home. As long as the slender, glowing cord remained to connect him to Grace and his own world, then... Archie chuckled, almost as if reading his thoughts.
You can check. Your lifeline is gone too, snipped when the door came back up, just as I planned.
Stone gripped the sword more tightly, his heart pounding faster. He couldn't help a quick glance over his shoulder. The glowing cord was nowhere to be seen. If the cord was gone, he had no idea how he'd get back to his own dimension. That was absolutely a problem. But it wasn't a problem for just now. He smiled.
Why are you smiling? Are you a fool? Did you hear what I just told you?
Oh, I heard you. Stone began pacing back and forth in front of Archie. He kept the light spell going on one hand while swinging the cheap sword with the other. The blade rattled in the handle as he did.
You're not concerned about being trapped in here with me, and what I will do to you when my power returns?
No, not really. Archie glared at him.
You are a fool, then.
No, you're the fool, Archie. Want me to tell you why?
Go ahead. Your delusion amuses me.
That's just the thing, though. Stone stopped pacing and faced the seated demon. It is about delusion, but not mine. Yours. You may have trapped me in here with you. I'm not even sure. It could be another one of your illusions, but it doesn't matter, because I've got you all sorted out now.
Oh, do you think so?
I do. He swung the sword again, back and forth in a hypnotic rhythm. You're nothing without people, without worshippers. If you don't have a collection of people around telling you how great you are, giving you their energy, you're nothing. When you don't have anyone, you lose your power. That's the way you work. I'm not sure if you were made that way or if you've just convinced yourself it's true, but that doesn't matter either. You believe it, and that's enough to be getting on with. Archie shook his head, looking disgusted.
Any time you'd like to start making sense, Stone, I'll bother to listen to you.
You don't have to listen to me. Whether you hear it or not has no bearing on whether it's true. You're a creature of belief, Archie. You're tied up with it so inextricably that you can't get away from it, even if you wanted to. That's your weakness, and that's your real heart. He raised the sword. You're stuck with your beliefs and the beliefs that define you, even if they're wrong. But I'm not. The sword's blade flickered a faint glow. Archie's eyes widened.
How are you?
There are all sorts of different kinds of faith, Stone said. Ms. Reese, remember her? You should, because she could probably mop up the floor with your sorry ass if she had more confidence in her abilities. She has faith in God. I don't know whether there's a God or not, but she does. To her, it's not even a question. I realized just now that I was leaning on her faith, and that's why my weapons failed when I came in here. He swung the sword again. The glow around it grew progressively brighter as he did so. I can't depend on someone else's faith. I have to trust my own. And in my case, my faith is in magic and my ability to make it work for me. His smile widened. And there's not a damn thing you can do about that. Without warning, he swung the sword, lunging forward to drive the point toward Archie. The demon shrieked and shrank back, raising a feeble shield in front of him. The sword blade punched through it as if it weren't even there, the tip burying itself in the center of the demon's chest. As the glowing blade slipped neatly between Archie's ribs, something else glowed there, pulsing and red, and then flared and died. The demon tried to scream, but Stone yanked the blade back and swung it sideways, connecting with Archie's neck as he fell. Once again, despite its dulled and pitted blade, the sword cut through the demon's flesh with no resistance. His body collapsed in a heap, and a second later his head landed next to it on the black floor with a ripe thunk. All around Stone the structure faded, leaving him standing in the center of an open patch of arid ground. Archie's headless body lay next to him. He looked around. The demons, all of them, were clustered perhaps 20 feet away, watching the scene with mixed expressions of fear, horror, and malicious anticipation. Stone bent and gripped Archie's head, raising it high above him. "Anybody else want to have a go?" he called, in a strong, clear voice. The demons muttered and backed off. A couple of them began a cautious cheer, and after a few seconds the rest picked up the cry. It was obvious to Stone that they weren't cheering for him, but rather for the fact that Archie was finally dead. He knew it wouldn't be long before they were at each other's throats, fighting over who would be the next grand high poobah of this god-forsaken dimension. Best to get the situation in hand and get the hell out, so to speak, before that happened. "Nobody? Right then." He threw Archie's head toward the demons with all the contempt he could muster. It landed near them and rolled a few feet away before coming to a stop, its dead eyes staring back at him in almost comical astonishment. "I've got no quarrel with any of you lot. Stay out of my way and stay away from my dimension, and you'll never see me again. But don't get any ideas about repeating what Archie tried. Got it?" He swept his gaze around, taking them all in. None of them challenged him. They all continued to mutter and mumble between themselves, and several shook their heads and held up their hands, as if to say, "No, we're good, man." One tentatively kicked Archie's head, and a few more joined in until it began to look like the start of the world's most bizarre football match. Beneath his shirt, Stone felt the crucifix begin to warm up again. He reached out with his senses, connecting with it, and looked behind him. He wasn't surprised to see a faint ghost of the shining cord stretching out into the distance. He bent and grasped it, and it felt sure and substantial in his hand. As the dry, dusty plain faded from view, Stone raised the sword toward the demons. It wasn't a salute. They didn't deserve a salute, but rather an acknowledgment that he was leaving under his own power. He wondered how many of them would survive the bloodbath to come, but he didn't particularly care. Chapter 68.
"Are those police cars?"
Grace asked, pointing. Stone slowed the BMW, pulling into the parking lot of the Royal Crest Hotel. Up ahead, whirling blue and red lights dominated the area near the main entrance. It certainly looks like it. It was 8 o'clock, half an hour or so past sundown, and less than an hour since he'd awakened in his attic sanctum, stretched out in the middle of the circle, with the battered old katana still clutched in his hand. Grace had leapt up from her pillow perch where she'd been observing him.
"You weren't gone very long," she'd said. "Did it not work?"
"It worked just fine," he said, grinning as he sat up. "It was bloody brilliant, in fact. Archie won't be troubling us or anyone else ever again."
"Oh, praise God," she murmured,
crossing herself. Stone was surprised at how good he felt. Even the lingering effects of last night's injury and blood loss barely registered anymore. "Come on," he said. "We've got one more loose end to tie up before this is over."
"Loose end?"
she asked, confused. "We need to find Beale. I still want to get that heart back, just in case." He put the sword and the crucifix down on the table, "and I think I know just where he is." As Stone pulled the car into a parking space, Grace craned her head around to look at the police cars.
"Do you think they have anything to do with Mr. Beale? Why do you even think he's still here?"
"He got out. He thinks he's killed me, remember? There's no urgency for him to leave, and I'm sorry to say that I don't think he has the proper respect for you. He didn't think you'd do anything to cause him trouble. He can take his own sweet time about heading back to Los Angeles, and he knows it. Come on, let's go see what's going on. As they approached the hotel entrance, a burly cop stepped in front of him, holding up a hand. "I'm sorry, sir," he said. "I'm afraid you can't go inside right now." "Why not?" Stone frowned, glancing past him. He didn't see anything out of the ordinary in the lobby, beyond more cops milling around and talking on radios. "It's a crime scene, sir," the cop said. "I'm sorry, but you'll have to come back later. If you're a guest here, please call the hotel to find out when you'll be allowed to go back inside." "Thank you, officer." Stone retraced his steps to the parking lot, Grace jogging along behind him. "Are you going to try getting in?" she asked. He was about to reply when he spotted a small knot of people standing off to the side, including several wearing the uniforms of hotel personnel. "Might not need to. Come on." The hotel employees, mostly bellmen and restaurant workers from the look of it, stood in a tight group, talking among themselves and casting glances back toward the hotel. "Did something happen in there?" Stone asked, in his best, bright, curious tourist tone. As was often the case with a group eager to have fresh ears for their stories, several of the employees' voices tumbled over each other to spill what they knew. "Somebody's dead in there," said a bellman. "Found him about an hour or so ago in one of the rooms." "I talked to a guy who talked to the maid who found him," said a young man wearing a waiter's uniform. "Said she was freaked out. They had to drug her to calm her down. Said the whole place was like chunky salsa in there." He made a gesture with both hands that clearly mimicked an explosion. "Chunky salsa?" Stone asked. "Do you mean something blew up?" "That's what I heard it looks like in the room," said a waitress. "Except the weird part was nobody heard any explosion, and it didn't take out anything in the room except the guy." Several of the others nodded. "Wait," Stone said. "So there was an explosion, but it didn't damage the room?" "Yeah, fucking freaky, right?" the bellman said. He caught sight of Grace behind Stone. "Sorry, pardon my language." "That maid's probably going to be in therapy forever," the waiter said. "Can you imagine walking into a room to clean it and finding blood and guts all over everything?" "Do they know who it was?" Stone asked. "Are they releasing the name?" "Nah, they won't say," the waiter said. "All I heard is that it's some old guy." Stone shook his head in wonder. "That's quite a story. I guess the details will come out in the papers. Thanks for the information." Gesturing for Grace to follow, he hurried back to the car. "You think that was Mr. Beale?" she asked, eyes wide. "He just blew up? How could that have happened?" "I'll bet you my car against some of your grand's excellent cooking that it was. And as for how it happened, I have a theory." "Wait," she said. "That guy said it happened about an hour ago. Wasn't that right around the time you killed Archie?" Stone nodded. "Exactly. I don't think they're ever going to be able to explain the explosion, but I also don't think we need to worry about getting that heart back anymore." "You think the heart—" He didn't answer. Instead, he pulled his mobile phone from his coat pocket, held up a finger for Grace to wait, and punched in a number. After a few minutes of being routed between various parties, he finally got the one he was looking for. "Captain Flores, Alastair Stone, remember me?" Silence for a moment, and then, "Oh, yeah, the occult professor. I was wondering if we were ever going to hear anything else from you. I'm figuring since you're calling on a Sunday night, that means you've got something." "I do, sort of. Have you heard about the odd explosion at the Royal Crest Hotel in Palo Alto, about an hour ago?" Hang on." There was a brief pause, and then he was back. "Yeah, Palo Alto PD's out there on the scene. But what's that got to do with—" "I'd advise you to get in touch with them. Does your information include the name of the victim?" "How do you know there's a victim?" Flores asked, suspicion lacing his tone. "I talked to some of the employees. Apparently the scene was quite gruesome. Do you have a name?" "Yeah, at least the name of the room's registered guest. You're right, from what I'm seeing here, there's not enough left of the Vic to identify, but the room's registered to a Simon Beale. That ring any bells?" Stone nodded for Grace's benefit and gave her a thumbs up. "I believe Mr. Beale is, or was, the architect of your murders, Captain."
What?
There was the sound of typing and paper shuffling.
The report says this guy was 75 years old and 5'5".
How could he have... Remember I told you I was consulting with an expert on the sigils? Mr. Beale was that expert. I grew suspicious of him after doing some checking on my own. I suggest you ask the Palo Alto police to look for a large leather briefcase in the room. You'll want to examine the contents. I think you'll find them quite enlightening. The line crackled as Flores paused again, clearly thinking.
Dr. Stone, I don't know what to say. You're telling me a tiny little 75-year-old man committed more than half a dozen murders, dismembered bodies, skinned and drained them, and nobody caught on? I'm sorry, but I can't buy that.
Stone sighed. Sometimes, more often lately, he wished he could just tell the whole truth. Captain, I can't give you anything else except for this. There won't be any more murders. I didn't say Mr. Beale committed them. I said he was the architect of the plan.
So who did commit them, then?
Stone glanced at Grace and frowned, shaking his head. All I can tell you is to call Peter Kasner in Ojai. Tell him what I told you and ask him if he thinks you should believe me. Oh, and if no one's examined the organs found in that church in Milpitas last night, you'll want to make sure they do that. I think you'll find they belong to your murder victims.
What the hell?
Stone, how did you... There really isn't anything else I can say. I need to be going now. If you want to chat later, call me at my office tomorrow. Good night, Captain Flores.
Stone!
Stone hit the button to break the connection and put the phone away.
He didn't believe you, did he?
Grace asked. They never do. But that's all right. They don't have to. There still won't be any more murders, and that's good enough for me. Chapter 69. Abuelita was waiting for them when they got back to Grace's apartment an hour later. She was seated in her flowered chair, a Spanish-language movie blaring in the background. But she snapped it off and levered herself up when Grace and Stone came in. She said something to Grace, nodded once and then looked at Stone questioningly.
She says God told her we were successful, Grace said.
Well, it's good to have confirmation from the top, I suppose.
And she wants to know if you've brought Emilio's sword back.
Stone pulled it from the inside of his coat and offered it, hilt first, to the old lady. Please thank her for the loan and tell her it performed admirably. Abuelita crossed herself, took the sword, and put it on the end table next to her chair. Then she said something else and hurried out of the room.
She says to wait. She's going to bring us something to eat. She's been keeping it warm.
I certainly won't turn that down. I'm not an idiot. He paused, looking at Grace. Ms. Ruiz, I wonder if we might chat for a bit before she returns.
What about?
She sat down on the couch and indicated the spot at the other end. Stone took a deep breath, considered, and then took the offered spot, careful to leave the middle space open so as not to disturb Abuelita by getting too close. I think by now you've fully acknowledged that you have gifts that the average person doesn't have. When she started to speak, he held up his hand. As I said before, it doesn't matter if they're talents you have within you or gifts from God. I think your grandmother has them too. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if you got them from her, since they usually pass along gender lines. But wherever they came from, I urge you once again to spend some time learning your capabilities and discovering what you can accomplish with them. She looked at her hands in her lap. We went over this before, Dr. Stone. I know we did. But that was before, well, before you've proven that your abilities are rather exceptional, even among those who have them. I think they might be somewhat narrowly focused. It's hard to tell since you haven't really tried doing anything else. But even if they are, in your area of expertise, you have the potential to be an impressive practitioner. I don't want to be an impressive practitioner. I want to do what I'm doing now, serve God. Stone glanced at the doorway leading to the kitchen, where enticing aromas were starting to drift outward. No sign of Abuelita yet. Are you telling me you can't serve God by cultivating your talents? If you believe he gave them to you, then why wouldn't you want to make the best of them? She didn't answer for several seconds, then met his gaze.
Suppose I did decide to go along with what you suggest. Who would teach me? You?
No. As much as I'd be honored to do that, I already have an apprentice. More importantly, I'd be all wrong for you. Your faith is the most important thing in your life, and I don't even believe in God. Hardly the foundation of a productive partnership. No, as I mentioned, I've got a friend who's both a mage and a minister back east. He's not Catholic, but I don't know any Catholic mages. It would be a place to start, anyway. Perhaps he knows someone else.
Back east?
Yes, his church is in Massachusetts. She took a deep breath and looked down. What's wrong? When she looked up again, her expression was sad and determined.
Dr. Stone, I was glad to be a part of what we did. It felt like the right thing to do, what God wanted me to do. But you don't really understand my life very well, do you?
What does that mean? She gestured out toward the street.
You drive a big fancy car. You live in a beautiful house in one of the most expensive parts of the Bay Area. You teach at Stanford. You can just take time off whenever you need to go deal with something, and you don't have to worry about losing your job.
He started to protest, but she held up a hand.
I didn't mean that as some kind of criticism or envy, not at all. Everyone's life is different, and God has a different plan for every person. I'm happy with what I have. We have a roof over our head, plenty of good food, a church family who loves and accepts us. I have nothing to complain about. My life is blessed. But you're asking me to move all the way across the country to study with someone I haven't even met. What about Abuelita? We'd barely get by now with what I make working at the church and her Social Security checks. If the church didn't help, we'd probably have to move out of the area. Am I just supposed to leave her here?
Stone bowed his head briefly. He hadn't even considered that. She could go with you, he said. I could help with the... She shook her head, her expression gentle now. Her warm hand closed over his.
No, Dr. Stone. No. We won't accept charity from you. And even if we would, I'd never ask Abuelita to leave. She's lived in San Jose since she was a little girl. Her life is here, her church, her friends, her family. No. We will stay here. If God wants to teach us anything about the gifts he's given us, then I believe he'll do that. In the meantime...
She didn't get to finish, because at that moment Abuelita bustled into the room carrying a tray laden with food. She looked pointedly at Grace, who scooted back over to her end of the couch and then plopped herself down between her granddaughter and Stone and set the tray on the coffee table with a satisfied smile. "You're sure?" Stone asked softly over the old lady's head. "There's nothing I can say, no way I can offer to help, that will change your mind?"
No. I'm sorry, Dr. Stone. I'll follow God's plan. I trust him to show me the path he's mapped out for me. I'm pretty sure he hasn't revealed all of it yet.
He smiled, ducking his head in acceptance. "I will see you again, though, won't I?" She smiled.
"You know where I live, and I won't lose your phone number."
Abuelita shifted her stern gaze between them and said something sharp, then pointed first at Stone, then at the tray of food. "What did she say?"
"She says we should stop talking over her head, and she wants you to eat."
She chuckled.
"She wants me to invite you back because whoever looks after you obviously isn't doing a very good job."
He looked at the two of them sitting there together, grandmother and granddaughter, old and young, one still firmly set in the old ways, and the other with one foot planted in a new while still doing her best to honor where she came from. Both of them brimming with untapped magical talent. Such a waste if they decided to ignore it. He wished there were a way he could convince Grace, at least, to explore the limits of her gift, the things she might be able to do. Instead, he smiled. "I'll keep that in mind, and I'll never turn down an invitation, but only if you'll let me return the kindness."
"Not by cooking, I hope."
Grace's grin was impish. "God forbid." Chapter 70. Raider took an instant liking to Verity. She and Jason lounged on the sofa in Stone's sitting room a week later. The moment Verity had entered the house, the cat had attached himself to her as if she were his long-lost mother. He was curled in her lap now, purring contentedly as she stroked his head. "So the cops didn't give you any trouble?" Jason asked. He'd finally been able to get a bit of time away from his PI training, and as soon as Verity had returned from her trip, they'd driven up to spend the weekend catching up with Stone. "No, I didn't talk to Flores again after I called him the night they found Beale. But he must have called Kasner because nobody showed up at my house to arrest me. At least not yet." Stone took a long drink from his glass of Guinness. "And you were right? No more suspicious murders?" "No, I'm quite certain we've seen the last of Archie. I'm sure there are plenty of others like him lurking out there somewhere, but for the moment I think I can afford to take a breather." He nodded toward Verity. "He certainly does like you." "Fancy a cat?" "You don't want to keep him?" she asked. "Oh, I don't know. I've grown rather fond of him, truth be told. I think it might be a bit quiet around here without him, but I'm not sure it's fair to keep him here when he spends so much time alone." "He looks so deprived," Jason said with a grin. "If he was any more deprived, he'd be soaking into V's lap." He leaned back. "I gotta say, I miss this. The training's great, and I'm learning a lot, but everything seems, I don't know, a little mundane after the stuff we were doing." "You can always come back up here," Stone pointed out. "When do you finish your training and sit your exam?" "Still got another couple years to go. Assuming I pass, I'll get my license, and I can either keep working with Fran if she'll have me, get a job with another agency, or try to start one of my own." "What about, forgive me, been a bit busy lately, brain's still fried. What was her name again?" "Kristen," Jason said with a loud sigh. "Yeah, there's her too. I don't know if it's going to get serious yet, but I do want to give it a chance to find out." Stone nodded. "And what about you?" he asked Verity. "Getting any feeling for whether you plan to come back to me, or has Edna stolen you away for good?" "I think I've still got more to learn from her," she said, "but I'm definitely coming back. I figure I'll reevaluate after Jason gets his license. It'd make more sense for us to either both come back or both stay, you know?" "I'll give her a call," Stone said. "I've been meaning to chat with her, get a progress report and whatnot. But at any rate, it's good to see you." "Yeah," Verity said. "It is. I just wish we could have helped you with your demon problem, but it sounds like you found a pretty good alternative." "I did indeed," he agreed. "You planning to work with her again?" Jason asked. "Don't know. Suppose that's up to her." "Well, it's good to see you've got somebody else to help you keep your feet on the ground anyway," he said with a grin. "Yes, Raider's gotten quite good at that," Stone agreed. Raider, for his part, glanced up, aimed a few slow, contented blinks in Stone's direction, and leapt from Verity's lap to his. Stone picked him up under his front legs and stared into his wide green eyes. "You know, you're not such a bad little beast after all. I think perhaps I will keep you. Must do something about that name, though, if you're to be a proper mage's cat. How do you feel about Crowley?" This has been The Infernal Heart, the Alastair Stone Chronicles, Volume 9. Written by R.L. King. Narrated by Will M. Watt. Copyright 2017 by R.L. King. Production copyright 2018 by R.L. King. The music is Interloper by Kevin MacLeod at incompetech.com. Licensed under a Creative Commons by Attribution 3.0 license. creativecommons.org/licenses/by/3.0.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed.